Chapter 1, Heaven and Hell. For the residents of Hampshire, Southampton, and 86 East Lee Road, July 29 is obviously not an ordinary day. The early morning bell had just struck 7 times, and the young John Hart had gotten out of bed. Throwing a nature magazine aside, he ran out of the room and ran to the kitchen. "Mom, has any letter arrived?" Mrs. Judy Hart is the mistress of 86 East Lee Road, a petite blonde woman who is even slightly taller than her 11-year-old son. "I'm sorry, dear, it seems that it hasn't arrived yet." She was frying French fries in the kitchen, and then smiled at John. "Your father is waiting at the door." John walked into the yard, and sure enough, Mr. Eric Hart was pacing at the door. "Eric, there is actually no need to be so nervous," John whispered. "Nervous? I'm not nervous at all." Mr. Hart glanced at his son, pretending to be calm, and said, "The old professors at Windsor Palace should be honored. Eton can have such a good freshman as you." While talking, his feet kept stomping on the floor frequently. Eric Hart is a well-known local lawyer, and his wife Judy is an excellent costume designer. Both husband and wife are leaders in their respective fields. Their annual income is close to £200,000. Even in Southampton, a port city with a high level of consumption, a family of 3 can lead a decent life. But what makes them even more proud is their child John. In the eyes of Eric and Judy, there is no better child in the world than John. John has been a very sensible child since he was a child. When the children of other families were crying and crying, he had begun to learn to speak with their parents seriously. When the children of other families were clamoring for all kinds of toys, I have begun to read a lot of scientific journals that are somewhat obscure. When he was 5 years old, in a street interview, he made an impromptu speech on the theme "The Falkland Islands, Malvinas, are an inseparable part of Great Britain since ancient times," which was widely circulated and won great praise. In the British SATs National Primary School Final Examination, a month ago, John scored full marks on all 6 test papers, which is second to none in Hampshire's nearly a century of history. John Hart, he is a traverser. In his previous life, he was a PhD student in a second-rate 211 biology department in China. His research interests were in microbiology and immunity. After an accidental car accident and loss of consciousness, he discovered that he had actually traveled to a middle class in the UK in the 1980s. The family became a baby. John, who has read books for more than 20 years in his previous life, didn't know the lottery numbers and knew nothing about finance. In fact, in the late 20th century and early 21st century, the classes in the capitalist developed countries have basically solidified and the systems are quite similar. Perfect. It is not realistic to want to make a fortune through speculation with a little memory of past life. There is no gold finger, but there seems to be a bit of welfare for crossing. After crossing, his memory is very good, almost reaching the level of unforgettable. Therefore, John decided to follow the line of his previous life, study hard, work hard in scientific research, and fight for the socialist modernization drive for a lifetime. As early as 5 years old, he made a detailed plan for the development of the next 30 years. Has shown a bit of prodigy characteristics since childhood, and achieved good results in the British SATs, National Primary School Final Test, and applied to enter top middle schools such as Sao Paulo, Magdalen, and Eton. Then, with the help of an excellent middle school platform, and performed well in the A-level exam, British College Entrance Examination, he entered the microbiology department of Oxford or Cambridge. With the help of his outstanding memory in this life, John can clearly remember the research data and research results decades later in his previous life, which can help him avoid many detours on the road of scientific research. At the university level, John will begin to show his talent in scientific research, conduct experiments to reveal the activation and inhibition of innate immune mechanisms, and publish related papers. This shocking paper, during the period around the millennium, it will definitely cause a huge sensation in the microbial community. And John will also take this opportunity to get acquainted with big cows such as John Robert Vane, John Sulston, Niels Kygern, all the Nobel Prize winners in physiology and medicine from Oxford and Cambridge. After had a certain fame, he would ask the big cows for help. 1 or 2 years before graduating from university, he went to Harvard or MIT to study for graduate students. Master's scientific research subject, John will choose to isolate and cultivate a SARS virus strain in the early stage of the outbreak of SARS in China, reveal the pathogenic mechanism of SARS virus, and try to develop related subunit vaccines as soon as possible. During the course of Drive, he will shift his goal to cancer and study the method of negative immunomodulation to treat cancer. Before graduating from a PhD student, he can publish 3 to 5 in the most authoritative journals in the world, such as Nature, Lancet, and CA Cancer JClin, Clinical Cancer Journal. A fairly classic paper. With such outstanding results, he can easily become a professor at Harvard or MIT after graduating from a PhD student. After, he will continue to engage in research in these areas. If all scientific research progresses smoothly, with his contributions in microbiology and immunity, he will probably win the Nobel Prize in Physiology and Medicine between 2015 to 2020. After is successful, he can find the opportunity to go to China, go to Tsinghua University or Peking University as a visiting professor, become a Chinese nationality, and start struggling for the socialist modernization all his life. The idea is beautiful, but first you have to face reality. He first had to apply to a top middle school in the UK. To be fair, Eton College is not the best choice. After all, it is a traditional aristocratic middle school. In recent years, although it has begun to recruit students from civilians, but very demanding. But this is the opinion of his father Eric. In Eric's view, entering a noble middle school like Eton College can help John get to know many future big men and accumulate a lot of connections in advance. Honestly, Eric was right. If the memory is correct, in the next few years, Prince William and Prince Harry, both Prince Charles and Princess Diana, will enter Eton College one after another, and the direct heir to the royal family, William, should be in the same term as John's student. Classmates with the future King of England? It seems to be a very interesting thing. But think about it, it is also a lifetime series. You must know that Prince William's grandmother still maintained a strong vitality during the previous life of John's journey, but she is a figure comparable to a great man. John was thinking boredly, and suddenly heard a click of the mailbox outside the door. Oh! God, they are here! Eric's face was a little pale, and he stammered. I'll get the letter. John opened the door of the yard. 3 golden lions were painted on the mailbox, and a dead brown bear was stepped on his feet. This was posted by Eric more than half a year ago to celebrate a big event. There is also a tabby cat standing next to the mailbox, staring at the gate of number 86 East Lee Road. Go away! John kicked the wild cat away, and then took out a stack of letters from the mailbox. While reading the letter, he returned home, and both Eric and Judy hurriedly came around. The first letter was a gas bill. The second letter is a postcard from Aunt Alia to Judy. The third envelope was for him, and John slowly tore open the envelope. Dear Mr. Hart, I am happy to inform you that after our discussion, we agree that you have enough talents and qualifications to study at Eton College and become one of the 247 freshmen of Eton College in 1992. Sincerely yours, Tony Rideau, Principal of Eton College. Oh, my God! John couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief at this time. How is it? Eric and Judy asked hurriedly. I'm admitted. He smiled and passed the letter over. Eric and Judy took the letter, and after reading it carefully, the expressions on their faces changed from apprehension to surprise, and finally to ecstasy. John! Darling, I know you can do it. Judy hugged her son, and then kissed him the cheek. I will tell all my colleagues and tell them how good my son is. Eric roared with joy in the yard. Then, the couple kissed passionately in the yard without any scruples. I have to say that it is an extremely honorable thing for a non-aristocrat-born student to be invited by a prestigious school like Eton. Especially in the atmosphere of Ying's happy education. I have been in elementary school for 6 years in this life. None of John's teachers have asked him about his studies, all the teachers care about is, did you have a happy time in school? Basically all the classmates grew up in this happy atmosphere. Has a few exceptions. For example, a girl named Susan in the same grade, her father is an extremely wealthy banker in Southampton. After school at 3 o'clock every afternoon, when other students are happily carrying out extracurricular activities, Susan will reluctantly be picked up by her father's Rolls-Royce for the first time. In Susan's words, every day she is forced by her father to learn piano and dancing. Her father also hired 3 tutors to force her to study a lot of homework and assign endless homework. The students are very sympathetic to Susan. There was news a week ago that 11-year-old Susan scored more than 95 points on each of the SATs exams, and was admitted to London St Paul's Women's College the first time. Those students who sympathized with Susan had to go to the local public high school in Southampton and continue to enjoy their happy education. Eng's education emphasizes happy education in teaching, but it does not show mercy after being eliminated. SATs, National Primary School Final Examination, is conducted for 11-year-old primary school graduates, and the passing rate in general years is only 30%-50%. The results of this test and the letter of recommendation determine what level of secondary school an 11-year-old elementary school graduate will attend. UU Reading www.uuganshu.com even determines their future destiny. For middle schools, there is a huge gap between prestigious schools and ordinary schools. Well-known universities such as Cambridge and Oxford will not recognize the transcripts of ordinary public high schools at all, let alone the recommendation letters written by the principals of ordinary public high schools. No matter how good your grades are, it is difficult to get their recognition, and Eton College at a prestigious school like St. Paul's Women's College, as long as the graduates do not have too bad A-level test scores, they are basically close to half of them easily entering Cambridge and Oxford, and the rest are at the pace of studying abroad. Seeing his parents celebrating in ecstasy, a smile appeared on John's face. The initial goal of planning the route has been achieved, and now I have basically stepped into Cambridge and Oxford with one foot. He even started to think of scenes of his future experiments in the laboratory celebrating the success of his experiments, the scenes of publishing papers in his core journals, and even the scenes of himself on the Nobel Prize podium. The only regret is probably that Eton College is a boys' school. In the next 7 years, it will be difficult for me to get in touch with girls of the same age. While thinking wildly, John glanced at the last letter. Hampshire, Southampton, 86 East Lee Road, Walking, Indiana. The Yard, Mr. John Hart. The envelope is made of heavy parchment paper, and the address is written in emerald green ink. No stamps are posted. John turned the envelope over with trembling hands, and saw a wax seal, a shield coat of arms, and a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake surrounded by the capital H letter. Oh my day! John couldn't help cursing in Chinese. At this moment, the bottom of his heart is like 1,000 horses running by. Chapter 2, Professor Minerva McGonagall. For a traverser who is ready to study, work hard in scientific research, and strive for the socialist modernization drive for a lifetime. For a traverser who is ready to devote himself to scientific research and has carefully planned for more than 10 years. For a traverser who had read hundreds of core journals before the age of 11, he was fully prepared to become a scientist. What is the cruelest thing for him? There is no doubt, that is to tell him that the world he lives in is not scientific, but very magical. There is no love in life? All thoughts are ashamed? 3 views burst? It's hard to express John Hart's feelings in words. Trembling hands, opened the 4th and last letter. The principal of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Union of Magic, President of the Wizarding Association, First-Class Magician of Sir Merlin. Dear Mr. Hart, We are happy to inform you that you have been approved to study at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The semester is scheduled to start on September 1st. We will be waiting for your owl to bring your reply before July 31st. Vice Principal, Female, Minerva McGonagall. Yours sincerely. There is nothing wrong with this familiar content in the letter. It's only 1992, and it's 5 years before J.K. Rowling wrote the first Harry Potter book. So a few steps can't be a prank. So there is only one possibility left, and that is that the world he has stayed in for more than 10 years is actually the world in HP. How did he feel? The atmosphere suddenly became fantastic. What's wrong, my dear? Judy quickly noticed the strange look of her son. No. Nothing. John stammered, then handed over the letter in his hand. Yes, there is a letter from the school. Eric and Judy took the letter from John suspiciously. 5 minutes later. I think this should be a prank. Mr. Hart said with a serious face. Yes, what this letter says is too bizarre, a magic school. How could it be possible? Mrs. Hart also screamed. John smiled bitterly. According to the memory of his previous life, Hogwarts should immediately send a teacher to explain to his parents the existence of the magical world. I think we should call the police, this kind of boring prank. Eric was still chattering. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. A visitor is here. Judy quickly tidied his apron, went out and opened the courtyard door. Stood a serious strange woman outside the door, wearing a pair of square glasses, which looked exactly like the lines around the cat's eyes. She was wearing an emerald green cloak, and her dark hair was rolled into a tight bun. Are you the guardian of Mr. John Hart? The other party spoke harshly. Hello, I am his mother, may I ask if you are? Judy asked softly. Minerva McGonagall. The woman outside the door replied, I am a professor. John raised his head and glanced at the serious middle-aged woman. The expression on her face was a bit embarrassing. He suddenly remembered the wild cat that kicked away by the mailbox 10 minutes ago. Oh, welcome. Judy's face suddenly beamed with joy. He invited Professor McGonagall into the house, and asked, Excuse me, are you from Eton College? What? Professor McGonagall couldn't help frowning, shook his head and said, I play for Hogwarts. Hogwarts. Judy was taken aback when she heard this strange word. Wait. Eric hurriedly glanced at the letter in his hand. You mean? Professor McGonagall. Hogwarts. Isn't this a prank? Because of surprise, his tone became a little stuttered. Of course. Professor McGonagall said with some disdain, Hogwarts is a school dedicated to people with special talents. It has a long history of more than 1,000 years. Then you mean, is the letter true? Judy's face was a little pale. As ordinary people, you don't know that magic is excusable, but... Ah! Judy let out a scream. Professor McGonagall, who was standing at the door just now, suddenly disappeared, and a tabby cat appeared at the place where she was just now. What's the situation? Eric stammered. He hasn't spoken so incoherently like today in his life. However, magic does exist. The tabby cat walked into the room gracefully, gave John a fierce look, then sat on the sofa and changed back to Professor McGonagall's appearance. She turned her gaze to John to one side, slowed down, and said, Mr. Hart, unlike your parents, you are not an ordinary person, but a natural wizard. You can become a member of Hogwarts. Help you truly master your talent. Looking at John, who looked sluggish there, Professor McGonagall thought that the child was frightening himself by this statement. In fact, this situation often occurred when he first visited a young Muggle-born wizard before. Perhaps you still have doubts about what I said, Mr. Hart. Professor McGonagall continued, have you mastered any talent that is different from others? When you are afraid or angry, reading www.yuyugonshu.com happens. Have any strange things happened? Extraordinary talent, does outstanding memory count? Is he the legendary memory magus? What strange things happened when he lost control of his emotions? In fact, he had a mental age close to 40 years old after crossing, and he would no longer be as fussy as ordinary children. Therefore, John has almost never experienced emotional out of control, so naturally will not cause the magic to get out of control. So, is he really a wizard? The so-called mudblood born in the Muggle family? Seeing John, whose sluggish expression gradually recovered, Professor McGonagall stood up. Mr. Hart, it is now a matter of choice for you and your parents. Do you come to Hogwarts and become a real wizard? The list of books and school supplies needed to study at Hogwarts was written in the previous letter. You can go to Diagon Alley in London and buy them all. By the way, the address of Diagon Alley. Professor McGonagall pulled out a small stick-like object from the cloak, and with a light wave, a line appeared on the wall of John's house. 117 Charing Cross Road, Westminster, London. Then goodbye, the Hart family. After finished, she walked out of the room and disappeared. Wait a minute, Judy tried to chase out, but as soon as she reached the door, she found that she couldn't find the other party. Obviously, not everyone can enjoy the treatment of the teacher taking him to Diagon Alley to buy things like the Savior. Is this a dream? Judy murmured after returning to the room. Mom, I don't think it should be. John smiled helplessly and said, it is impossible for the three of us to have the same dream. Chapter 3, New Future Plan. Half an hour later, Mr. Eric Hart drove his car on the way to London. John is sitting behind the car. Southampton is a 2-hour drive from London. This way, he can sort out his thoughts a bit. John's current thoughts can be described by Shakespeare's famous saying, magic or science, this is a problem. But to be honest, he doesn't have much choice. Although the wizarding world of Harry Potter is not a high magic world, many of the props and magic are extremely powerful. For example, the Sage's Stone that can turn stones into gold and extend life indefinitely, a time converter that can be used by third-year students with almost no side effects, a lucky potion that boosts luck and makes you invulnerable and successful. Space teleportation, memory modification, mind control, and other powerful spells can be easily used by most adults. It can be said that an excellent adult wizard in the world of Harry Potter, in addition to the frontal combat power, other aspects of abilities are very comprehensive and terrifying. The current level of science on the Earth, I am afraid that it will take another 300 to 500 years to develop before it can be done calmly. And even though the wizard is criticized for being weak, the wand is not as good as a gun. But largely because of the Ministry of Magic's deliberate control of offensive and destructive spells. Peter can blow up half a street with a spell, and Crabbe can even summon a fierce fire capable of destroying Horcrux. You must know that Peter and Crabbe are both learned scumbags at Hogwarts, so the destructive power of wizards is actually underestimated. For John now, it is no doubt stupid that magic does not exist. The previous planning and the hard work of the past 10 years should now be forgotten. John needs to plan again for the future. Studying magic hard is definitely the first thing. The general level of Hogwarts students is actually not high. Both Harry and Ron can be regarded as top students in grades, even Captain Quidditch and Prefect, it can be seen what the other students are. John is very confident. With his mature mind and excellent memory, he controls magic far more than his future classmates. The second thing is to stay away from the protagonist trio. From the beginning of school, the first grade has 3 dogs, the second grade fights the basilisk, the third grade Wolverine comes with 100 Dementors, and the fourth grade is the dragon, mermaid, sphinx, and Voldemort round. This kind of fearless spirit of death, if you don't have the protagonist's aura, you can walk all the way and spend 10 resurrection coins, right? I shouldn't have the protagonist's aura, and St. Mungo's Hospital shouldn't have developed the resurrection magic, so stay away from them and stay alive to get DPS. By the way, according to the year, I should have enrolled in the second grade of the Harry Potter trio, so keeping a distance from Ginny Weasley is also very important. Miss Weasley should have been controlled by Voldemort when she first entered school, and then went to open the secret room and release the basilisk on Halloween Eve. It's impossible to stop her, and it's impossible in this life. John doesn't have the self-confidence of being a first-year student to harden Voldemort's Horcrux. Of course, it's feasible to be an enthusiastic crowd in Chaoyang District if given the opportunity. In addition to the protagonist trio and Ginny Weasley, the principal Albus Dumbledore had better keep a little distance from him. Naturally, not because of Dumbledore's sexual orientation. The key issue is that Dumbledore is a master of Pantheon. I am a freshman in the first grade. I am afraid that I will look at each other and Dumbledore's mind will discover all the secrets in my heart. If his identity as a traverser is discovered by Dumbledore, the ghost knows whether he will count himself in him. In the Porter development plan. Of course, nothing unexpected happened. I was an ordinary Muggle-born little wizard, so naturally he would not attract Dumbledore's attention. With a low-key and persistent experience for several years, if you secretly learn occlumency, you don't have to be afraid of anything. In the second grade, you must avoid running outside on the night of the full moon. After all, Snape's wolf's poison has not undergone a double-blind experiment. What if it fails? Lupin has also not taken the medicine on time and according to the dose. Experience, so there are certain security risks. Don't worry about the Dementors. Dumbledore does not allow the Dementors to enter the campus due to personal factors. At this stage, the Dementors are also restricted by the Ministry of Magic and will not hurt people casually. Of course, the Guardian Curse still needs to be learned, and it is enough to make a silver light to drive away the Dementors. The Triwizard Tournament is about to open in the third grade. This is a good opportunity. Think of a way to have a good relationship with Mrs. Maxim, the principal of Booth Barton School of Witchcraft and Wizardry during this time, and then find an opportunity to transfer to Booth Barton, and take his parents to settle in Paris with him, so that he can escape Voldemort's resurrection in the UK. There was a terrorist attack. Ifamuni can also be used. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. Durmstrang is fine. What if Voldemort takes the Death Eaters to kill their principal, and washes the school easily? After transferring to another school and staying until the end of the 6th grade, I can form a volunteer army in Booth Baton or Ifamuni, and return to London to participate in the final battle and experience some experience. Of course, it is best to drink some blessing before the fight. 117 Charing Cross Road, Westminster, London. I think we're there. Eric stopped his car while looking at his notepad. The car parked in front of a dirty and small bar, between a big bookstore and a record shop on the other side. Is it here? Eric raised his head with some suspicion and took a closer look at the number of Broken Cauldron Bar. It should be. John nodded. Hello, gentlemen. A bar owner with almost stripped hair and looking like a walnut, quietly appeared in front of them. I am the owner of the Broken Cauldron, Tom. Muggle. He glanced at Eric and then at John. A freshman at Hogwarts. Yes, sir. John nodded. I'm John Hart, a freshman at Hogwarts. This is my father. He doesn't know how to make magic. I think you should go to Diagon Alley, right? Tom, the owner of the Broken Cauldron Bar, showed an ugly smile. Please follow me. They crossed the bar and came to a small courtyard surrounded by walls. There is nothing here except a trash can and some weeds. Count 3 pieces on the trash can, then count 2 pieces sideways, 3 times. Tom pointed to the wall, and turned his head. I will also look after my bar. Good luck, Mr. Hart and Mr. Muggle. Chapter 4, Gillen Court. Count up to 3 pieces and then count 2 on the horizontal line, John whispered, and at the same time he tapped the brick 3 times with his finger. Did not appear at the gate of Diagon Alley as he imagined. The wall did not respond. What's the matter? John frowned, remembering Hagrid in the original book. Didn't it just open the door of Diagon Alley like this? I'll try it. Eric leaned in and tapped the brick 3 times in the same way. Still nothing happens. John suddenly remembered that Hagrid in the original book knocked this wall with his umbrella, magic wand, but he hasn't bought a magic wand yet. Was about to turn around and called Tom, the owner of the Broken Cauldron Bar, to ask him for help. Suddenly, he heard the sound of leather boots stepping on the floor. Then, a middle-aged man wearing glasses, holding a briefcase, and wearing a suit, humming the tune of Nelson's song in his mouth, strode. "Come! Dr. Granger!" He only heard Eric beside him, shouting in surprise. "Oh, God, Mr. Hart!" The middle-aged man helped his glasses with an unbelievable expression. "I can actually see you here." I was surprised too. The 2 elders immediately greeted each other. After a few greetings, the middle-aged man seemed to remember something, and then took out a small wooden stick from his briefcase. With the small wooden stick, he tapped twice against the wall. The brick he had struck shook and began to move. A small hole appeared in the middle. The opening of the hole became bigger and bigger, and soon there was a piece in front of them. The wide archway leads to a winding cobblestone street with no end in sight. "I think, Mr. Hart, you are also here in Diagon Alley?" Dr. Granger asked. "Diagon Alley, it seems to be." Eric smiled. "Dr. Granger, I didn't expect you to be a wizard." Eric began to introduce the middle-aged man to John. Wendell Granger, a well-known dentist in London. Eric has seen several illnesses with him and once helped him deal with a patient dispute. The 2 are old friends, and the relationship is fair not bad. "Me, wizard?" Mr. Granger was taken aback, then shook his head and said with a smile, "I am not a wizard. My daughter is a wizard. I just took her wand. You should be the same. Come on, Mr. Hart." "That's right." Eric smiled and nodded. "This is my son John. He was admitted to a wizarding school called Hogwarts." "Hello, Mr. Hart." Granger bent over and shook hands with John, and then said to Eric, "My daughter is also a Hogwarts student. She was admitted last year. Today I sent her here. She needs to come here to buy a new robe and a few books, so she asked me to have a drink at the Broken Cauldron Bar and pick her up at Mrs. Morgan's robe shop at 3 o'clock. While talking, Granger looked at his watch. "I think, I have half an hour, so I can take you around Diagon Alley first." Then, the 3 of them walked into the Broken Cauldron Bar. 2 adult men in suits, and a child in sportswear, shuttled among a group of wizards in black robes. It was indeed a bit obvious, and many times attracting attention. Mr. Granger seems to be accustomed to this look. "I think wizards rarely come into contact with us, so it would be strange to see us. They usually call us muggles. I don't think this is a polite name. Mr. Hart, I suggest you go to Gringotts, the wizard's bank first. There, you can exchange pounds for 100 gallons, the wizard's currency." Granger, who was a coming man, began to give. They are introduced by father and son. 100 gallons. John suddenly noticed something. Yes, the exchange rate is 5:1 for the pound, but the upper limit is 100 gallons. Mr. Granger continued to introduce. "We are here, and the front is Gringotts." Led by Mr. Granger, they came to a snow-white building towering high above the surrounding shops. Next to the shiny bronze gate, stood a fairy wearing a scarlet and gold uniform. The fairy's head was shorter than John, and he wore a strange dress with pointed fingers sticking out. "Welcome, Mr. Simpark, are you probably going to get money from your vault? Hurry up, please come in." The goblin's voice was quite sharp, and he was welcoming a wizard in front of John. "Oh, 2 muggles." When the goblin's gaze shifted to John and his party, the expression on his face was a bit disgusting. "This is Mr. John Hart, a freshman at Hogwarts. He needs to exchange muggle currency for some wizard's currency," Mr. Granger said softly as if he didn't see the expression of the goblin. "Go to Borg, he's in charge of this." The goblin said coldly, go in the 6th counter on the left. Let's go. Mr. Granger smiled helplessly at their father and son. As I said, we are not really welcome here. The 6th counter from the left, here stands a young-looking fairy. Hello. Eric cleared his throat. At first glance, it is here for currency exchange. The young fairy Borg didn't look up at all. Just tell my name. John Hart. It seems to be on the list. The goblin stretched out his finger and tapped gently at the ledger in front of him. Okay, no problem. Then, it stretched out and handed it a purse, as if it was afraid of getting it dirty. Eric took the purse with a slightly unsightly face, and then took a £500 note from his pocket. The fairy took the bill, and threw it into his cabinet without even looking at it. Reading www.uugonshu.com. Can I only exchange 100 gallons? John glanced at the goblin and asked again. Yes, Mr. Hart. The goblin raised his head, facing John. His attitude seemed a lot better. In fact, this fund is sponsored by Hogwarts. From 1st grade to in 7th grade, at this time of year, you can redeem the same amount. After finished speaking, there was an ugly smile on its face. Don't you think that Muggle money is of any use to us? What the goblin said is right. An adult wizard, whether using illegal or legal means, to get a large amount of Muggle currency is very easy to do. If you can really exchange Canaan and British pound at will, it may even cause serious consequences. The three people walked out of Gringa. Mr. Granger looked at his watch. I think it's almost 3:30, Mr. Hart. Do you want to go to Mrs. Morgan's robe shop with me? Maybe you can let my daughter and your son meet in advance. I'm honored, Mr. Granger. John suddenly stood up and said innocently, but it seems to be a bit late now. I want my father to buy robes and textbooks. I will buy one myself. A magic wand. I just heard a wizard say that it takes a long time to buy a suitable wand. While talking, John smiled embarrassedly. I think it won't be long before I can meet Miss Granger at school. I'm sorry it's a bit late today. It's okay. Mr. Granger nodded graciously. Then you go and buy a magic wand. It does take a lot of time. The wand shop, I remember it's over there. Chapter 5, Weird Wand. The surname is Granger, his profession is a dentist, and his daughter is studying at Hogwarts, sophomore. John is not a fool, so he can guess who his daughter is. But now that he has decided to keep a distance from the protagonist trio, John actively gave up the opportunity to meet each other in advance. Whether it is Miss Watson's or Miss Black, what does it have to do with yourself? Before you really control a certain amount of magic, you still need to persuade you. Leaving Eric and Dr. Granger, John stood in front of a short and broken shop. The golden sign on the door has been peeled off, and it says, Ollivander, a good wand has been made since 382 BC. Entering the shop, the space inside is not large. John sat on the recliner in the middle of the shop, and when he looked up, there were almost thousands of long and narrow paper boxes on the ceiling, clearly visible. Good afternoon, a soft voice said. Hello. John quickly stood up and saw the thin old man who suddenly appeared behind him. Are you Mr. Ollivander? Yes, I know I will see you soon, John Hart, that's not a problem. The thin old man said with a mysterious face, you look almost like your father's. Back then he came here to buy his first wand, it's like yesterday. Ollivander was stunned. John was also stunned at this time. He said weakly, Mr. Ollivander, if I remember correctly, my father should not be a wizard. Really? Ollivander stammered, then he quickly took out a piece of parchment from his robe, glanced at it, and quickly took it back. At this moment, John squinted and saw the parchment. It seemed to have a string of names written on it, and the names of relatives and their magic wands appeared to be recorded in the back. It seems that I read it wrong. Oh no, I remember it wrong. Ollivander coughed awkwardly. Well, Mr. Hart, which hand are you good at? Oh, I am used to using my right hand. It may be because of the embarrassing scene that Ollivander almost didn't say a word during the measurement. Did not say anything like wand selection wizard or I remember every wand sold. Mr. Hart, try this one, made of ebony wood and snake nerve. It is 9 inches long. After a quick measurement, he pulled one out of the boxes on the ceiling and took out the wand in it. John picked up this somewhat short wand, but there was no response. The chance of getting hit by a single shot does not seem to be great. Maybe you can try this one, maple wood, phoenix feather, 11 inches long. About an hour later, John felt his hands were a little sore, and he could hardly lift it up. He tried the magic wand handed over by Ollivander at a rate of about 10 seconds. Thousands of paper boxes piled up beside him and Ollivander. More importantly, Shanken's cardboard boxes on the ceiling seemed to be running out. Such a picky customer is wonderful and difficult. Ollivander's face seemed quite excited. This one, made of ebony and unicorn hair, 8.5 inches long. An extraordinary combination. Ollivander handed the wand over eagerly. John waved it, but still had no response. At this moment, John even felt that Professor McGonagall had made a mistake. He was not a wizard at all. Otherwise, how could he choose the right wand for an hour? It's more difficult than imagined. Ollivander seemed to be lost in thought. Suddenly he realized, wait a moment, Mr. Hart. Then, he disappeared suddenly. John was able to sit back in the chair and relax his arms. 3 minutes later, Ollivander reappeared, holding a dusty paper box in his hand. You can try this one, Mr. Hart. He opened the paper box carefully, and took out a strange-looking wand from it. John took it. It was smooth and completely different to the touch from other wands, and on this hot day, there was a slight chill on the wand. Before I had time, I heard a whistle, and then I saw a red light. The golden stars on the head of the magic wand were shining like fireworks, and the beating spots were cast on the walls. Oh, great! Great! Ollivander almost exclaimed. Oh! John's eyes lit up. Could it be that his wand, like the protagonist's wand, has an extraordinary birth? For example, is a brother relationship with the wand of a powerful wizard? A unicorn has 2 hairs, one made into Dumbledore's wand, and one made into this one? Forget it, Dumbledore is a bitch, a bit disgusting, Newt Scamander is good, and Nick LeMay is fine. Just when John wanted to get into trouble, Ollivander sentenced his ideas to death. In fact, this magic wand is not my work. Hey! John opened his mouth suddenly. He came from a stick maker from China, and Chinese wizards are used to calling the wand maker a stick maker. Almost 20 years ago, that Chinese rod maker, who fled from Hong Kong to London at that time, I met him and exchanged experience in rod making for a while. Escape from Hong Kong. John suddenly noticed something. You reading www.uuganshu.com. Yes, the Chinese magical world for more than 20 years is in a state of dire straits. At that time, the Chinese Muggles overthrew the rule of wizards and they smashed their wands. Moreover, the Muggles forced wizards without magic wands to go to their villages, using magic to help them refine steel, and even farm and harvest. Only a few wizards escaped. Ollivander recalled, said. What happened then? John asked quickly. 10 years ago, Chinese wizards regained the power of rule from Muggles. My friend who was a rod maker also returned. Before we left, we gave each other a magic wand. Ollivander didn't seem to want to discuss the history of Chinese magic, but from which paper box he found a piece of cloth with a young head. I found, made of green bamboo, 13 inches, with iron eater hair inside. Ollivander looked at the cloth and read, no wonder it is so smooth. I used green bamboo. Iron eater. John felt that the name was familiar. A kind of magical animal living in China. I think Newt Scamander should have recorded it. The body is a bit like a bear, and the body color is black and white. The Iron Eater has a strong charm and can very relaxed charm wizards and muggles, especially women, caress them and provide food. Ollivander said casually, the hair of the Iron Eater is the essence of magic commonly used by Chinese rod makers to make wands. They believe that the Iron Eater possesses more powerful and pure magic than the unicorn, although I have reservations about it. Attitude. He has packed John's wand in a U-shaped box and wrapped it in brown paper. The price is 8 gallons, Mr. Hart. Chapter 6, Preparation before school starts. Mr. Ollivander paid 8 gallons, and John took his wand and hurried away. Although more than an hour was wasted in Ollivander's wand shop, he was still satisfied with the wand he got. Because it is made of bamboo, it is quite comfortable to hold it in your hand, and the toughness and firmness are much higher than ordinary wood, and it can even be used as a melee weapon in emergency situations. Then, he found Eric at Mrs. Morgan's robe shop. Eric had helped him buy most of the items on the list. He carried a large bag of clothes in his hand, including 3 sets of plain work gowns, black, a plain pointed hat, black, for daytime wear, a pair of protective gloves, made of dragon skin or similar materials, and 1 winter cloak. There is also a large pot, made of pewter, standard size number 2, a set of crystal vials, a telescope, and a brass balance. The only thing left to purchase is the textbook. John opened the list. Standard Spells, Elementary, by Miranda Gozak. The History of Magic by Bathilda Baschet. Theory of Magic, by Adby Wovlin. A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, by Emery Switch. Thousands of Magical Herbs and Mushrooms by Felicitas Ball. Magic Potion and Potion, by Arsene Jig. Break with the Female Ghost, by Guydrol Lockhart. Swim with the Ghouls, by Guydrol Lockhart. Holiday with Dominatrix by Guydrol Lockhart. Walk with the Trolls, by Guydrol Lockhart. Traveling on a Ship with Vampires by Guydrol Lockhart. Wandering with the Werewolves by Guydrol Lockhart. A Year with the Tibetan Snowman by Guydrol Lockhart. A total of 13 textbooks. John is a bit big-head, especially the pile of books by Lockhart at the back. Each of them is extremely expensive, which adds up to 20 gallons. But there is no way, John gritted his teeth, he has to go to school without his textbooks. Put this pile of books into the shopping basket. He bought 3 extra books, Quentin Trimbo's Guide to Defense Against the Dark Arts and Self-Defense, Newt's Commander's Where Are Fantastic Beasts and Lebas Balich's Preparation of Advanced Potions. I bought so many things, the previous 100 gallons, there are only less than 40 left. If it weren't for the shame in the bag, John would definitely buy more books on defense against the dark arts and potions. Fortunately, Hogwarts does not have to pay tuition and accommodation fees, and even a first-year freshman cannot go to Hogsmeade. 40 gallons can be used for a year without much problem. He declined Eric's suggestion to buy him an L, 10 gallons for an L. After all, poverty makes people sane. In the last month of 86 East Lee Road, John was immersed Indiana the pile of magic books. He has gone through more than a dozen books, including the adventure novels written by Guydrol Loha. The smallest room at 86 East Lee Road was transformed into an animal room, which contained several cages of experimental mice. There is a small loophole in the Reasonable Restraint of Juvenile Wizards Act, which does not include young wizards who have not yet started to learn magic but who have already obtained magic wands. The Ministry of Magic has not registered them either. So John took advantage of this loophole, took advantage of this month, and used his magic wand to cast spells at home. It's a pity that the results achieved seem to be somewhat unsatisfactory. On the night of August 31st, John appeared in the animal room with a magic wand. Stupefy. He raised his wand and pointed it at a squirrel cage. Coma spell, a common spell used by members of the Ministry of Magic and the Order of the Phoenix, is also a very practical spell. It can be very effective to temporarily lose consciousness of the target, and even has a certain effect on giants and dragons. On the last pages of the Guide to the Dark Arts and Self-Defense, John found out how to use it. At this stage, when the unforgivable spell is completely banned, the stunning spell is undoubtedly one of the most powerful single spells. A faint red light flashed and hit the mouse in the cage. Squeak! The mouse let out a scream, and then quickly moved a position, but that was all. John smiled helplessly. This effect was the best he had done in his entire summer vacation. If the spell of oneself hits the enemy, it will only make the enemy feel a little itchy. Stupefaction spells, so that most spells are quite simple to release, but it is very difficult to really have an effect. Many of the spells in this world do not require in-depth study, but are extremely dependent on the wizard's emotions. Is like releasing the unforgivable curse, one must be cruel. To release the patron saint curse, one must think of truly happy things. The release of the coma curse also requires the wizard to generate a kind of emotion from the bottom of his heart that hopes to stun the target. John feels that if he is in the world view of D&D, he is not a mage at all, but a bloodline warlock. Because of his maturity, John rarely fluctuates emotionally. This kind of stable emotion is not conducive to the release of many spells. But not every spell. You read www.yunshu. He can't master calm. Raised the wand again, John aimed at the mouse. Petrificus totalis. In an instant, the expression on the face and the movements of the body solidified at the same time. It seemed to be petrified, unable to move, only the eyes were spinning around. The release of the petrification spell does not depend on emotions, and young wizards can use it perfectly. After a month of practice, John has controlled it very well. However, the shortcomings of the petrification spell are also obvious. It takes several seconds from when the spell hits the target to when the target is completely petrified. If the opponent reacts quickly, he can cancel the spell by himself and initiate a counterattack at the same time. Putting away the wand, John glanced at the animal room in front of him with some nostalgia. I am going to Hogwarts tomorrow, and this animal room also loses its meaning until I turn 17. He came to a corner of the room and found a glass cage that was almost abandoned here. 2 red South African spiders lay quietly in the glass cage, beside them are the remains of many breadworms and crickets. This is the pet John asked Eric to buy for him 2 weeks ago. Wrap the glass cage carefully with cotton, put it into the carton, and then put the carton in the suitcase. Near the paper box, there is also a small bag of realgar he bought at a drugstore. And a rooster-shaped alarm clock, which he bought in a supermarket in Southampton not long ago. It is said that a rooster's call was recorded in it, and it will be emitted when it rings. John also specially brought a few extra sessions. Battery. Everything is ready. John also slept on the bed, and soon fell asleep. Chapter 7, King 10 Station. At 8 o'clock the next morning, John woke up from his sleep. Turning off the alarm clock that was still crowing loudly, he got up from the bed, put on jeans and shirt. He didn't want to wear thick and stuffy wizard robe into the train station. Picked up the suitcase and went to the courtyard downstairs. Eric had started the car and got out to help John carry the suitcase to the trunk. Judy also changed shoes there. Mom, do you want to be with us too? John asked. Yes. A gentle smile appeared on Judy's face. I will go to King's Cross Station with Eric to see you off. The car was driving on the highway. Eric hummed the tone of God Bless Queen while driving. Judy was in the back seat, with a sad look on her face, while constantly exhorting. In school, don't be as casual as at home. Don't fight with professors and classmates. It's cold, remember to add clothes. I have put 2 woolen sweaters at the bottom of your purse. I see, Mom. John didn't seem bored by Judy's babbling, but responded with a smile on his face. Hey, I'm still a little worried. Judy hid her face with her hands. It's the first time she will be separated from her son for so long in more than 10 years. Don't worry about it, my dear. Eric seemed to have a better mentality. He hummed a little song while teasing, Believe our baby, I think his ability to survive alone is better than you. Shut up. Judy gave him a blank look. But she seems to be in a better mood. They spent about 2 hours on the road, and arrived at King's Cross Station at 10:30. Eric put the suitcase on the trolley and asked, "John, which platform should we go to?" 11 o'clock, platform 9 3/4. John took out his ticket. What? 9 3/4? Eric frowned. I don't remember that there is such a platform at King's Cross Station. Perhaps we should go between the 9th and 10th platforms. Knowing the plot of the previous life novels, John is naturally familiar. King's Cross Station is almost one of the oldest railway stations in Europe and is now the largest railway station in London. However, its prosperous degree is worse than that of the Magic City Hongqiao Station and even the Magic City Station that John had seen in the past. Too much. After passing through some sparse crowds, they came to the 9th platform. The destination of Platform 9 is Aberdeen, Scotland, and Platform 10 is Glasgow, Scotland. Based on the changes in the weather at Hogwarts he knew in his previous life, John could speculate that the actual location of Hogwarts should be the northern tip of the British Isles and the mountainous regions of central Scotland. Calculating the distance from London is more than 400 miles, 600 kilometers, no wonder the train departs at 11 a.m. and arrives at night. I don't think I saw any 9 3/4 station. Eric glanced between Platform 9 and Platform 10, then shrugged. Then, he went to a guard passing by and asked. Judging from the expression on the guard's face, he seemed to treat Eric as something. John looked at the big clock on the side. It was 10:15 now, which was not good news. Although he knew that the way to enter Platform 9 3/4 was to pass through a pillar between Platform 9 and platform, but there were at least a dozen pillars in front of him. You can't try one by one with your head, it's silly. Moreover, according to his memory of the plot of Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets in his previous life, due to Dobby's sake, Platform 9 3/4 will be closed early. At that time, he has to follow the two saviors we went to school by speeding together, and were confined by the way. Grandma, my toad seems to be gone again. A timid voice suddenly came from behind. Oh, Neville! He heard an old woman sigh again. John's eyes lit up and he turned around quickly. An old and a young, an old lady and a boy are walking towards this side. The old lady looks very imposing, and the boy looks a little clumsy. Both of them wore black wizard robes, which seemed incompatible with others. Eric also obviously heard their conversation and spotted them. Without John's reminder, he hurried over. Hello, madam. I'm Hart. Eric said with a stern face, my son is about to go to the 9 3/4 station. He is a freshman at Hogwarts, but we don't know the way. Muggle. Seeing Eric's clothes, the old lady was obviously surprised. But Eric is a lawyer after all, and the words give people a feeling of trust. Hello, Mr. Hart. I am Mrs. Longbottom. The old lady said with a smile, my grandson, Neville, he is a second-year student at Hogwarts. I think he can take your son go to the 9 3/4 station. Hello, Senior Longbottom. John smiled at Neville and said enthusiastically. The other side nodded to him timidly in response. Neville, take Mr. Hart into the station. Madame Longbottom ordered, with a sense of non-commitment in her words. Okay. Grandma. Neville's voice was low. You reading www.udconshu.com. Then, he pushed his luggage trolley and rushed towards Platform 9 and one of the pillars of Platform 10. John hurriedly pushed the car and followed. Mrs. Longbottom's voice came from behind, Mr. Hart, walk in the middle of the pillar and pretend that there is nothing in front of you so that you won't be hit. Boom! John suddenly slowed down when he heard a slight impact from the front. Following Mrs. Longbottom's instructions, he deliberately walked in the middle of the pillar. A crimson steam locomotive appeared in front of him, and the sign on the train read, Hogwarts Express. There is a brand new platform next to the train, and the platform says 9 Station. It worked. John smiled happily. Oh. Neville covered his head on one side, and the luggage cart tilted to the side. There is a slight red bump on his head. Seeing him like this, it is obvious that he has just crossed the platform, his head is sideways and hit. It's okay, Senior Longbottom? John asked with concern. No. Nothing. Neville held his head and barely got up. Navy. A clear voice came from one side, are you all right? A little girl with brown hair trot over. I do not. Before Neville could finish speaking, the girl had already pulled out her wand from her belt and pointed it at Neville's head, muttering something in her mouth. The redness and swelling on Nai's head disappeared quickly. Thank you, Hermione. Neville straightened his cart. Hart, hey, what about the others? The boy who accompanied him into the 9 3/4 station just now is gone. Chapter 8, on the Hogwarts Express train, top. With a little tune in his mouth, John Hart has quietly pushed his suitcase onto the steam locomotive. Squinting his eyes just now, he saw that Hermione Granger was not black. This is good news. But not necessarily. After all, considering your future plans, there is a high probability that there will not be too much overlap with Hermione. Maybe it is black to be worthwhile? Squeezed through the crowd. He found an empty compartment near the rear of the car, and then put the suitcase on the pedals. Although he was only 11 years old, John's body was not at all thin, and there was nothing wrong with carrying dozens of kilograms of luggage. Then he took out the Where Are Fantastic Beasts written by Newt Scamander from the suitcase, half laid on a chair, and turned it over. Page 117. Although he didn't make any mark, he had already memorized this page number by heart. When turning the page, he deliberately made the action lighter so as not to wrinkle the page. Basilisk. Magic part class level, XXXXX, extremely dangerous. The first recorded basilisk was bred by Despicable Helbo, a Greek black wizard who knew a snake-like voice. After many experiments, this person discovered that by putting a little hen's egg under the body of a toad, it will hatch a dangerous snake with extraordinary abilities. The basilisk is a large snake with a dazzling green body, which can grow up to 50 feet in length. The male snake has a bright red feather on its head. Its fangs are extremely toxic, but its most dangerous attack method is to stare at the target with its big yellow eyes. As long as anyone's gaze touches its gaze, it will be killed instantly. Spiders run as soon as they see the basilisk. The basilisk is their natural enemy, and the only thing that can make the basilisk run away is the crow of the rooster, because it is fatal to the basilisk. If food is sufficient, basilisk will eat all mammals, birds, and many kinds of reptiles. The lifespan of this snake will be very long. It is believed that the basilisk of Despicable Helbo lived almost 900 years old. In addition to its unique magic power and extremely long lifespan, many of the characteristics of the basilisk come from its nature as a poisonous snake. Like ordinary venomous snakes, the basilisk will shed its skin once in a while. Its omnivorous nature is also common in huge snakes. Although it is not clearly pointed out, the skin of the basilisk is likely to be armored like dragon skin. Characteristics: it can reflect the spell hitting it, and only its eyes and mouth are the only weak points of defense. Since the Middle Ages, the creation of basilisks has been regarded as illegal, but this behavior is easy to hide, because you only need to take out the little hen's egg from under the toad's body before the Magic Creature Management and Control Department comes. However, the basilisk is not only controlled by the snake-like voice, no one can do it, so they are not only dangerous to other people, but also dangerous to most dark wizards. There has been no record of witnessing a basilisk in Britain for at least 400 years. Looked away from the book, in fact, since the summer vacation, John has read this passage at least 20 times, and it has long been overwhelming. As a Muggle-born wizard, John is still very conscious. Since the door of the Halloween Chamber of Secrets was opened in 1992, he may be attacked by the basilisk at any time to complete Tom Riddle's battle against Hogwarts. The purification of the pedigree. Although there are a lot of Muggle-born students at Hogwarts, they may not get themselves, and reducing night outs can greatly reduce the probability of being attacked, but after all, you are not afraid of 10,000, just in case, you must do the worst at any time. Intend. Judging from the available information, John did not think of an effective way to deal with the basilisk. The only offensive spell that I can easily use is the Petrified Curse. Using the Petrified Curse to attack the basilisk is simply an axe. I can only hope that the Realgar powder and the rooster alarm clock will work and scare away the basilisk in times of crisis. John still has a glorious mirror in his pocket at all times. In the worst case, he will use it to petrify himself and wait for Mandela. Grass comes to cure. Hey, what do you mean? Then Tom Riddle is obviously a mixed race. How can he turn his head to be so cruel to Muggles and Muggles? Sure enough, the ancients don't deceive me, the two devils are more cruel than the real devils. The sliding door of the compartment suddenly opened. A girl with long blonde curly hair, long eyelashes, and a pair of lovely dimples walked in. Is anyone here? She pointed to the seat opposite John, and asked softly, the other places are mostly full. No one, sit down. John said casually. At the same time, he helped the girl put her purse on the pedal. Thank you. The girl smiled and looked very sweet. She sat across from John. Excuse me, are you Hart, John Hart? John closed the book in his hand, a freshman at Hogwarts. UU reading www.uugonshu.com. Greengrass, my name is Astoria Greengrass. I am also a first-year freshman. Green glasses? John almost laughed. Why don't you call Altria Greenheart? However, it is very rude to laugh at the other party's surname no matter what country he is in. John didn't put that rude expression on his face. I searched for the characters that appeared in Harry Potter from my mind, and I didn't seem to have such a character in my mind. Then there should be no danger. Nice to meet you, Miss Greengrass, he greeted politely. Me too, Mr. Hart. The other party had already put on Hogwarts' new robe early, and there was a small snake logo printed on the suitcase, which seemed to be born from a pure-blood family. John turned his gaze out of the window and saw that Eric and Judy had come here, and Mrs. Longbottom was by their side. John knocked on the window quickly, then waved to them. Woo! With a long whistle, the train started to move slowly. Eric smiled and waved goodbye to John, while Judy was wiping tears there, and Mrs. Longbottom was comforting her. Until the car completely disappeared from their sight. Are you from the Longbottom family? Miss Greengrass asked softly. Of course not, I said, my last name is Hart. That, are you relatives of the two Muggles just now? Of course, they are my parents, is there any problem? John said coldly. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Astoria said 3 apologies. I have no ill intentions. Chapter 9, on the Hogwarts Express, middle. Repeated apologies from the other party made John's impression of her a little better. Just saw the little snake on the suitcase. He thought this girl was one of the noble Slytherin pure-blooded members, so he never gave her a good face. Probably only in a small area like Europe, where close relatives are generally married and religious oppression is serious, there will be such a stupid argument that blood is everything and pure blood is noble. On both sides of the Pacific, a sentence "the princes will have a kind of peace" or "everyone is born an equal" can suffocate these pure-bloodists to death. In other words, are you Muggle-born? The girl looked at John's expression a little softly, and asked softly. Yes. John frowned when he heard the word Muggle, but he nodded. My father is a lawyer, and my mother is a costume designer. Wow! Miss Greengrass looked very interested. So hemp. Ordinary people also have professions like lawyers and fashion designers. I have never contacted them, and I don't know their world at all. Of course, I think ordinary people should do better than wizards in these aspects. My parents both work in the Ministry of Magic. Miss Green SLAs said casually, I have an older sister named Daphne. She is now in the 2nd grade. When I just got in the car, I got separated with her, and a younger brother. Daphne Greengrass? The name sounds familiar, but there is no related memory. She should have appeared in the original Harry Potter books, but there are very few scenes, otherwise it is impossible to remember with her own memory. I don't have any brothers or sisters. John said, and opened the book in his hand at the same time, I hope there is one. This sentence is true, he is an only child for both lives. What are you looking at, Mr. Hart? Where are the magical animals? John showed her the book in his hand. You can call me John, Miss Greengrass. Then you should call me Astoria, too. The girl blinked slyly. Do you like magical animals too, John? They quickly became familiar and began to discuss eagerly. Discusses who is the smarter dwarf or fox, which is more suitable for pets and how to gain the trust of a tree guard. It can be seen that Astoria does know a lot about magical animals. You know so much. Astoria said with a look of envy. Her mother is the director of the Department of Management and Control of Magical Creatures in the Ministry of Magic, so she can learn so much about magical creatures. Unexpectedly, she pales in comparison to a muggle-born peer like John Hart. John smiled. His outstanding memory is one of the few benefits he has traveled through. Right, John? Astoria asked suddenly, which college do you want to go to? This question was asked by John all at once. What about you? He could only ask back. Slytherin. There was a trace of pride on the girl's face. Our whole family graduated from Slytherin. How about you? I think I should go back to Hufflepuff. After thinking about it for a while, John said. Slytherin eliminated the 4 colleges first. After all, he was a sordid hemp, and couldn't be worthy of the noble pure-blood college. Gryffindor was eliminated second and went to Gryffindor. It's like getting close to the protagonist trio and Ginny Weasley. Is the question of choosing one between Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. In fact, neither of these John matters. It's just that if I go to Ravenclaw and have to endlessly guess the brain teasers of the door knocker, it's a bit troublesome. It's better for Hufflepuff. Hufflepuff. Astoria raised her tone subconsciously. Her tone stammered. How is this possible? I mean, my sister told me. Hufflepuff has many. Hufflepuff has a lot of eateries. John smiled. It seems that Hufflepuff is at the bottom of the Hogwarts chain of contempt. Isn't this because Hufflepuff is the closest college to the kitchen? To be honest, I still want to be a rice bucket. I still don't want you to go to Hufflepuff. Astoria lowered her head. I hope you can come to Slytherin. Her last sentence is very light, as small as a mosquito. John didn't seem to hear. He was rumbling through the box. Soon, he uncovered a big bag from the box, which was densely packed with a lot of snacks. Snacks on the train are always very expensive. This law is also true in the wizarding world. A year ago, the 2 main protagonists of Porter and Weasley, it was here that they spent almost 2/3 of the extra to buy snacks. John, who has a poor family background, naturally won't spend this amount of wronged money. 2 days before departure, he went to the Asda supermarket on Eastleigh Road to buy a large bag of snacks, enough for him to eat at Hogwarts for a week. This is hemp, your ordinary snack? Astoria asked curiously. You reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Of course, do you want some? While talking, John threw a bottle of Coca-Cola over. Thank you. Astoria hurriedly caught the bottle of drink. But you better not open it directly. Why? Boom. Astoria directly unscrewed the can of Coke, and then countless bubbles burst and splashed on her body. Ah, what kind of magic is this? She smiled happily, it's really interesting. You'd better wipe it, this thing will be sticky after it dries. John quickly handed over the tissue, and put a bunch of snacks on Astoria's seat. Including grilled French fries, raw French fries, as well as grilled cod, grilled trout, grilled salmon, and grilled flounder. At this moment, there was a loud noise from the aisle. My dear, do you want to buy some food in the car? A woman with a dimpled smile and a dimpled face pushed open the compartment door, looking at Astoria, who was full of bubbles but happy on her face, and John, who was holding a tissue next to her. She couldn't help being stunned. I want it. Astoria blushed immediately, pushed John away, and ran down the aisle. But she came back soon, holding Bibitu beans, super bubble gum, chocolate frog, pumpkin pie, pot cake, licorice stick, and some weird things that John had never seen before. Food. Come on, give it to you. She pushed half of it to the opposite side. Thank you. Just as the two were eating, the compartment door opened again. Astoria, you are here. A sharp voice came from outside the door. Chapter 10, on the Hogwarts Express train, below. Sister. Astoria stood up feeling helpless. Standing outside the door was a 12 or 13-year-old girl with blonde curly hair, which looked a little like Astoria, but Astoria had a childish face that made people feel very soft, but she gives a very lingly expression. Daphne Greengrass looked like an angry hen, and glanced at John, who was sitting across from Astoria. Seeing John's shirt and jeans with a disdainful expression on his face, he turned his gaze to Astoria. Where did you go? Do you know how long I have been looking for you? She demanded harshly. Sister, The girl who was questioned seemed a little pale. When I first entered the platform, I lost you. Then you should go to the conductor or the flight attendant. Daphne Greengrass was condescending, instead of looking for a carriage. While talking, she glanced at John warily. Sorry. You can't run around, I think my mother has told you many times. She begged Professor Dumbledore to. Daphne said halfway, and gave John a third look and didn't say any more. Sorry. John on the side of has entered the theatre mode. Although he has a good view of Astoria Greengrass, Daphne Greengrass' attitude makes him a little unhappy. But after all, it's hard for an upright official to judge housework. Being an outsider, it's hard to manage matters between their sisters. Therefore, he is at ease as a spectator. Quickly, pack your things and follow me. Daphne ordered, there is still a place in my private room. Astoria glanced at John a little apologetically, and then nodded stiffly with her pale face. Okay, sister. She began to put the things on the seat back into the suitcase. When she was about to cover the opened bottle of Coca-Cola, but hadn't drunk it, and put it in the box. Astoria! Don't take the dirty stuff that muggles use! Daphne Greengrass screamed. Even though John's performance was very good, he couldn't help frowning at this time. Astoria's face seemed to become paler. Okay, sister. But she didn't seem to dare to disobey her sister's order and put the Coke back in place. There was a sudden sound of messy footsteps outside the door, and the compartment door was opened again. Are there any seats available here? The other places are full. A girl's voice came from the door. The girl seemed to notice Astoria, who was carrying a suitcase and preparing to go out. Hey, are you going to go? Can I take the place where you were just now? This is a very beautiful little girl, she has a soft reddish-brown hair and a pair of brown pupils. More importantly, she does not look strange at all. Mom! John, who was still in theatre mode just now, was almost taken aback. This is probably the last person he wants to see on the train, Ginny Weasley. She was probably looking for Harry and Ron before, so she has no seats yet, but she didn't know that Harry and Ron had already driven to school in a speeding car. Traveling on the train with Ginny Weasley, who has been possessed by Voldemort? This is too scary, you know, it's only 11:15, and there is still almost half a day of journey. What if you get acquainted with her, and when people are happy, they change the first target of the basilisk to themselves? Not to mention that Voldemort himself is a master of Pantheon who can cast spells without a wand. If you inadvertently show the opponent a follow-up story, then trademark will be over. John took measures at the first time. In any case, he had to let Astoria stay and at least persuade Ginny Weasley to leave. Almost in the blink of an eye, he rushed up and pressed Astoria's suitcase. "That, Miss Greengrass." He turned his back to Ginny as much as possible to prevent her from noticing himself. "I think there is nothing wrong with Astoria staying in this private room, as if she has what discomfort. I think I can take care of her." "You?" Daphne Greengrass looked at John's expression and became even more disgusted. "John." "I." Astoria's pale face appeared a little rosy. Ginny Weasley seemed to think there should be no place for this compartment, and turned and left. John couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Sister, I think I can stay and take care of myself." Astoria whispered. This may be one of the few things she meant to disobey her sister in her life. "What did you say?" Daphne Greengrass couldn't believe her ears. She grabbed Astoria Greengrass's hand fiercely, and then yelled at John. "I, definitely, won't let my sister stay in a cubicle with a mudblood." After speaking, she forcibly took Astoria's hand and walked away. John felt his hand, reading www.yuyuganshu.com, trembling slightly. There is rarely such a strong emotion, so angry. The last time this happened was when he attended an academic conference in Marseille in his previous life. A German called him Chink. At that time, he rushed in angrily and punched the opponent severely. If it were not for the instructor and the initiator of the meeting, the relationship was good. If this matter was suppressed, he might be punished by the school after returning to China. The mood now is almost exactly the same as it was then. John's first thought was to take out the magic wand and give the opponent a petrification spell. It's a pity that the wand was placed in the suitcase. When it was taken out, Daphne probably had already left. With a sullen face, he returned to his seat. Although he successfully got rid of Ginny Weasley, he had no sense of accomplishment at all. I made 2 rough gestures on the table with my finger. It is September 1st. The latitude of the Scottish Highlands is about 56 to 57 degrees north latitude, the longitude is about 3 degrees west longitude, and the time zone is Greenwich, 0. Is so simple. Sunset time equals 180 plus time zone 15 longitude plus 10, 10547 pi / 81,000 cos, 2 pi, date plus 9, / 365, 10, latitude pi / 180, 180 / pi, / 15. A simple calculation, the sunset time in the Scottish Highlands is about 19 hours 13 minutes and 40 seconds. According to the original description, the train will not arrive at Hogwarts until after dark. It's just over 400 miles, and it takes more than 8 hours to drive. It's really slow. Just that little distance, pull the Harmony over, maybe it can catch up with Hogwarts lunch. John set the alarm clock to 1910, then lay on the seat, falling asleep. Chapter 11, Arrive at Hogwarts. Oh, oh, oh. With the scream of the alarm clock, John woke up from his sleep. It is 7:10 p.m. GMT, the sky has almost completely darkened. John quickly took out the Hogwarts black robe from the suitcase and passed it onto his body. The train will arrive at Hogwarts in 5 minutes. Please leave your luggage in the car and we will send it to the school for you. A voice echoed on the train. This is good news, I don't need to carry such a heavy salute to school. The train slowed down and finally stopped. John squeezed to the exit, and the passengers pushed and shoved, rushing to the door, and squeezing onto a dark and small platform. First graders! First graders, come here! A loud voice came from the front. John saw a big man who stood out in the crowd. His face was almost completely covered by unkempt long hair and thick tangled beard, but he could still see his black beetle-like eyes gleaming under the hair. "I'm Hagrid, Rupert Hagrid, Hogwarts keykeeper and hunting ground guard." Above a crowd of thousands of people, the big bearded man showed a smile on his face. "Come on, come with me, are there any first-year students? Be careful under your feet, okay? First-year freshmen come with me." Although most of the first-year freshmen followed Hagrid, they kept a certain distance from him because of Hagrid's huge body and fierce face. John followed Hagrid without any scruples. He knew very well that although Hagrid looked a bit fierce, in fact he was a downright good person. Next to John is a very weird girl. She has messy, waist-long white hair, very pale eyebrows and bulging eyes. "It's a wonderful journey, isn't it?" she sighed with intoxicated emotion. "Yes." John nodded, although he didn't know where the strange point was. They followed Hagrid, stumbling and stumbling, and seemed to be walking down a steep and narrow path. "Turning this turn, you will soon see Hogwarts for the first time," Hagrid shouted back. At the end of the narrow path, a black lake suddenly unfolded, which made almost everyone exclaimed, even John, who was mentally prepared, was no exception. "There, it's Hogwarts!" Hagrid shouted, pointing to the other side of the lake. On the high hillside on the other side of the lake stands a towering castle. The top of the castle is lined with spires, and windows are gleaming under the stars. Each boat cannot exceed 4 people. Hagrid pointed to a group of boats moored on the shore and said loudly. John boarded one of the boats, as did the weird white-haired girl, and 2 strange little boys. "Are you all on the boat?" Hagrid shouted, taking a boat by himself. "Well, go ahead." A group of small boats immediately passed the mirror-like lake and sailed forward. This is probably a kind of ritual for Hogwarts' new life. While rowing the oars, John thought to himself. The 4 founders of Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw and Slytherin came to Hogwarts by driving a small boat, therefore, every new student at Hogwarts must go again. Repeat this section of the road. The boat carried them through the ivy tents covering the cliffs to the secret open entrance. They seemed to come to the castle underground along a dark tunnel, and finally reached a place similar to an underground dock, and then climbed onto a ground of gravel and small pebbles. Under the light of Hagrid's lantern, everyone climbed a section of stone steps and gathered in front of a huge oak door. Hagrid raised a worn-out pink umbrella and knocked 3 times on the castle gate. The door was quickly opened. "Welcome to Hogwarts." Hagrid smiled and blinked at the little wizards behind him, and then he continued to drive ahead. In front of them, there is a stone wall with flaming torches around the stone wall. The ceiling is so high that the top is almost invisible, and the front is a luxurious marble staircase leading upstairs. "John." A little hand pulled the robe behind John. "What's the matter?" Hearing this familiar voice, John turned around and said calmly, "Miss Greengrass." Under the shining of the torch, Astoria Greengrass' face looked paler than during the day. Her hand seemed to tremble slightly when she heard the blunt call. Astoria whispered, "Daphne, she really is. She never deliberately called you mudblood, you reading www.yuyugonshu.com she just say you slipped your mouth." John's voice didn't have the slightest sympathy. "Perhaps you call us like that every day at home. Today is only a momentary anger and accidentally slipped in front of people." No. Astoria still wants to distinguish something. Hagrid yelled in front, interrupting the conversation between them. "Professor Snape, why are you here?" A middle-aged man with greasy black hair, a hooked nose, and sallow skin walked through a cabin on a slope. John suddenly felt Professor Severus Snape's gaze, staring at him firmly, and quickly lowered his head. He just came through a door very close to his position, and he might even have heard the conversation between himself and Astoria. Severus Snape stopped less than a yard from John and slowly said, "I heard Barrow say that an extremely precious beating willow seemed to have been injured by something." I am going to take a look. Okay. Hagrid nodded. I'm sending the freshmen to the sorting ceremony. After speaking, Hagrid continued to move forward, and John quickly lowered his head to follow. I don't know if it was an illusion, he felt Snape's eyes staring at the back of his head until he left his sight. Hagrid took them to a small empty room. The little wizards rushed in, rubbing their shoulders and huddling together, staring nervously at everything around them. Professor Minerva McGonagall, wearing an emerald green robe, is waiting for them here. First-year freshman, Professor McGonagall. Hagrid said. Thank you, Hagrid. Leave it to me now. Chapter 12, Sorting Ceremony. Welcome to Hogwarts. Unlike Hagrid, when Professor Minerva McGonagall said this, the expression on her face was extremely serious, without any smile. The little wizards in the first grade can obviously also feel that this old professor is not easy to deal with. They all quieted down and did not dare to whisper. The opening banquet is about to begin, but before you go to the restaurant, you must first determine which college you enter each. Professor McGonagall briefly introduced the sorting ceremony and the college cup. When I'm ready over there, I'll come back to pick you up. Professor McGonagall was about to leave, and casually asked, while waiting, please keep quiet, are there any questions? John raised his hand high. What's the matter, Mr. Hart? Obviously Professor McGonagall still has a little impression of the little wizard who kicked her. Professor. John lighted his throat. He was sure that with Professor McGonagall's justice, he would not be angry with him because of his unintentional mistake a month ago. I was on the train before, I met a second-year Hogwarts student who called me a mudblood. To be honest, I don't quite understand what this term means, but from her time judging from his expression, it does not seem to be a friendly word. The expression on John's face was calm, as if he really didn't know what mudblood meant. Who, she dare? Professor McGonagall suddenly changed his expression, dare to say such an insulting word at Hogwarts. Hogwarts has been working hard for the past 1,000 years to eliminate the prejudice between pure-blood wizards and muggle-born wizards. She seems to have said her name, it seems to be Greengrass. Greengrass. Professor McGonagall's face returned to calm. Mr. Hart, that is a vicious curse, a slanderous name, forget her words, no one dares to call it like that at Hogwarts. You guys. While talking, she glanced at the crowd with sharp eyes. Then, she left the room. John faintly heard Professor McGonagall's roar from the hall. Daphne Greengrass, you go to my office now. Wait for me on the marble staircase outside the hall, in the room next to the corridor. Felius, can you please call Severus for me? But John didn't attract too much attention from the first-year students. Because of their attention, they are mainly focused on the upcoming sorting ceremony. After all, Hogwarts's sorting intimidation of first-year students is a fine tradition passed down from generation to generation. Originally, Astoria should also discuss with this group of first-grade wizards eagerly whether the sorting ceremony should overturn a giant monster or release 10 spells. But now, she is standing in a trance. There. Why are you doing this, sister? Daphne, she will be expelled. She asked for this. John said calmly, and I don't think Hogwarts will expel a student for a curse. She really didn't mean anything. I think you should go and explain to Professor McGonagall better. You. Astoria decided to turn around and decided not to ignore him. John didn't have any thoughts of licking in the past, he saw a wall in front of him, and suddenly 20 ghosts popped out. These pearly white, translucent ghosts glided across the room, whispering to each other. Ah! Several timid girls screamed in fright. It's a freshman again. A chubby monk's ghost smiled at them and said, I think you are probably going to be tested, right? Haven't allowed them to answer. Now move forward. A shrill voice came from the surrounding walls, the sorting ceremony is about to begin. In a single line. Professor McGonagall returned and said. There was a small noise in the crowd, and under the guidance of Professor McGonagall, they finally lined up in a row. John is in front of Astoria. But Astoria made up his mind not to look back. They kept 2 or 3 yards away. The little wizards walked out of the room one by one, walked through a narrow corridor, and came to the Hall of Hogwarts. Such a magnificent hall. On the podium is a long table on which sits all kinds of teachers. They were at the long table on the rostrum, following the instructions of Professor McGonagall, with their backs to the teachers. In front of them are 4 long tables placed sideways, and hundreds of old Hogwarts students are applauding eagerly. The ceiling above his head, the stars flickered, and it was extremely lifelike. Even if he had some psychological preparation, John had to express a sigh in his heart. Professor McGonagall put a 4-legged stool in front of them, and then put a top wizard hat on the stool. This should be the former Godric Gryffindor hat, now the Sorting Hat. The Sorting Hat spoke, and with its hoarse voice, began to sing its own songs. That soul singer-like singing really makes people want to cover their ears. After a few minutes of suffering, the Sorting Hat finally finished the performance. Professor McGonagall walked a few steps forward, reading www.yuyugonshu.com holds a roll of parchment in his hand. Whoever I call by name now puts on a hat, sits on the stool, and waits for the sorting. She said, Sean Avery. A tall boy with freckles stumbled out of the crowd and put on his hat. Slytherin. The table on the far right burst into violent applause, and the table on the far left heard a faint boo. The tall boy trot over in relief. The name Avery seems a bit familiar. It seems to be the name of a Death Eater, but it looks like a dead second generation. Teresa Baker. Ravenclaw. This time, the second table on the left clapped hands and applauded. Several Ravenclaw students were shaking hands with Teresa. Colin Creevey became Gryffindor's first freshman. The farthest dining table on the left burst into cheers, and John saw the Weasley brothers celebrating there. Astoria Greengrass. Astoria walked over and put the hat on his head. Slytherin, shouted the hat almost just touching her hair. Maybe because of her sister. Judging from her expression, she doesn't seem to be very happy. When seeing Draco Malfoy giving up his seat to Astoria, John couldn't help but let out a cold snort. John Hart. The Sorting Hat shouted his name immediately. John stood up, feeling as if the eyes of the entire hall were focused on him. Lowered his head slightly, he walked over and put on the Sorting Hat. Chapter 13, Banquet. Difficult, very difficult. A shrill voice sounded in John's ear. I can see that I am very courageous, my heart is not bad, and my talent is good. I want to go to Hufflepuff. John said silently in his heart. What? The shrill voice of the Sorting Hat seemed a little weird. I want to go to Hufflepuff. There is no doubt that although you meet all the requirements to become a Hufflepuff student, I don't think it is a good choice. I want to go to Hufflepuff. Have you made up your mind? If you go to Gryffindor, it will undoubtedly lead you to glory. I want to go to Hufflepuff. Don't you have any other ideas? The Sorting Hat shouted impatiently. I want to go to Hufflepuff. Will you only repeat this sentence? The Sorting Hat seemed a little angry. I want to go to Hufflepuff. When John repeated this sentence for the 6th time, the Sorting Hat couldn't stand it anymore. It wanted the entire restaurant to call out the name. Hufflepuff. The crowd at the table on the right-hand side began to applaud and cheer, the fat monk was also waving to him. At the table on the far right, Astoria sighed slightly when she heard this sound for some reason. John breathed a sigh of relief. He finally didn't have to go to Gryffindor to accompany the protagonists in fear. To be honest, you are the second student who offered to go to Hufflepuff in this century. The Sorting Hat's voice sounded in John's ear again. Oh, who is the first one? Newt Scamander, I hope you can be as good as him. The Sorting Hat sent its best wishes, Mr. Scamander was expelled from Hogwarts in the 5th grade. I still want to communicate with the Sorting Hat. Professor McGonagall has already walked over and roughly pulled the hat off his head. Luna Lovegood! Professor McGonagall shouted. The strange girl who had rowed a boat with John before, hurried over. John had already arrived at the table near his right, and a tall boy came over. Welcome to Hufflepuff, John. My Hufflepuff prefect, Gabrielle Truman. Hello, Gabriel. Come on, John, sit here. A little girl with a ruddy complexion and 2 golden braids pulled John to her previous position. The branching ceremony continues. Luna Lovegood was assigned to Ravenclaw. Stephen Lucas, like John, became Hufflepuff's new life. The applause rang out in the hall again and again, and one after another new members became members of each college. The last 2, Ginny Weasley went to Gryffindor, and Madeline Yaxley went to Slytherin. The branching ceremony is over. Professor McGonagall picked up the Sorting Hat and was about to put it away. The door of the hall was opened, and Professor Snape and Professor Flitwick returned together. Daphne Greengrass followed the 2 professors, lowered. There seemed to be tears on the head and face. Professor Snape ordered his students to return to the long table in Slytherin, and he approached Professor McGonagall and whispered a few words. The expression on Professor McGonagall's face seemed a bit rich at this time. She couldn't even clean up the Sorting Hat, and hurriedly followed Professor Snape and left the hall. Professor Flitwick walked to the top of the rostrum, whispering something to Professor Dumbledore. Dumbledore's face changed suddenly, and he quickly left the hall. Not even the classic saying, "Idiot! Cry! Residual! Twist!" did not have time to say. The principal and the vice-principal were not there. In the end, it was Ravenclaw's Dean Felius Flavy who stood on Dumbledore's dinner plate. Freshmen were welcomed to the campus and introduced the new defense against the dark arts. Professor Guydrol Lockhart, and reminded everyone of the ban on entering the Forbidden Forest and the review time for Quidditch players. The dinner has begun. Would you like some steak? The girl with 2 blonde braids enthusiastically recommended to John. The steak at Hogwarts is great. Thank you. John quickly cut off a steak. By the way, I don't know your name yet. Hannah Abbey, I am a second-year student. My CAO. John solemnly put down the knife and fork, and then shook hands with Hannah. It's an honor to see you, Hannah. Oh no, Miss Abbott. Hannah talked about the Hogwarts situation with John in a mess. For example, the school is safe, Dumbledore is the most powerful wizard in the world, Hufflepuff students are all united, Pomona's Professor Prout is very kind to them, and don't hang out at school at night. Last year, Gryffindor had 3 bad pens wandering around the school at night, and they were deducted 150 points. By the way, do you know Harry Potter? Hannah suddenly said mysteriously. Harry Potter, you mean the boy who survived the catastrophe? John was still very cooperative and made a surprised expression. Yet, Hannah was very satisfied with John's performance and said proudly, Harry Potter is our class of student. He is at Gryffindor College. My grandfather always wanted me to go. Gryffindor, he graduated from Gryffindor, but the Sorting Hat feels that I don't have enough courage. As he talked, Hannah's tone became a little lost. She began to look at Gryffindor's long table, preparing to find Harry's trail, and then pointed it to John. It's a pity that Hannah didn't know that Harry Potter and Ron Weasley should be in Professor McGonagall's office. There was just a catastrophe. McGonagall, Dumbledore, and even Snape had already run away. Wiped there in the past. By the way, there may not be one thing beyond Hogwarts. After searching for a long time and not finding it, Hannah continued, at the end of last semester, Harry successfully prevented the mysterious man's conspiracy once again. Professor Dumbledore specially added 160 points to Harry and Harry's friends, and helped Gryffindor win the Academy Cup in Slytherin. Wow! John nodded repeatedly. It is the first time John knows that this legendary Hannah Abbott is actually Harry's little fan. But he refused to accept the Academy Cup, this kind of trophy set a year in advance. How many points are missing at the end of the semester and how many points Dumbledore makes up? How do you tell others to play? By the way, how long has it been since Hufflepuff has won the Academy Cup? John asked curiously. This. Hannah seemed a little embarrassed. 79 years. A slender, handsome boy turned his head and said solemnly, the last time Hufflepuff won the Academy Cup was in 1913. This time is longer than John imagined. At this moment, John suddenly had the idea of helping Hufflepuff win an Academy Cup. But this kind of difficulty was even more difficult than the unrealistic idea of tearing Voldemort, and he was quickly forgotten. Is that John Hart? I remembered your name during the sorting ceremony. The handsome boy smiled and said, I'm Cedric Diggory. Cedric is the captain of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team, the only person in this century who has been the captain of the Quidditch team in the 4th grade. Hannah behind him reminded in a low voice with an admiring expression on his face. His performance has always been the first in the 4th grade. It seems that John was wrong. Hannah is more than just a little fan of the savior Harry. Hello, Cedric. John smiled and shook hands with Cedric. He and Cedric exchanged a few more words, and the dinner is gradually over. Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Snape are all back. Dumbledore once again introduced Guydrol Lockhart to everyone, and immediately began to direct everyone to sing the school song. Hogwarts, Hogwarts. Hogwarts, Hogwarts. Please teach us the knowledge. Whether we are the old people who die or the children who hurt our knees, our mind can accept some interesting things. Chapter 14, Helga Hufflepuff. Gradually fades with the singing. Music. Albus Dumbledore stood up and said the closing words of the banquet, it's more charming than everything we did here. It's bedtime now, and everyone goes back to the dorm. Go ahead. First-year freshmen, come with me. Hufflepuff's prefect Gabrielle Truman raised his hand high and motioned the first-year Hufflepuff to approach him. From Gryffindor to Slytherin, college after college, students filed out. Looked at the crowd and the length of the table. John found that the students of Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin were almost the same, but the number of students in Hufflepuff was almost double theirs. They followed Gabriel, through the noisy crowd, out of the restaurant, and up the marble staircase. Congratulations! At the same time, I warmly welcome you to Hufflepuff College. Gabrielle introduced to the Hufflepuff freshman as he walked, our emblem is a badger, which is often underestimated. Animals, because they are calm before being attacked, but once provoked, they can fight against animals that are much larger than themselves, including wolves. Hufflepuff's common room is located on the basement floor, on the same corridor as the kitchen. Gabriel led the way through a corridor, ignoring the person on the portrait pointing as they passed. John felt they were in the basement of Hogwarts Castle. The front is your potions classroom. Going right from there and passing through a stone wall is the Slytherin common room. I swear I've never sneaked into the Slytherin common room. While speaking, Gabriel blinked. Maybe you need to give way, Hufflepuff first-year students. A cold voice came from behind them. Good evening, Miss Farley. Gabriel motioned to the Hufflepuff freshman to step aside, but he fell to the end of the line alone, A&D. The Slytherin freshman. Slytherin's prefect Gemma Farley is taking Slytherin's first-year students and meeting them on a narrow road. Let's let it go. Gabriel suggested. I agree. Farley nodded. Two teams, one to the left and the other to the right. Slytherin's team turned to the right, while Hufflepuff's team continued to advance. Astoria Greengrass was behind Farley, she almost passed John, but neither looked up. Don't be afraid of Slytherin, badgers will never be afraid of snakes. Gabriel smiled, where did I just say it? Oh yes, the kitchen is further ahead. Gabriel led them through a corridor again, the entrance to the lounge is hidden in a pile of barrels in the right corner of the kitchen corridor. This is it. Just like me, hit the bottom of the two big barrels in the middle of the second row with the rhythm of Helga Hufflepuff, and the lids will automatically rotate open. The academy that rejects the intruder's magic, if the wrong lid is knocked, or the rhythm of knocking is wrong, illegal intruders will be doused with vinegar. While talking, Gabriel got into one of the big barrels. John and the rest of the Hufflepuff freshmen looked at each other, and then they all got in. They walked slowly along the passage, passed through an underground tunnel as round as oak barrels, and then arrived at a round, low-roofed room with a touch of earthy fragrance. There were many upholstered sofas and chairs in the room. They arrived at Hufflepuff's common room. If it's daytime, it will be sunny here, and you can even see swaying grass and dandelions through the round windows. Gabriel opened a round arch in the room. Now, I will take you to your dormitory. Look. The other Hufflepuff first-year freshmen have followed Gabriel's pace. John stopped by the burning fireplace. There was a portrait of a witch on the fireplace. There is a small line under the portrait. Helga Hufflepuff, 964-1032, is recognized as one of the greatest witches in the history of British magic. She was born in the Valley of Wales in 964 AD. Participated in the creation of Hogwarts in 993, and advocated that all children with the potential to be a wizard should enter Hogwarts to study. 998-1032 served as the second principal of Hogwarts. Hufflepuff's greatest achievement is the discovery of more than 200 specific uses of herbs. In addition, she has made outstanding contributions to the protection of food curse and house elves. The portrait of Helga Hufflepuff is only 20 or 30 years old. It is very beautiful, and gives a feeling of gentleness and kindness. She stood gracefully in front of the newly built Hogwarts castle at the time, looking at her. Far away. Reading www.uugonshu.com. John bends down solemnly and bows deeply to the founder of Hufflepuff College and Hogwarts in the portrait. There are so many new students at Hogwarts every year. Gryffindor has selected brave and fearless students, Slytherin has selected students with pure blood and ambitious, Ravenclaw has transferred wise and shrewd students. So what about Hufflepuff? Did she just pick out the honest and hard-working students? No, she didn't. She included all the remaining students who were not selected by other colleges into her college, regardless of whether they met Hufflepuff's admissions standards. Imagine that a young wizard received a letter from Hogwarts and came here happily in a boat. Then the Sorting Hat told him that he was neither brave nor fearless, nor blood ambition, nor wise and shrewd, let alone integrity and diligence. He was not selected by any academy, and all that awaits him is a way home by using the forgotten charm and rowing back home. What a cruel thing that would be! Helga Hufflepuff stopped him and told him that he could come to her academy. Even in him, he could not find any merit. But as long as he was a wizard, even the crappy and stupid wizard, as long as a wizard is enough, he has the qualifications to receive education at Hogwarts. John remembered the number of Hufflepuff students in the restaurant, almost twice as many other colleges. If it weren't for Helga, half of them would be cruelly eliminated on the first day of school. Drop it! After bowing, John raised his head, and then found Helga Hufflepuff on the portrait and blinked at him. He also smiled at the portrait, and then walked to the round arch opened by Gabriel. Chapter 15, The Kitchen and the Responsive House, Part 1. At 6 o'clock the next morning, John Hart woke up from his sleep. Got up and looked around. He is now in the boys' dormitory in Hufflepuff. Hufflepuff's dormitory is in the form of a single room. Everyone has their own compartment. Although each compartment is very small from the outside, the space inside is surprisingly spacious. The suitcase has been carried in, and the glass cage containing 2 South African red spiders has been placed on the windowsill. John walked over, took out a few dead breadworms from the small box next to the cage, and threw them into the glass cage. He didn't really care about the health of these 2 spider pets, as long as they could persist until around Halloween, that's it. After a simple wash and put on Hogwarts' black robe, he came to Hufflepuff's common room. There is no one here now, after all, it is around 6 in the morning. The warm sunlight shines through the window on the plant specimens placed in the lounge, which are all placed here by Hufflepuff's Dean Professor Sprout. John didn't intend to stay in the common room. He passed through the circular underground tunnel, got out of the barrel, and returned to the underground corridor of Hogwarts. Hogwarts school rules prohibit wandering around the school at night. John also does not have a stealth cloak or a live spot map, so he can explore the school at night calmly. But this does not prevent him from getting up at 6 o'clock in the morning and strolling around the same quiet campus. It does not violate the school rules and the light will be brighter. John's first stop, he chose the kitchen next to the Hufflepuff common room. He wants to have breakfast first, but at this point, the restaurant must not be open. Gabriel said yesterday that the kitchen is in this corridor. John said to himself while watching his surroundings. Soon, he found it, a portrait of a silver bowl full of fruits. John stretched out a finger and gently scratched the big green pear. The pear squirmed, chuckling, and suddenly turned into a big green doorknob. Passing through this door, what you see is a room almost the same size as the restaurant. There are many shiny copper pots and basins on the surrounding stone wall, and there is a large brick fireplace at the other end of the room. Sir, hello, sir. A little thing rushed towards him quickly. Excuse me, please. A ugly little monster, a house elf. It has 2 big ears like bats and a pair of protruding green eyes the size of a tennis ball. Even with some psychological preparation, John was almost taken aback. Hello. John adjusted his emotions a little, and then reached out a hand to the house elf. I am John Hart, a student of Hufflepuff. I can come here to ask you for a coffee breakfast. Hufflepuff. The house elf suddenly screamed, welcome, very welcome, my honor. Screamed, and it held John's with both hands in fear. Immediately, 6 house elves hurried up from behind him, holding a large silver tray with a large glass of milk, a cup, and a large plate of biscuits. Thank you very much, it is not so practical. John said sternly, by the way, I don't know your name yet. My name is Klein, sir. The house elf said, wiping tears, it is our honor to be able to serve the students of Hufflepuff. More and more house elves gathered around and stuffed bread, butter cakes and pies into John's hands. Enough, not so much. As he said, John turned his eyes back to Klein. Wait, why do you want to emphasize Hufflepuff? 1,000 years ago, the life of our house elves was very miserable. Mrs. Helga Hufflepuff brought our ancestors to work in the Hogwarts kitchen to ensure that we have work to do and will not be abused. We live better than the house elves everywhere. Klein said with a choked voice. Protecting Hufflepuff is the mission of every Hogwarts house elf. 10 minutes later, under the gaze of more than 100 house elves, John left the kitchen with a bag full of food in his robe. It seems that I chose Hufflepuff correctly, at least I can eat and drink in school in the future. And he also seems to understand why Hufflepuff's common room is not equipped with any magic to repel intruders, and the common room and dormitory of Hufflepuff are almost 1,000 years old. Have been broken into by strangers, because the house elves have been monitoring the entrance of the Hufflepuff common room, any illegal intruders will be driven away by them. He did not go back to Hufflepuff's common room, nor was he in a hurry to go to class. It was only 6:30 now, and walked upstairs to the castle. The stairs at Hogwarts are complicated, but fortunately, you can ask the portraits for directions, and most of the portraits are also happy to show him the way. Around the stairs, John climbed to the 8th floor of the castle. After more than 10 minutes, he found the wall opposite the tapestry where the giant stick beat Barnabas on the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle. Along this wall, he walked back and forth 3 times, and a brightly polished door appeared on the wall. The door of the Bing house appeared in front of John. Reaching out his hand, turning the brass handle, he pushed the door open. A dining table appeared in the house with a whole set of tableware. Wow, it's amazing. John took out the biscuits, cakes and bread stuffed in his robe and put them on the plate, then he picked up the cutlery and began to enjoy his breakfast. Perhaps I should test, what can the House of Request offer the most? John thought to himself. From the largest range, narrow it down a little bit. John stood up. I need a strategic missile silo, and an intercontinental strategic missile with a nuclear warhead. He said silently in his heart, it doesn't need too much power. Dongfeng 5, Biang M or Minuteman 3 models can be used. Make do with it. Chapter 16, The Kitchen and the Responsive House, Part 2. The whole cabin suddenly began to vibrate violently. The dining table in front of him suddenly disappeared, and even the breakfast that John hadn't finished with him disappeared with him. The violent shaking stopped after half a minute, and John almost thought it was an earthquake. However, the expected nuclear bomb silos and nuclear missiles did not appear. In fact, after the violent shaking, the whole hut was empty and nothing happened. This disappointed John. It seems that the House of Requirement should be doing its best, but it has no such ability. Change to a lower level. John cleared his throat, then come for a multiple rocket launcher that can cover the entire Hogwarts, including the Forbidden Forest, within 30 seconds, Guardian or any tornado level is fine. The violent vibration appeared again, just when John almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, a pillar suddenly appeared in front of him so that he could hug and maintain his balance. There is a responsive house performance, and nothing more. The expected rocket launcher still did not appear. I'm CAO, isn't this all right? Then a lower level, a Type 59 main battle tank. Still not working. The 35mm Type 87 grenade launcher, this shouldn't be difficult. Replace, AK-47 assault rifle. The 92 semi-automatic pistol. A bayonet. Fuck, you can't even make a bayonet. John couldn't sit still. At first, he thought it was the responsive house that did not respond for a while, and deliberately repeated a bayonet several times. The result was the same as before. After the violent shaking, the whole house was empty. Are you worthy of asking yourself to be responsive? John cast a helpless look at the wall on the side. You can't even change a bayonet or a pistol. There were a few unpleasant calls suddenly on the wall. To be precise, it was a bit like crying. Then, a table appeared in front of John. A bottle of Scotch whiskey and a wine glass appeared on the table out of thin air. The bottle was poured into the glass full of ale, and then the glass flew in front of John. CAO, this room is fine. After taking the glass of wine, John couldn't help blinking his eyelids. It will be sad and apologizing, isn't it, banning fineness after 1949? Just when he thought of this, John realized one thing. Hogwarts was established in 993 AD, that is, before 999, if there were no accidents, the House of Request should have been built at that time. Give me a set of Crusader armor and a Tang sword, he said with a serious face. This time, Bing Ying gave an accurate response. A set of heavy armor and a sharp long knife appeared in front of John almost instantly. The armor is very heavy, and John is very difficult to lift it up. Although it is certainly not able to block bullets, ordinary arrows may not be able to penetrate it. The long knife is also extremely sharp, and the hilt is engraved with 4 Tianbao 5 years in Shanghai. Chinese character. Throwing the armor and Tang knife aside, John knew that his guess should be correct. The House of Requirement was built almost at the same time as Hogwarts. Its creator was probably one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts, or even more. Like the Sorting Hat, the powerful magic gives the House of All Requests a certain amount of wisdom, but its scope of wisdom and ability is consistent with its founder. Therefore, anything that transcends the times, even a bayonet with a simple structure, cannot be provided by the House of Request. John used another method to verify this. He asked for a few books on defense against the dark arts from the House of Requests, and the books appeared immediately, curses and anti-curses, common dark arts and their defense guidelines, guidelines for self-protection magic. Be careful. I checked the publication dates of these books, and without exception, they were published before the 9th and 10th centuries. It seems that these defense against the dark arts books are of little significance. John also put them aside. The magic of 1,000 years ago, I don't know how many generations it has developed, and it must be very different from the present. Lack of effectiveness, and blind learning will definitely take many detours. Waved his hand, the armor, tang knife, and books disappeared. Was replaced by a row of sight glasses and secret detectors, and a large demon mirror, a large number of dark magic defense devices, although they may not be able to play a real role. There are also huge silk cushions and a few movable dummy. Raised the bamboo wand, he began to practice the petrification spell here. The only offensive spell that I can use at this stage, although the lethality is not high, I have to practice more proficiently. In this way, I can have a certain resistance ability when I encounter an enemy. When left the responsive house, it was already 8 o'clock. The morning class at Hogwarts is at 8:30, and the first class after school starts is Professor Minerva McGonagall's transformation class. Hufflepuff and Gryffindor attend together. The deformation classroom is on the 7th floor of Hogwarts Castle. It only took a few minutes before John arrived here. The door of the classroom was opened, and there was no one inside. It seems that Gryffindor and Hufflepuff's first-year freshmen are still having breakfast in the dining room. In addition to the podium, there is a tabby cat standing. John didn't dare to neglect, walked to the podium respectfully and bowed deeply to the cat. Professor McGonagall. The tabby cat glanced at John, nodded, but did not change into a human form. John found a seat in the front row. Read www.yuyugonshu.com and opened his own beginner's guide to Transfiguration by Emery Switch. Looked around aimlessly. The content of this book has long been memorized by him, while observing the tabby cat on the podium from the corner of his eye. Animagus is indeed a powerful magic. Professor McGonagall has become this tabby cat, not only in its appearance as a cat, but also in its physiological habits. It can be said that she has certain cat's animal instinct. But this magic, in John's view, seems to have little meaning. After all, the transformation of Animagus is limited to non-magical creatures, and the transformation of magical creatures, such as phoenix, fire dragon, eagle-headed horse-winged beasts, etc., will bring unpredictable consequences, so it is said that becoming an animal, not only cannot be used, any increase in your combat power will instead make you a wizard who can be a bio into an ordinary animal that can only use claws and teeth. More importantly, ordinary polymorphism can also turn a wizard into an animal in a short time, although the effect is not as good as that of Animagus, but if you only need to become an animal detection, it seems to be enough, and the types are variable, unlike Animagus, stick to one animal. Not to mention that it takes several years to become Animagus, and after a few years, there is still a high chance of failure, and there is still a great danger. There were only 7 Animagus registered in the entire 20th century, plus the unregistered ones. It is estimated that there are only about 20. It can be said that for ordinary wizards, it is a very difficult magic. To put it simply, it is difficult for Animagus to learn without a plug-in. The actual effect is small, and it is basically useless except for the installation of B. To put it mildly, the pay and the benefit are not proportional. Chapter 17, Transfiguration Class and Spell Class. I silently criticized the Animagus spell from the bottom of my heart, and the surrounding first-year students of Hufflepuff and Gryffindor have arrived one after another. Hello, John. Hello, Stephen. Good morning, John. Good morning, Heloise. And Hufflepuff's classmates greeted one by one, but they didn't know that the tabby cat on the podium was Professor McGonagall, talking and playing with each other unscrupulously. Stephen Lucas also wanted to go to the podium to play a tabby cat, but John stopped him. Ginny Weasley also came. She also sat in the front row, sitting alone not far from John's right hand. At 8:30, everyone in the class is here. Probably no one will be late for the first day or the first class. Good morning, everyone. Professor McGonagall's voice suddenly came from the podium, shocking most students. Please keep quiet. The whole classroom was suddenly silent. I'm Minerva McGonagall, your Transfiguration class teacher. Professor McGonagall briefly introduced himself. It is a very dangerous process to change one thing or a person into another thing. Professor McGonagall's voice is not high, but there is a strange persuasive power. A student who is not careful enough or someone else has become a pig, a sheep, or something worse. It has appeared many times in the history of Hogwarts. If you are lucky, this deformation is not permanent. Professor McGonagall paused, and if it is permanent, it will be a disaster. 16 kinds of magical animals are known to have been produced by wizards' failed transformations, including the infamous five-legged monster. In the history of Great Britain, at least 300 wizards died of their failed transformations. There are close to 900 people who have been disabled because of their failed transformation skills and lifelong disabilities. I hope you won't be one of them. Professor McGonagall glanced at the crowd with deep meaning. The metamorphosis classroom became audible, and the young wizards looked at each other. After you understand the dangers of polymorphism, I will show you the complexity and magic of polymorphism. Professor McGonagall said while waving his magic wand. Almost instantly, the podium in front of her turned into a huge lion. Wow! The lion roared and jumped to Colin Creevy's seat, and almost fell off the chair, the little Gryffindor boy in fright. Several classmates who approached it back again and again. Professor McGonagall waved his magic wand again. I saw the lion walk 2 steps forward, and turned into a little dog badger again. It dashed around the desk, it even jumped onto John's desk, leaving a claw on the desk. Printed. Squeak, squeak. Finally, the badger returned to Professor McGonagall and changed back to the podium again. The students who had just fallen into a panic about polymorphism were quickly attracted, want to learn how to do this right away. Of course. You can only learn to turn furniture into animals in the upper grades. Professor McGonagall motioned to everyone to be quiet. I will take you to start with the simplest. First learn how to turn matches into needles. She distributed a few matches to every student. Imagine the appearance of a needle in your mind. Keep that scene in your mind until it is finalized, without any slight changes. Now, let the match in front of your eyes coincide with the needle in your mind. The spell is ACUS. Note, the accent is behind. Now, raise your wands. ACUS. John raised his wand and shouted without hesitation. However, there seems to be no change in the match in front of me. Very beautiful, Miss Weasley. Professor McGonagall's voice sounded on John's right hand. The first attempt was a great success. Gryffindor added 1 point. The eyes of everyone in the class shifted to Ginny Weasley. The match in her hand has changed a little at the tail. Could it be that Voldemort's diary has the effect of a portable grandfather? John touched his head when he glanced at his match that had not changed in any way. After a class, a total of 4 students changed the match, and John Hart was the 4th of them. He just made the tail of the match a little bit more pointed, while Ginny Weasley made the whole match appear as a needle. Professor McGonagall was pleased and gave her another point for Gryffindor. This made John a little depressed, not because of his lack of popularity or bonus points. You must know that he has memorized the entire elementary transformation guide, and most of the students did not learn it before school started. The textbook has been opened. In fact, he has already understood the entire theory of the spell ACUS, the fundamental reason for his failure to succeed. Reading www.yuyuganshu.com is that it is difficult for him to draw a picture of the needle in his mind, and to take it overlap with matches. But there is no time to complain, because the spell lesson is about to begin. The curse class is located in the corridor on the left-hand side of the 4th floor. When John followed the Hufflepuff crowd, he found that it was already full of Ravenclaw students. The short Professor Felius Flivy has to stand on a stack of books so that he can reach the desk. Before he starts the class, he takes out the roster and rolls his name. There are no big people like Harry Potter in this class, so he didn't make a fuss. Like Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick also spent half of the class time, and they emphasized the importance of the curse class, and then demonstrated the smashing curse, repairing curse, and flying curse in public. Then, Professor Flitwick taught them how to release a hovering spell, a spell that allows items to stay in the air for a few seconds. Furthermore, Flitwick claimed that if the majority of students in the class easily master this spell, they will be taught a more advanced, esoteric, and very useful floating spell. In half a class of practice, none of the students in the two colleges could successfully release the hovering curse, including John. Although Flitwick comforted them, the hovering curse requires a lot of practice. He has brought so many students, only a few students can successfully control it in the first class. But on the way to the restaurant, John was still very disappointed. Like in the Transfiguration class, he has already figured out all the theories of the hovering curse and even the advanced version of the floating curse, but it is difficult to put them into practice. The first morning at Hogwarts was obviously a bit bad for him. Chapter 18, Potions Teacher, Part 1. After the curse get out of class, on the way to the restaurant, John has been thinking about this. The wizards of the Harry Potter world are not essentially the scholar-type wizards in the D&D worldview, but the wizards who are born with the ability to cast spells. It is still an old problem before, the release of the spells of the wizards depends on their emotions. This is also the biggest flaw of John Hart as a wizard. As a scholar with more than 10 years of scientific research experience, a good young man who has received more than 20 years of materialist education, and a mature man with a mental age close to 40 years old. Rational thinking has long been ingrained and it is difficult to change the facts. Therefore, John has no way to change his emotions arbitrarily and let his emotions dominate his mind like his classmates who think like white paper. Unless a powerful wizard casts an oblivion spell on him. But that is something he cannot allow. 80–90% of magic, including but not limited to polymorphism, spells, black magic, and defense, all rely heavily on the emotions of the wizard. In these magics, John suspects that he needs to spend twice the energy of other people to obtain the same result. Fortunately, his outstanding memory can shorten the gap a little bit and prevent him from falling behind too much. The remaining 10–20% of magic does not depend on emotions. These seemingly rigid spells are John's advantage. For example, if a qualified dark magic defense teacher sees John Hart using the petrified spell, he may be able to confirm that Mr. Hart's control and understanding of the petrified spell is even better than most 6th and 7th graders. Student. John suddenly remembered that during the sorting ceremony yesterday, the Sorting Hat wanted to assign him to Gryffindor instead of Ravenclaw. At first, he thought it was the Sorting Hat that made a mistake. In fact, the real reason was that he did not have enough talent in the wizarding category, nor did he have the qualifications to become a true Ravenclaw. What a shocking fact! When eating at noon, Heloise Midgen and Zacharias Smith came in. They were both Hufflepuff's first-year freshmen like John. Heloise is a girl with pimples on her face, which looks a bit tempting to stay away from, while Zacharias is a tall and thin boy with a raised nose. John, your performance in the Transfiguration class is great, you are the only Hufflepuff student who has changed the match. Heloise said with envy. It's just that I read the book a few more times. John curled his lips. Professor McGonagall is too partial, why she only gives Ginny Weasley points, not you. Zacharias opened his big mouth and shouted. John hurriedly motioned to him to shut up, and then changed the subject. Fortunately, it did not attract the attention of other students. Zacharias grabbed a chicken leg and put it in his mouth. By the way, do you know Ron Weasley? The Harry Potter attendant. Fellow, what happened to him? While eating this morning, his mother sent him a yelling letter, ha ha ha, we were all laughing to death at the time. It turns out that Weasley and Harry Potter came to school in a flying car yesterday. Heloise whispered, sounds very cool. While eating, he listened to the two classmates bragging. Right, what class is this afternoon? John asked casually after putting down the tableware. Herbalism, together with Ravenclaw, Professor Sprout taught us. She is the dean of our Hufflepuff, but I have not seen her yet. Zacharias' mouth was filled with food, speaks a bit slurred. Heloise added, Hannah told me that Professor Sprout was very good to us. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, John walked out of the castle, crossed the vegetable field, and came to the Hogwarts greenhouse. Professor Sprout's arm was covered with many bandages, and at the same time, John saw from a distance that many branches of the beating willow in the distance were tightly bound by bandages. 2 naughty students wounded a very precious beating willow. I have been treating it all morning. Professor Sprout's voice was very gentle. She was a short and fat witch, wearing patched clothes with a lot of dirt on it. I hope you don't do this kind of thing in the future. Okay, come with me now and go to the first greenhouse. She took the lead, and the first-year students of Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw followed her. John did not look like he imagined. Reading www.uyugonshu.com saw Mandrakes, probably that kind of plant has a certain degree of danger and is not suitable for these freshmen. Professor Sprout led them to get to know 18 kinds of mushrooms. It took John only 15 minutes to recognize them all, and successfully divided them into 2 categories based on toxic and non-toxic standards. Good job, Mr. Hart. Professor Sprout praised him with a smile and gave Hufflepuff 5 points. When get out of class was over, she also gave John a precious specimen of Matsutake, which has a high potency value. The last class on the first day of school gave John a little trouble. This last class is Professor Severus Snape's potions class, which Hufflepuff and Slytherin took together. As Professor Sprout went to get the Matsutake specimen and put it in the common room of Hufflepuff, there was a lot of time delay. When he hurried to the potions classroom, he was already 3 minutes away. Even prevent death, but there must be one thing, that is, you are not the kind of idiots I often encounter. Snape's trademark greasy voice came from the door. I'm sorry, Professor. John bit his head and pushed the door in. John Hart. Snape glanced at the roster in his hand, then gave him a cold look. Snape's eyes, cold and hollow, remind you of 2 dark tunnels. Yes, Professor. John nodded. I was late for the first potions class at the beginning of school. I think this is the first time I have seen this in my more than 10 years of teaching career. Snape said contemptuously, even I am proud of violating school rules. Mr. Potter, there has never been such a move. Chapter 19, Potions Teacher, Middle. I'm sorry, Professor. John lowered his head and said softly. He knew he was in trouble now. Severus Snape was arguably the most difficult teacher to deal with in Hogwarts, and there was nothing to eat if he offended him, not to mention the potions class that he was most interested in. He didn't want to give up this course at all. Then what reason do you have, Mr. Hart? Snape sarcastically said, for example, before this class of mine, you fought off an invasion of Hogwarts by the Dark Lord, so that you were late. Up. The Slytherin students burst into laughter. John was hesitating, whether to tell the reason for being late, because he was worried. Telling the reason would make Snape feel that he was making excuses and was even more angry, so that he was punished more severely. Professor Snape. A Hufflepuff student stood up in the back row and yelled. John was called by Professor Sprout after the herbal medicine class just ended, so he was late. It was Zachary Smith who spoke. John glanced at him gratefully. Excusing this kind of thing, letting others help you say it to you, may be a completely different result. Shut up, Smith. Snape said coldly, I should have reminded you that you need to raise your hand before speaking in my class. Hufflepuff deducts 5 points. Zacharias's flushed face seemed to come up to fight Snape. Fortunately, Stephen Lucas, who was beside him, stopped him. Snape's indifferent gaze shifted to John again. "I will confirm this with Pomona." Then he snorted and motioned for John to come in. John quickly walked into the classroom holding the cauldron. The potions class requires a group of 2 students. The students from Hufflepuff and Slytherin, paired in pairs within their respective colleges, sat clearly on both sides of the classroom. In addition to the Slytherin snake and Gryffindor's lion cubs, they also look down on Hufflepuff's little badger, and they can also talk to Ravenclaw's little eagle. Hufflepuff, the strange students, naturally, would not be friendly to Slytherin. The contradictions between these colleges have been passed on to the first-year freshmen after the opening banquet. But the number of students in this class of these 2 colleges happen to be odd. Hufflepuff's first-year freshmen are already paired up, and there is no space. In the last row of Slytherin, there is a tall, clumsy-looking girl sitting alone. John was a little bit impressed with her. It seemed that he was the last person in the sorting ceremony. Madeline Yaxley? Seems to be another dead second generation. No choice, he was suddenly stopped by Snape when he was about to walk over. "Stop, Mr. Hart." I only heard Snape say calmly, "Miss Selwyn, you go and make a pair with Miss Yaxley. Mr. Hart, you sit in the place where Miss Selwyn was just now." The Slytherin girl named Selwyn looked a little ugly to clean up her cauldron, and then went to the last row. John had to take his own things and sat where she was before, a group of Slytherins. Front. His partner, who happens to be an acquaintance. Astoria Greengrass. The potions classroom was calm again. Astoria didn't talk to him. In fact, no one dared to whisper in this class of Snape. John took out the magic potion and potion written by Arsene Geiger, opened it to the first page. The expression on his face did not relax at all. He didn't feel that his trouble was over. As expected. "Hart," Snape said suddenly, "tell me what you will get if you mix scurvy, lovage, and sneeze together." "Confusion potion, Professor." John, who had been prepared for a long time, stood up and replied calmly, "This potion will make people irritable and reckless after taking it." Is a pretty good answer. If it was another teacher, I'm afraid that because of this answer, he would give Hufflepuff at least 5 points, but Severus Snape's face did not change. "What is the main role of salamander blood in potions?" Snape continued, "Or, what do we usually use it for?" "Enhancement potion, Professor." John continued to answer, "The salamander blood is the main component of the enhancement potion, and it has the effect of enhancing the effects of other potions." The next question. "If I want you to find me some Baxian, where would you find it?" The main origins of Baxian are China, the United States and Mexico. So first I have to buy a ticket to East Asia or North America. A few Hufflepuff students laughed, but as Snape glared at them, they immediately stopped laughing. UU reading www.uugonshu.com. White fresh generally grows on hilly soil slopes, flat shrubs, grass or sparse forests. Snape pressed his lips tightly and stared at John. And the Hufflepuff students around him, and even many Slytherin students, looked at him with surprise and even admiration. Obviously, they had never touched these questions and answers. "So, what will I get if I add narcissus root powder to the wormwood infusion?" Snape asked the next question. This time, John frowned, and after thinking for half a minute, he spoke. "I'm sorry, I don't think I know, Professor." Snape glanced at his mouth. He waved his hand and motioned to John to sit down. The combination of narcissus root powder and wormwood can be formulated into a very potent sleeping pill, which is just a drink of life and death water. Snape said coldly. An excellent orar, Gideon Pruitt died because of this potion. One of his friends sent him a bottle of licorice, and then secretly put it under his glass. Daffodil root powder. When the effects of the medicine began, 6 Death Eaters came to the door and killed him and his brother. If poor Gideon was a little more serious in the potions class, even if he was facing 12A Death Eater, he can also apparate and leave in time. When he said this, a scornful smile appeared on the corner of Snape's mouth. But he did not continue to question John, did not deduct points for Hufflepuff, and of course did not add points. This gave John a sigh of relief. "Why don't you write all this down?" Turning around, Snape let out a roar, shocking all the students. Then there was a rustle of quill and parchment in the classroom. Chapter 20, Potions Teacher, Part 2. Like Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape was able to keep order in the classroom without any effort. He spent half a class time instructing students in 2 classes to work in pairs and learn to configure the simplest magic potion for treating scabies. Is said to be the simplest magic potion, but no matter the materials or steps, it seems quite cumbersome. John Hart and Astoria Greengrass are a group. According to Snape's orders, John took out various materials such as dried nettles, snake fangs, and porcupine thorns from the potions cabinet. Astoria raised the fire and set her the crucible was placed on it. During their configuration, Snape dragged a long black cloak, turning around in the classroom like a big bat, observing their configuration steps. During the period, most of all of his students were severely criticized by him, even many Slytherin students could not avoid it. After returning to his seat, John's movements were very quick. In fact, he was familiar with the simple movements of grinding, dissolving, and boiling. "Why do you want to grind the porcupine spines?" Astoria asked puzzledly. "The book says that the porcupine spines should be chopped up and added with the snake fangs. Fools should know that grinding into powder will dissolve more easily than broken pieces." John shrugged and continued grinding. Astoria frowned, and continued to hit the small piece of snake fang with a hammer. "Help me roast the nettles in a pot for a while, so that the water can be roasted, thank you," John ordered while carefully mixing the porcupine sting powder and the crushed snake venom teeth. Astoria opened her mouth, but did not say anything, but did as John ordered. During the period Snape passed by their location several times, stopped to observe their movements for several minutes, and even saw the small dish of porcupine spines crushed into powder. But he did not make the slightest interference, just squinted his eyes. Just glanced at John. "When nettles, porcupine stings, and snake fangs are added to the pot, it needs to be boiled for 5 minutes. Astoria glanced at the magic potion in her hand and reminded. John increased the flame a little while looking at his watch. After the mixed liquid started to turn yellow, he quickly reduced the flame to prevent the liquid from boiling excessively. "I hope you don't mess up," Astoria said nervously on the other side. John didn't worry about it. Hogwarts potions textbooks were actually not authoritative and correct. Even simple things like squeezing or cutting beans, which are easy to make juice, will go wrong. But it is also normal. After all, the magical world in Britain has less than 10,000 wizards, which is equivalent to a set of textbooks written by teachers in a small town. It is quite normal that there are a lot of loopholes in it. In this way, instead of sticking to the rules, it would be better to make a small correction to the steps based on the experience of previous biochemical experiments. After all, even in the magical world, you still have to teach the basic law, right? After half an hour, Snape walked slowly between the tables, taking turns checking each crucible and their results. When he saw the ugly blue mixture of Zacharias Smith and Heloise Midgen, he smiled ironically. "Do you think you can drink this potion, Smith sir, and Miss Midgen? As for this pot, its effect will not treat hemorrhoids, but will make the hemorrhoids worse." He also commented on the works of Selwyn and Yaxley. Almost every student's achievement was spotted by Snape, and then ridiculed it again until he reached the first row. After seeing the clear yellowish liquid in front of John and Astoria, Snape frowned. The expression on his face was strange, as if he was trying to find something wrong but couldn't find it. "Good job," he said dryly, "Miss Greengrass. Give Slytherin 5 points. This is too much." Just as Snape left the potions classroom, Zacharias rushed over angrily. I have long heard that Snape is eccentric to Slytherin, but it is too much. Come on! Why do you only give points to Greengrass and not to John? While talking, he gave Astoria a fierce look, thinking it was her fault. Astoria did not seem to have seen it, and quietly arranged the crucible there, and poured the potion she had just made with John into the crystal bottle. Zacharias scolded Snape for about 5 minutes before leaving the potions classroom proudly. The other Hufflepuff and Slytherin students had already left, only John and Astoria. Astoria finally packed her things. I'll talk to Professor Snape, she said softly. Tell him, today's potion is basically yours alone. It has nothing to do with me. Let him return the score to Hufflepuff. UU reading www.uukonshu.com. It's not necessary. John smiled. He didn't think that Snape's character would deduct points for Slytherin and add points to other colleges by the way. It's not because of me alone. Today's potion is the result of our joint efforts. I think if there is another time, Professor Snape will give Hufflepuff extra points. Believe it too much? Astoria seemed to believe a little bit. She nodded seriously. The two packed their things and walked out of the potions classroom. Whether Hufflepuff's lounge or Slytherin's lounge, it's not far from here. Astoria stopped, seemed to hesitate. What's wrong? John asked. Professor Snape kept Daphne in confinement for a week. Astoria said timidly. He also ordered Daphne to apologize to you. Can I apologize for her instead? 1 week of confinement, this punishment is more serious than I thought. It was almost the same level of punishment as Porter and Weasley who came to school in a speeding car. But it's normal to think about it. For Severus Snape, his most disgusting word is undoubtedly mudblood. After all, it was the pain of his life. John did not intend to continue the stalemate. Of course. He blinked. You can tell Daphne, it's all right. Thank you. Astoria suddenly smiled and said quickly. Let's go. John waved his hand. I'm back to Hufflepuff's lounge. Goodbye. Chapter 21, Gydra Lockhart. The first week of life at Hogwarts went on like this. Strictly speaking, Hogwarts is indeed a very good school of magic. The teachers of several important courses are all adult wizards with superb spells and powerful skills, except for the defense against the dark arts class. The daily diet and daily life of the students are provided quite well, and life is very comfortable here. The Hogwarts Library is also one of the largest libraries in Europe, with nearly 10,000 volumes of various books. Is probably the complicated and troublesome staircase, which makes people feel a bit dissatisfied. There are a total of 142 stairs at Hogwarts. Some of them are wide and big, some are narrow and small, and swaying, some go to different places every Friday, some of them will suddenly disappear when a step is halfway up. You have to remember where they are should jump over. But these stairs are also understandable things. After all, Hogwarts was originally positioned as not only a school, but also a fortress. Before the 10th century AD, the Muggles, ordinary people, were very afraid of magic and persecuted wizards wantonly. Witch hunt, and those young wizards who had not received systematic education were not equipped to fight Muggles. Not to mention the magical races such as fairies, giants, and werewolves, who also looked forward to the wizards and waited for opportunities to launch attacks. So Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin built this castle together as a school for teaching young wizards. It is also a fortress to protect young wizards from persecution. Countless secret passages and complicated stairs are just to prevent Hogwarts from being invaded one day, and play a role in protecting young wizards and blocking foreign enemies. It's a pity that I don't have a live map, in the hands of the Weasley brothers, and the basilisk is going tonight at Hogwarts, otherwise John really wants to explore the secrets of this school. It is not easy to explore Hogwarts. Although the administrator Argus Filch is a dumb gun, he has a better understanding of Hogwarts' secret path than most students, not to mention that he still has one. The extremely clever cat Mrs. Loris, thinking about something that violates school rules in front of them, but it is very dangerous. Except for the 4 main courses, 3 classes per week, of Transfiguration class, Spell class, Herbal Medicine class and Potion class, every Wednesday night, John and the others will follow Professor Aurora Sinista and observe with a telescope starry sky, learn the names of different stars and the trajectories of planets. The history of magic takes place on Tuesday and Thursday afternoons. The teacher of this class is a ghost, Professor Binns. His voice during class sounded monotonous and boring, which made people drowsy. However, Professor Binns's knowledge of the history of magic is almost astonishing. John once asked him a few questions about the International Secrecy Law, 1689, in class, and he answered it without any thought. From his classical clothes, John even suspected that he might be a figure living in the same era with the 4 founders. The flight class on Thursday morning is the last class John wants to take. This class is taken by the 2 colleges of Hufflepuff and Slytherin. After the first flight lesson, John realized one thing deeply, that his talent for Quidditch was almost zero. In the first flight lesson, it took him about 10 minutes to let the flying broomstick fly into his hands, and during the flight, if it wasn't for Mrs. Hooch's eyesight and quick hands, he would almost go to the Hogwarts castle. Make an intimate contact. Zacharias Smith is the best grader in the flight class. Starting from Thursday noon, he will spend half an hour in the restaurant every time he brags about how wonderful the feeling of flying is, and he will definitely do it in the 2nd grade. Replaced Cedric Diggory as Hufflepuff's seeker. John's flight class score is almost the last few in the class, which should be the worst of all his courses. The only thing that is gratifying is that Astoria's performance in flight lessons is similar to him. After riding a flying broomstick, he is also a Chocobo. Chocobo returns to Chocobo, but this does not affect John's complaint about Quidditch rules. The other players were exhausted, and scored 10 points at a time. The Seeker caught a snitch and got 150 points directly, and the game ended by the way. How do you play this? The other players worked desperately for a long time, and the opposite Seeker opened the game and ended the game directly. Although it is normal for the players in all positions on the court to be unequal, the gap is so big that it is too miserable. More importantly, 10 points and 150 points are not all multiples of 10. Will Quidditch score in single digits for 100 years? Then why add a 0 instead of 1 and 15 points directly? Obsessive-compulsive disorder means that you can't afford it. But it's quite normal. The Seeker's position is tailored for the Savior. You don't need to fight close to other players, so you don't need a strong body. A thin body can also be competent. A person is the soul of a team, and the whole team has to revolve around you. You have problems with broomsticks or walking balls. Now, the 2 batsmen don't care if others come to be your bodyguards. By the way, personal heroism bursts into the table. One brings 7 pits easily, even if the teammates are all orphans, they can easily help the team win. As for the funniest course at Hogwarts, it is undoubtedly the Defense Against the Dark Arts course taught by Professor Guydrol Lockhart. Strictly speaking, the Defense Against the Dark Arts class is the main course that needs to be taken 3 times a week. But Professor Lockhart completely made these 3 classes a joke. Probably during the first class for the 2nd grade students, Lockhart suffered a loss for the Cornwall Pokémon. Wait until the 1st grade students had the first class of Defense Against the Dark Arts on Wednesday morning. www.readaloud.com. There is no more practical content anymore. Lockhart just took out a stack of test papers in the dumbfounded gaze of the first-year freshmen. 1. What color does Guydrol Lockhart like best? 2. What is Guydrol Lockhart's secret ambition? 3. What do you think is Guydrol Lockhart's greatest achievement so far? 4. What type of woman does Guydrol Lockhart like best? And so on, 3 sides of the paper. The last question is, 54. When is Guydrol Lockhart's birthday? What is his ideal birthday present? While writing the test papers, John expressed deep sympathy for the senior students who need to take the OWLs and NEWT exams in this year of Hogwarts. Perhaps their scores in the defense against the dark arts class will be terribly high. After half an hour, Lockhart collected all the test papers and began to read them one by one in front of everyone. "It's beautiful, Mr. Hart. You actually remember that my favorite color is lilac," Lockhart said excitedly. "This paper can score 100 points, Hufflepuff adds 5 points. Is this okay?" Zacharias next to John gave him a skeptical look. "Are you also a loyal fan of Professor Lockhart, a Hufflepuff girl whose John still can't be named?" asked with an idiot. What?" John shrugged. "Skip to read Lockhart's books and remember the narcissistic personal information he expressed in them. It doesn't take much time. Besides, Lockhart is not useless, John already has plans in his heart." Chapter 22, Forbidden Book Zone. Hogwarts Library is said to be one of the largest libraries in Europe. Tens of thousands of books, hundreds of bookshelves, and countless narrow passages, the scale is somewhat daunting. On Saturday morning, John Hart appeared in the library. In the free time of the morning and noon these days, he would try his best to come to the library to search for the books he needed. Different from the full-filled library in the previous university, there are not many students in this huge library, only about 20 people, and they are all old faces. After all, the learning atmosphere at Hogwarts is really not good. As soon as John entered the library, he saw Hufflepuff's second-year student Justin Finley. He was pointing at what he was saying to a girl with brown curly hair, who was also followed by a red-haired girl. "Follow up, boy." The girl with brown curly hair heard Justin say a few words, and then walked towards John. "Ahem, hello," she lightly said. "Are you John Hart?"
Yes."
John nodded and put on a surprised expression. "May I ask you?" "I'm Hermione Granger, Wendell is my father," the girl said while organizing her language. "I think you should have heard my name." "Oh, you are Dr. Granger's daughter?" John interrupted Hermione with a suddenly realized expression.
"Yes."
Hermione nodded. "It's a lucky meeting." John enthusiastically held Hermione's hand. "It's a shame that I didn't see you in Diagon Alley back then." "I'm sorry too." Hermione smiled reluctantly, and then asked, "How did you spend your time at school this week?" "Mainly I don't know where Hufflepuff's lounge is. It has been after the sorting ceremony. I can't find you. Yesterday, Justin said you would come to the library every morning, so I am here to wait for you." "It's okay." John shook his head, and then looked excited. "Hogwarts is amazing. I swear I have lived for more than 10 years and I have never seen such an amazing magic." Sighed endlessly for several minutes, and Hermione echoed, while reminding him a few Hogwarts points. Until the red-haired boy coughed behind her. He reminded him in a low voice, "Hermione, let's go, Harry's Quidditch training is about to begin." "Sorry, I have something to go." Hermione smiled apologetically at John. "If you have any questions at Hogwarts, you can come to me." Hermione and the red-haired boy hurriedly left. When left, the red-haired boy also gave John a strange look. "Who is he?"
The son of a friend of my father.
During the summer vacation, my father told me to take care of him after coming to school."
"Oh, really?
How do I think he doesn't need much care?" Waiting for the two of them to leave, John breathed a sigh of relief. With the relationship of his father, it was inevitable to know Hermione Granger. But thankfully, Hermione had no plans to introduce him to her two friends. "John, you actually know Gryffindor's know-it-all?" Justin Finley walked over quickly and asked. "Hello, Justin." John greeted him and said vaguely, "You know it. Miss Hermione Granger is really amazing." Justin didn't get too entangled with this issue, but said with emotion, "Why was it also Muggle-born? I feel like I have pursued my grades all my life. How about her?" While wandering around in the library, the two people chatted quietly. The first Quidditch game is about to be played. We are playing against Ravenclaw. Ravenclaw was the Quidditch Cup champion last year, but their former seeker Lina Heidi graduated. They found a new seeker, third-year freshman. I think she is definitely not Cedric's opponent. John led the way, unknowingly, led Justin to the restricted area of the library. Listening to the familiar footsteps of cloth slippers behind him, John suddenly raised his tone and asked, "By the way, why do so many students dislike our administrator Argus Filch?" The footsteps of the cloth slippers behind him suddenly stopped. "Filch?" Justin shrugged. "It's mainly the Weasley brothers of Gryffindor who have been preaching how bad he is. To be honest, I haven't touched him much. I think Mr. Filch is very nice," John said with a smile. "Responsible, not letting us run around the school in dark. After all, what trouble might we encounter in dark, and we can't find it? Help, don't let us go to places like the Forbidden Forest. Didn't Professor Flitwick say at the opening banquet that there are very dangerous creatures in the Forbidden Forest?" "That's true too." Justin nodded thoughtfully. "And I heard from the fat monk that the former administrator, Apollyon Pringle, would use caning to punish students. When Mr. Filch became an administrator, he abolished the caning and changed it to confinement. To be honest, well, I think he still cares about us deep in his heart. Abolition of caning is Dumbledore's idea. The real Filch supports caning. But what does this have to do with John Hart? He just listened to a few rumors and had a basic understanding of Hogwarts. A freshman who knows nothing. Maybe." The footsteps of the cloth slippers sounded again, and then the librarian Mrs. Irma Pins came over, holding a feather duster in her hand. "Oh, kids, this is the restricted area. I don't think you should be here." Mrs. Pins thought for a while, put down the feather duster in her hand, and said as pleasantly as possible, "Sorry, ma'am." Justin apparently knew how terrifying the angry Mrs. Pants was, and fled in panic. John slowly dragged behind, watching the expression on the face of the librarian Irma Pins, which was completely different from the usual expression. He knew that his plan was basically successful. Librarian Irma Pins and Hogwarts Castle Keeper Argus Filch, they are both dumb guns, and most likely a couple. This is very hidden in Hogwarts' deep secret, but not to him. "Is there anything else, Mr. Hart?" Mrs. Pins asked with a smile. "Yes, madam." John mustered up his courage and said, "Actually, Professor Lockhart asked me to come to the restricted area to find some books." "Professor Lockhart?" Mrs. Pins blinked first, then showed a respectful expression. "It's only the first week, and Professor Gidrol Lockhart has not fully revealed himself at Hogwarts, so his title of Friend of Middle-Aged Women is still alive, and Irma Pins is a dumb gun. He is a loyal admirer of Lockhart." "Do you have his permission to sign, Mr. Hart?" Mrs. Pins asked. "Not yet. After all, Professor Lockhart hasn't determined which books are needed. He just pointed me a general direction." John said calmly, "So Mrs. Pins, should I look for it in the banned book area?" "I swear I will only look at the title of the book, and will not open it rashly. When I find it, I will immediately take the list to Professor Lockhart to sign." If it was another student, Mrs. Pins would tell him to get out when he heard that there was no permission to sign. But by coincidence, John Hart is one of the students she sees very pleasingly. "Oh, I heard Miss Lovegood say that you are Professor Lockhart's favorite student in Defense Against the Dark Arts class. I don't think you are lying." Mrs. Pins nodded and smiled. "You are allowed to search here, but don't open the books in the restricted area. There are many things in it that are dangerous for your first-year students." "Okay, ma'am." Approaching noon or around 11, John hurried to the office of Professor Gidrol Lockhart on the 4th floor, holding a note in his hand. He is lucky, Lockhart is in the office at this time. There are countless Lockhart's photo frames hung on the wall in the office, illuminated by many candles. A few even have his signature on them, there are also a large stack of photos on the table.
Hello, Mr. Hart, what's the matter?
Professor Lockhart looked at him with a smile on his face. Obviously, he remembered this student who had a good score in defense against the dark arts class.
Yes, Professor, in fact, I finished reading your books this week and encountered some problems. For example, I didn't understand the chronic onset food you learned in Swim with Ghouls. Ghoul venom, and your method of resisting the mind control of the Invacation with the Dominatrix, and the spell of Wandering with the Werewolf that you finally destroy the werewolf.
John asked calmly. Lockhart froze there, somewhat speechless. Some of John's questions seemed to be a bit superclass for him.
Of course, I'm not here to ask you.
John said hastily as his eyes rolled around, I think you can answer these simple questions easily, but you didn't write them in the book. So I definitely want us to explore these issues ourselves.
Really?
Lockhart blinked. No, I mean you are right, Mr. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com Hart. I really want you to explore the answers to these questions by yourself. You really are my best student. So I think I want to borrow a few books from the library. I hope to learn some background knowledge from it. John raised a note in his hand. The problem is, these books are in the library's restricted area. Inside, so I need a teacher to sign the slip.
Loha nodded, of course, I can't stop a seeker from discussing the truth.
He took the note in John's hand without hesitation, and then signed a big, slick name. At the same time, I didn't read the content on the note at all.
Thank you, Professor.
John quickly took back the note.
You're welcome, John.
Lockhart waved his hand grandiosely. Study hard, you are likely to achieve something close to mine in the future.
I'm honored, Professor.
After getting the signature permission, John didn't bother to go to lunch, and ran to the library for the first time. Mrs. Pins is about to leave.
Why, what's the matter?
She gave John a surprised look.
Yes, ma'am.
I have found the book that Professor Lockhart needs and got his signature permission. While talking, John passed the note over. That's right. It's Gidro's signature. I saw it in Witch Weekly. Mrs. Pins blushed and carefully put the note into her chest pocket. Come with me, Mr. Hart. I will take you to find these books now. Chapter 23, Spider's Mutation. When returning to the Hufflepuff common room, John Hart held 3 very thick books in his hands. John, Professor Sprout just sent a few specimens. Would you like to take a look? Hufflepuff's second-year student Ernie Macmillan was lying on the window and saw him coming back. Shouted. Thank you, Ernie, I'll see it later. John declined his invitation and went straight back to his dormitory. He wrapped the 3 books in a newspaper. Although Hufflepuff's dormitory is a single piece, it is not ruled out that other students will enter his dormitory for some reason and discover the existence of these books. After all, the covers of several books look hideous and conspicuous. On the cover of the first book, there is the face of an ugly witch. The witch's eyes are cold and hollow, like a dark tunnel without bottom, and the name of the book is Close Your Brain. This is the only book on occlumency he can find in the library for a few days. Occlumency is a kind of magic that resists the infiltration of external spirits. It can seal the brain to resist the invasion and influence of thoughts. The iconic spell is contemplation. This is what John feels that he most urgently needs. There is not one of the spells to learn. Because of the existence of the Catholic spell, whether in front of the White Wizard headed by Dumbledore or in front of the White Wizard headed by Voldemort, his thoughts are as transparent as glass, which can be seen through by them, and there is nowhere to escape from. As a traveler who knows the historical events of the next 6 years, it is extremely necessary to protect his identity and secrets from being discovered. Now he is a small character, and Dumbledore has not noticed himself, but in the future, what if I caught Dumbledore's attention? So he needs to learn and master occlumency, before Dumbledore notices his existence. Then, he turned his gaze to the second book. On the cover of the second book, a distorted skull is drawn, the tongue on it is twisted together, the tears under the eyes become blood stains, and the nose is completely opened. Underneath it, because of its age, the title of the book is a bit unclear. To be honest, this hideous scene made John a little nauseous, and he quickly wrapped the cover in newspaper. The spells in this book are very disgusting. It contains many tormenting spells. Although they are not black magic, they are extremely harmful to people. They are still placed in the forbidden book area. Tongue-twisting curse, ear-turning curse, skinning curse, etc. The names of these spells all sound a little bit piercing. Most of John has no interest in these spells, except for one. Eye curse. Judging from the record on where are the magical creatures, the skin of the basilisk is likely to have the characteristics of armor like dragon skin, and it can reflect the spells hitting it. Only its eyes and mouth are the only weak defenses. Link. So the eye disease curse is the only spell John can think of that can cause damage to the basilisk. And the eyes of the basilisk are its deadliest weapon. If you can blind its eyes with the eye curse in battle, it will undoubtedly damage its strength. This spell is also the spell John is preparing to practice mainly during this time. As for the third book, its cover is also disgusting. A witch's head has many arms, and there is a person on it that seems to be turned inside out. Its name is written below the illustration, Powerful Potion. Powerful Potion contains many dangerous, controversial, and mysterious potions, therefore, the Hogwarts Library stores this book in the restricted book area. Borrowing this book is purely for interest, anyway, as long as it is returned to the library before Halloween, it should not have any impact on the plot. John, go to fight Quidditch. Zachary Smith knocked on the door of his dormitory once and asked in a loud voice. No, thanks. John, who was lying on the bed with a thick book in his hand, turned him down. Quidditch? You can fly more skillfully. Zacharias murmured, knocking on the door of a dormitory next door. Ernie, let's go fight Quidditch now. John spent the afternoon in his room reading these books borrowed from the forbidden area, and he didn't even bother to eat lunch and dinner. Anyway, there are many cakes and biscuits from the kitchen in the dormitory. Hufflepuff students don't starve themselves. Occlumency is more complicated than he imagined. No wonder the savior Harry has hardened for more than half a year without even controlling a bit of fur. I don't know when and how long he will be able to come out of the mountain and achieve success. The eye disease curse has brought him a little surprise, because it is one of the few curses that does not depend on emotions. www.readaloud.com. I will not encounter much obstacles in learning by myself, but the overall spell release is quite complicated, also need to concentrate on practicing for a period of time. As for Powerful Potion, he just looked for the content of compound decoction and Verita serum. The configuration process of the two potions is incredibly tedious, making John feel that he should take one or two first. Snape's Potions class, familiarize yourself with the configuration process, and then think about it. Unknowingly, Saturday passed all day. Glanced at his watch, it was almost 12 o'clock in the evening. Time flies so fast. John muttered, while preparing to go to bed. Suddenly, a strange noise came from the window of the dormitory. John frowned and walked over. The sound came from the cages of the two South African red spiders. The two spiders crackled their heads and feet and knocked the glass, looking very anxious. It can be seen that they are very scared, for something wandering in the castle. They are very scared. When the spider feels the existence of the basilisk, it will be afraid, and will try to escape, because the basilisk is their natural enemy. John has long remembered the phrase described for the basilisk in Where Are the Fantastic Beasts? It seems that the door of the secret room has been opened by Ginny Weasley. John's face was solemn, and he thought to himself, the real story is about to begin. It's only the Saturday of the first week of school. I found out an old dress that was no longer worn, and covered the glass cage of two South African red spiders. Do not let their sounds disturb me. John lay on the bed, and fell asleep when he closed his eyes. Chapter 24, Protect the Teacher of the Magical Biology Class. On Sunday morning, John did not get up early as usual. He didn't leave the dormitory until around 9 o'clock, after most of the Hogwarts freshmen got up from the bed. I went to the restaurant to have some breakfast, and at the same time heard from a distance on the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy was bragging about how he taught a Gryffindor. I didn't pull out my wand at the time because I guessed that stupid Weasley couldn't hurt me. As expected, guess what? He knocked himself down with a spell and threw a lot of slugs. Ha 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 ha. Except for Gryffindor, the students of Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw all looked at him with an expression of disgust, but Malfoy didn't notice it. John didn't stay in the restaurant for long. After breakfast, he returned to the Hufflepuff common room and picked up the glass cage containing 2 South African red spiders. Walking out of the castle, a ghost floated past him, making him avoid it in a hurry. "Good morning, John." The ghost greeted him kindly. "Hello, monk." John respectfully bowed to the fat monk's ghost, and the fat monk also responded. "I want to go to Professor Sprout's office." "So you are looking for Pomona? Her office is in a low cabin next to greenhouse number 1. Hurry up, I remember she stays in the office every Sunday." The fat monk smiled said. "Thank you, monk." The fat monk can be said to be the friendliest ghost in all the academies. Less than a week after school started, John had asked him the way 3 times, and he patiently and carefully pointed out the direction to himself every time. Professor Sprout was not in her office. John looked for several greenhouses nearby and found that she was in the 3rd greenhouse. She is wearing a pair of pink fluffy earmuffs on her head, trying to pluck a green and purple seedling in the greenhouse. John stepped back quickly, then covered his ears. Professor Sprout quickly handled the seedling and walked out of the greenhouse with dragon leather gloves. "John!" Professor Sprout took off his earmuffs and shouted in surprise. "It's a mandala grass, is it, Professor?" John said with a smile, "I just blocked my ears." "It's wise, otherwise you might be in a coma for a few hours." Professor Sprout smiled and gave him a thumbs up. "If it was in class, I would definitely give Hufflepuff extra points." "Is there anything?" "That, Professor, is my pet. It seems a bit bad lately," John said as he took out the glass cage containing the spider. "Pet?" Professor Sprout shook his head. "I'm sorry, but I am a teacher who studies herbal medicine. For this question, you should ask Kate Elbin, the teacher of the conservation of magical creatures." "Professor?" "But, Professor, I'm a freshman, we don't have a course taught by Kettlebin." John hesitated. "So, you don't know Professor Kettleborn, do you?" Professor Sprout patted John on the shoulder. "Let's go, I'll take you to Sivanos now." Professor Pomona Sprout is arguably the kindest and best teacher at Hogwarts, especially for the students of Hufflepuff. Is another teacher, it is impossible to take a first-year freshman on a trip for such a small matter. Following Professor Sprout's footsteps, he came to the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid's hut cannot be seen within the field of vision, so it should be on the other side of the Forbidden Forest. A thatched cottage is located here. Professor Sprout raised her magic wand and knocked gently on the door. "What's the matter?" An old voice came from inside the house. "Sivanos, it's me, I have a student who needs your help," Professor Sprout shouted. "Pomona, good morning, Pomona." A grey-haired old man limped out of the hut. John suddenly realized why Hogwarts would change Hagrid to be the teacher of the magical creatures class in another year. This Professor Kettleborn is indeed very old, his beard and hair are already flowers. It's white, moreover, one of his hands and one foot are all wooden prostheses. "Is that you?" Professor Kate Elbin glanced up and down at John. "Why does it look strange?" "Professor, I am Hufflepuff's first-year freshman," John replied quickly. "What is the first-year surname?" "Hufflepuff." Professor Kettleburn's eyes suddenly softened. once upon a time, I was also a Hufflepuff first-year freshman, more than 80 years have passed. It's Sivanos, John's pet has something wrong, I want you to help him see it. Professor Sprout took the initiative to help John say the purpose of this trip. Okay, that's okay. Professor Kate Elbin looked at you reading www.youcanshoe.com moved to the glass cage John was holding in his arms. 2 spiders, very ordinary spiders, you actually treat them as pets. I think you will become good friends with Hagrid. Professor Kate Elbin murmured. Be careful, Pomona, there is a Grindillo in the tank behind you, don't let him go. And Mr. Hart, don't kick the teapot by your feet, there is a bird and snake in there. They are very healthy, there is almost no problem. Professor Kate Elbin made a direct judgment. But why do they keep knocking on the cage, hoping to escape? It has been like this since last night, they have never been so disobedient before. John had already organized the language and was calm and relaxed. Said. This is indeed a problem. Professor Kate Elbin frowned, ordinary spiders are so excited, this is something I have never seen before. Could it be fear? John asked in a low voice. Fear? Professor Kate Elbin bent down and looked more closely, it does look a bit like. But it's impossible. He said categorically. Why? Professor Sprout was the one who was questioning this time. Only one kind of extremely evil magical creature can make spiders feel fear. But that kind of evil creature has been extinct in Britain for almost 400 years, and the Ministry of Magic strictly prohibits it from entering the British Isles, so it cannot be in Hog appeared around Watts. Professor Kate Elbin returned the cage to John while speaking. Maybe you didn't feed them enough, Mr. Hart. I will prescribe some excitement potion for you, you give them a try. Chapter 25, The Eve of Halloween, Part 1. At Hogwarts, time flies quickly. As the weather gets colder, October is coming. The damp chill seems to have filled the entire castle, and a cold began to spread between students and teachers. Mrs. Pomfrey specially asked Professor Snape to prepare a refreshing agent. After taking this medicine, the whole head would be on fire and steam out, but the cold would heal soon. John has been feeding 2 South African red spiders with the tranquilizing potion that Professor Kate Elbin gave him. Their condition seems to be much better, although it is not clear that it is the effect of the potion, or the basilisk has stopped activities at Hogwarts during this period. In fact, after the first Sunday, John Hart rarely acts alone in the Hogwarts castle. Every morning and evening, I followed a group of Hufflepuff first-year students in and out of the common room. Basilisk can't attack people in the castle in broad daylight, right? It's even more impossible to get into the 2 barrels at the entrance of the Hufflepuff common room. The kitchen is rarely visited again, basically once a week or 2. Fortunately, Klein and other house elves would eagerly stuff his pockets with snacks and eat for a week is more than enough. The time to practice mantras in the room of responsiveness has also been greatly shortened. Generally, he will go there only at noon and when there is no class. The practice of the eye disease mantra is progressing pretty well. Now he can easily smash the eyes of the active dummy with a single spell, but he doesn't know how effective the actual combat is. Occlumency has encountered a lot of trouble, as if there is no progress, strictly speaking. He said that he didn't know how far he had practiced occlumency. After all, there was no active dummy that could release the mindful mind in the room of responsiveness. The normal course continues. The Transfiguration class is still the same, his performance is not very impressive, the best grade is Ginny Weasley, she can now turn the teapot into a mouse, and Professor McGonagall can say that she is full of praise. John has been avoiding getting too close to Miss Weasley, maybe the other party would think his name is John Hatt. Colin Creevey and Miss Weasley have a very good relationship. They often whisper together during class. John couldn't help but mourn the short Gryffindor boy in his heart. The results of the Curse class are similar to those of the Transfiguration class, the middle and upper class results, Professor Flitwick recently taught them to use the floating curse, and it took John about a week to successfully display it. The performance of the herbal medicine class is quite good. Professor Sprout admires him very much, but the first-year students can't really take the practical course. Professor Sprout only teaches them how to distinguish between shrunken figs and boat-shaped aconites, and lead them to get to know dangerous plants like devil's net and mandela grass. Not to mention the potions class. In each class, the potions he and Astoria configured were so successful that teachers who were so mean and eccentric to the level of Snape could not help but praise he several times. You may be the only non-Slytherin student who has been praised by Professor Snape. Hufflepuff's prefect Gabrielle Truman said excitedly to him after hearing the news. Definitely not, at least the second one. John thought in his heart. The defense against the dark arts class is still a farce, and Professor Lockhart asks the students to read aloud the contents of his book in turn. At the climax, he will invite a beautiful Ravenclaw girl named Melinda Bobbin to perform with him. Was almost in the blink of an eye, and October gradually came to an end. John knew very well that the peaceful life at Hogwarts could not last long. The Forgotten Potion may be the deepest potion you need to learn in the first grade. On the last day of October, in the potions classroom, Professor Snape's cold voice spread throughout every corner of the classroom. Honesty say, I don't have any confidence in you to configure it successfully now, I just hope you don't fail too stupid. While talking, with a loud bang, Madeline Yaxley's cauldron exploded. Idiot! Snape roared and swept away the potion splashed on the ground with his wand. Didn't I remind you that you should add hellebore first, and then add the feathers of the absolute bird? I really don't know how you were sorted into my college. Regardless of the crying Madeline, he turned his eyes to the first row. Looking at the muddy mixture of John and Astoria in the cauldron, he smiled contemptuously. It seems that Mr. Hart and Miss Greengrass do not succeed every time. No. Professor. Astoria gathered up the courage, looked up and said, we haven't added licorice. While she was speaking, John had already poured a small bottle of dark green liquid into the crucible. I saw rapid and drastic changes in the crucible, and the muddy mixture began to dissolve little by little. There was only pure emerald green liquid in the whole pot. It's not bad, Snape said dryly, and then walked away. Astoria quickly got up and went to the last row to comfort the crying Madeline. John quickly packed his things, and while it was still dark, he rushed to the responsive room. Opened the thick copy of Advanced Potion that seemed to be moldy. He felt that he was now able to try some of the potions. And it is necessary to try it. After all, according to the original work, the protagonist trio should go to the library to borrow the book in a few days, so they have to return the book in these 2 days. He turned to the page describing compound decoction. The above illustration shows a few people who are becoming other people. The expressions on their faces are extremely painful. Lacewing insects, leeches, lily grass, and two-ear grass. These materials are easy to get, and they are in the students' storage cabinets. There are also powdered double-horned beast horns, and African tree snake skin fragments. These two materials are beyond his reach. However, I have already figured out the way. Find the owl at the school, write a letter to the potion shop in Diagon Alley and buy a little. I hope the price is not too expensive. But dragon liver is worth 17 zecos. Is it possible that snakeskin is more expensive than dragon liver? Louis Yude should be picked on the day of the full moon, and lacewing insects have to be boiled for 20 days. As long as you are lucky, you should be able to bring the finished compound decoction back to Southampton before the Christmas holiday. Chapter 26, The Eve of Halloween, Part 2. First went to the owl shed. John mailed a letter to the potions shops in Diagon Alley, asking if they had the horns of the double-horned beast and the skin fragments of the African tree snake, as well as the two medicinal materials. What are the prices? It took a lot of time, and when it got dark, he hurried back to the castle. When just walked to the corridor in front of the auditorium, he could smell the sweet and tempting smell of roasted pumpkin. It smells so sweet. John couldn't help sniffing hard. Entering the auditorium, there are lights and colorful lights, candle light shining, and dazzling colors. 1,000 bats are flying on the walls and ceilings, and another 1,000 are like clusters of low dark clouds, swarming brocades, many huge ones. The pumpkin was carved into a lantern, and almost 3 people could sit inside. Similar to the banquet at the beginning of school, students from the 4 colleges were sitting densely on 4 long tables. "John, here." Hannah Abbott waved at him eagerly. He quickly walked over and sat between her and Ernie Macmillan. "I haven't seen you for a long time, John." "Yeah, long time no see." As they greeted, all kinds of delicious food suddenly appeared on the golden plate in front of them. It is said that Professor Dumbledore invited a skeleton band to perform later. Ernie leaned in while chewing on a chicken leg. John was plucking the skin of a potato, and suddenly something flashed behind him, shocking him. "Is a moving skeleton." At such a close distance, even the ribs and interstitial bones can be seen clearly. It carried the bass in its hand, made a weird laugh, and then walked to the front desk. "Wow!" The whole hall screamed. Besides the bass player, there are drummers, guitarists, pianists, and a lead singer. Without exception, they are not living people, but skeletons. "Welcome!" Dumbledore stood up first and applauded. Under his leadership, the teachers and students began to applaud together. The skeleton vocalist bowed one by one in 4 directions, and then the performance began. "Hogwarts, Hogwarts, Hogwarts, Hogwarts. Please teach us the knowledge. Whether we are the old people who are thankful." The first song they played was actually Hogwarts school song. The eager banquet lasted more than 2 hours. The last song of Skull and Bones seems to have a wonderful incitement to make everyone become passionate. Ernie showed off excitedly at the banquet. "There have been 2 ministers of magic in the history of the Macmillan family." Hannah insisted on pulling John to show him Harry Potter in Gryffindor, but unfortunately in the end, it failed. Mr. Porter did not appear at the banquet again. The most excessive one was undoubtedly Zacharias. He said that Professor Sprout was about to appoint him as Hufflepuff's seeker. That resounding the sound is enough to spread from the castle to Hagrid's cabin. John didn't seem to be affected by the singing much. When he first heard the singing, he did have a strong urge to show off, but that emotion was quickly suppressed by himself. "You must know that even Cedric Diggory, a senior student in the 4th grade, is inevitably affected by this music." He boasted that a total of 46 girls had secretly written love letters to him since childhood. Is it the effect of occlumency? It's a pity that John couldn't be sure. All the students were celebrating together, and he couldn't even see where the teachers were. Finally, Professor Dumbledore waved his wand, and everyone in the hall recovered. The skeletons also quietly left. "A great night, right?" Dumbledore said with a smile, "but now, everyone may have to go back to rest." The students started to file out, many of them blushed. Hufflepuff and Slytherin students are going to be in the basement, and their crowds are mixed together. "John." Astoria Greengrass pushed over. "What did you say after hearing that song?" Her face flushed. John saw that Daphne, Astoria's sister, was on her body. After seeing herself, Daphne quickly left. "Well me." Before John could figure out how to answer, the crowd in front of him stopped. Everyone squeezed into an intersection. "What's the matter?" "Let me." Hufflepuff's prefect Gabrielle Truman and Slytherin prefect Gemma Farley began to try to get out of the crowd. Squeezed forward as much as possible. Through the crowd, John saw something shining on the wall in front of him. Is between the 2 windows, on the wall 1 foot above the ground. There seems to be some writing smeared there, which can be seen vaguely under the burning torch. The handwriting is bright red, which looks a little scary. The hustle and bustle and the chattering sound had disappeared, and all the students were quiet. "The secret room has been opened. You who are enemies of the air, watch out." Gabriel had already squeezed to the front. He read in a low voice. What's that thing? Hanging underneath, a student pointed to a group of dark shadows under the sign and shouted. There is a pool of water on the ground. Above the water, on the torch holder, a cat hangs upside down. Mrs. Loris, the cat of the caretaker Filch. There are 3 other students www.readaloud.com standing alone in the corridor, between the crowd and the slogan. Harry. I only heard Hannah whispering, and Ron, Hermione, why are you here? Our 3 sophomores in Gryffindor. Except for potions class, they can't pass by here. What's going on here? What's going on? Argus Filch, the administrator of Hogwarts Castle, seemed to be attracted by the sound here. Then, he saw Mrs. Loris. He stumbled back a few steps, and grabbed his face with his hands in horror. My cat! My cat! What happened to Mrs. Loris? He screamed. At this time, his protruding eyes saw Harry. Potter, you, he screamed, his voice extremely miserable, you killed my cat, you killed her. No. I'm not. I don't talk nonsense. Harry Potter stammered as he stepped back. Seeing his panicked expression, John suspected that if he changed to a detective, he could basically hit the hammer directly. You did it. Filch spits all over, you saw that letter in my office, you know I'm a dumb gun, so you. Wait a minute, Argus. An old but determined voice came from behind the crowd. Albus Dumbledore arrived at the scene, and there were many teachers. The crowd quickly gave them away, and he walked past Harry, Ron, and Hermione, and untied Mrs. Loris from the torch holder. Come with me, Argus. Dumbledore's voice was full of majesty and dignity, and you, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger. Chapter 27, Slytherin's Secret Chamber. Halloween is a holiday. Most students would choose to play around the school for a day, or take the dormitory to take a good rest. But on the morning of November 1st this year, Hufflepuff's common room was crowded with students. The seats are a little bit not enough. They were whispering and discussing. What is the secret room? I heard it was opened. I seem to have heard my father mention the secret room. I thought he was trying to scare me to fall asleep earlier. The spell in Mrs. Loris is said to be extremely powerful black magic, and Professor Dumbledore can't do anything about it. Who did you listen to? How can Professor Dumbledore be at a loss? The Weasley brothers of Gryffindor, their youngest brother went with Professor Dumbledore to check on Mrs. Loris. I think that Ronald Weasley is suspicious, and Potter and Granger, why did their 3 Gryffindor students appear at the entrance of the basement? And the 3 of them and Filch Mr. S. relationship has always been very poor. Yes, that Luoniao Weasley was confined by Mr. Filch in September. From the freshmen in the 1st grade to the old students in the 7th grade, all kinds of opinions were expressed. Although it seems to be pulling further and further. There was a sudden noise from the arch, and then a chubby witch climbed up. Professor! The students hurriedly surrounded her. Professor Sprout! What is the secret room? Hannah Abbott asked impatiently. How's Mrs. Loris? Cedric Diggory asked with some concern. That, Professor, what is a dumb gun? Justin Finley touched his head in a naive manner. It's okay, let me answer one question by one. Pomona Sprout's eyes were bloodshot, as if she hadn't slept all night. But after examining the petrified Mrs. Loris at the same time, after returning to the greenhouse to take care of the mandrake, she chose to come to Hufflepuff's common room for the first time to comfort her students. Mrs. Loris is not life-threatening, she is just being petrified. Professor Sprout said, mandrake can easily cure her. It just so happens that there is a batch of Mandela in our greenhouse. Growing. The students cheered. So the secret room, Professor? A 6th grade girl asked quickly, it's just a prank, right? That Roll Weasley prank. Secret chamber. Professor Sprout's voice became low, that's not a prank. There is a legend, of course it is just a legend. Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin, the best of that era of the four wizards who built Hogwarts together. In the first few years, the founders worked harmoniously together, looking for young people who showed signs of magic, and brought them to the castle to train them. But slowly, there was a difference between them. Slytherin, thinking that magic education should be limited to pure magic families, he was unwilling to accept Muggle children, thinking they were unreliable. So they had a fierce quarrel, and finally Slytherin left the school. So there is a weird legend about the secret room. The story says that Slytherin built a secret room in the castle, and the other founders knew nothing about it. Slytherin closed the secret room so that no one could open it until his true heir comes to the school. Only that heir can open the secret room, release the horror inside, let it purify the school, and eliminate all those who are not worthy of learning magic. While talking, Professor Sprout curled his lips. "This is just a legend," Heloise Midgen said shudderingly. "Before we thought this was a legend," Professor Sprout said solemnly, "but then, 50 years ago, when I was a second-year Hufflepuff student, the secret room opened once." "What?" Many girls stepped back in shock. "A Ravenclaw student died, terrible black magic, no one knows the cause of her death. Later Armando Dipiter also found out the true murderer, and we all thought it was over." "Ah!" Susan Bones screamed suddenly, as if she had seen something terrible, and then she ran forward several steps in fright. Several girls next to also screamed and fled, thinking it was the horrible monster in the secret room that came out and came to Hufflepuff's common room. Professor Sprout frowned. She quickly discovered the culprit. Taking out the wand, she almost lazily shouted, "There are so many obstacles." Two little guys running on the ground, preparing to escape from the Hufflepuff common room. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com was caught by her. "I'm sorry, Professor." John Hart hugged the glass cage and ran over. "John, letting out your pets to scare classmates is not the right behavior." Putting two South African red spiders into the glass cage, her voice was somewhat reproachful but not harsh. "I'm sorry, Professor." John explained quickly, "but I really didn't mean it, they escaped." They were fed with the tranquility potion of Professor Kate Elbin before, they were very quiet. But since last night, they suddenly became anxious again, and it didn't help to feed the stability potion. "I was accidentally just now." Opening a slit in the cage, the two of them jumped out, almost made them run away. "Really?" Professor Sprout's face gradually became serious after hearing such words. After half an hour, John went to the owl shed again. Spent 19 gallons and 7 sykes. He bought 5 ounces of powder of double-horned horns and a whole African tree snake skin. The potion is really a money-burning thing. The two kinds of materials, almost ruined his family. Fortunately, at Hogwarts, there is no necessary consumption content, and it doesn't matter if you don't have a gnat. Back to the castle, when he entered the basement, he passed by the place where Mrs. Loris was killed. The words still flashed so brightly on the stone wall. The secret room was opened. "Those who are enemies of the heirs, watch out." John snorted coldly and touched the alarm clock of the rooster hidden in his robe. Without stopping, he drove away. Chapter 28, Quidditch Match. Since Mrs. Loris was attacked, the administrator of Hogwarts Castle Argus Filch has become depressed. He paced the place where Mrs. Loris was killed every day, looking at every passing student, especially the Slytherin student, with hostile eyes. He thought the murderer might come here again. In a sense, Filch's intuition is correct. The location of the secret room is actually on the innermost side of the corridor behind the attack site. There is a bathroom, Gwan, with the word fault written on the door. There is the toilet of the crying Myrtle, and Myrtle was the victim of the secret room incident 50 years ago. Every time he passes by here, John has a feeling of horror, as if behind this brass-colored gate, a basilisk will emerge at any time, give him a bite, or turn him into a stone. What's more terrible is that this bathroom is located just like the mouth of the basement to the castle above. That is to say, he must pass through here every day when he leaves the Hufflepuff common room and on the way back. So that John is very cautious every time he passes by. If he doesn't want to find a small group, he will never pass by. Hogwarts, a school history in the library was completely borrowed. Not every college will have such a good teacher as Professor Sprout. Moreover, the low-key nature of Hufflepuff students will not spread the news about the secret room. In the potions class, he heard Astoria say that in Professor Snape's private medicinal storage cabinet, 2 precious medicinal materials were stolen, and it is very likely that several students did it. Snape, the matter is being investigated and vowed to expel the thief. Is undoubtedly the work of the trio. Hermione Granger should start preparing the compound decoction. And John's configuration progress is half a month faster than her. 12 lacewing insects have been cooked for 2 weeks, and only need to cook for another week. You can add 1 ounce of crude antimony and 4 leeches without mouthparts. John thinks that his talent in potions is not weaker than Hermione, and the environment of the responsive room is obviously better than the Myrtle bathroom. Although he has been studying for a year less, he is still very good at configuring the potion. Confident. It's another Saturday morning. John just woke up and habitually practiced occlumency in bed. John! Wake up, wake up! The violent knock on the door almost startled him. Good morning, Zacharias, he exclaimed angrily. John, hurry up. Quidditch game. At 9 o'clock we play against Ravenclaw, then at 11 o'clock Gryffindor against Slytherin. We have to go and cheer for Hufflepuff. Panting hard and finishing speaking, Zacharias Smith started running to another dormitory and called for someone to go. So it's the Quidditch game. John lowered his voice and said to himself, the next victim will appear soon. Slowly got up from the bed, then put on the yellow jacket and scarf he had prepared, and walked out of the common room. Then I found Hannah Abbott and Susan Burns, and passed by the location where Mrs. Loris was attacked. Just came to the Quidditch stadium. He found that the stadium was surrounded by yellow, black and blue oceans. Hufflepuff students dressed in yellow and black, and Ravenclaw students dressed in blue and bronze. The supporters of the 2 academies separated on both sides of the Quidditch stadium, cheering and shouting. Ernie Macmillan used a discarded rag to make a flag with a cheering dog badger painted on it. Ravenclaw did not show any weakness. The cyan and blue crowd formed the shape of an eagle. Come on, Cedric, you are the best! Hannah shouted. Come on, Hufflepuff! Players from both teams have already entered the field. John saw Cedric Diggory walking at the forefront of the yellow and black teams. He didn't know the rest of the Hufflepuff players. They should all be seniors. Student. There is also a familiar one in Ravenclaw, Chu Jong, a girl with an Asian face, the last of the blue team. The players of the 2 teams shook hands with each other, and then lined up around the referee Madame Hooch. Madame Hooch blew her silver whistle vigorously. 15 flying broomsticks rose from the ground, high up into the sky, and the game began. The start of the game. The ghost flying ball was immediately snatched by Ravenclaw's captain Roger Davis. He ran all the way, dodges the wandering ball, and swung past Cadwarad. Did you hit the goal directly? No, Davis chose to pass the ball to Chambers, facing the empty goal directly. Beautiful, Ravenclaw led 10-0. When not commenting on Gryffindor or Slytherin games, Lee Jordan's commentary is quite fair. John was a little drowsy in the cool breeze. To be honest, he was not interested in Quidditch at all. He was just forcibly pulled over by this group of students. And he didn't want to be too uncomfortable. That was a bit inconspicuous. There was a one-sided situation on the court. Ravenclaw's chasers scored again and again, and Ravenclaw's cheerleaders cheered. On Hufflepuff's side, the atmosphere gradually faded. Lee Jordan continued to explain, at 1:30-20, Ravenclaw deserves to be the champion of the last Quidditch Cup. They achieved an overwhelming advantage in just 20 minutes, and Hufflepuff could not fight back. And many more. Wait. Snitch. Golden snitch. Cedric Diggory, he caught the golden snitch. Nice job, Diggory, the game is over. Hufflepuff completed the lore 170:130. There was a burst of cheers on the court, and countless Hufflepuff students rushed into the court to celebrate this hard-won victory with the players. Professor Sprout was also celebrating with her students. Looking at the Ravenclaw players, fans, and Professor Flitwick with expressions on their faces like shit, John suddenly thought this game was a bit interesting. Ladies and gentlemen, in 20 minutes, the Gryffindor vs Slytherin game is about to begin. Lee Jordan's voice sounded again on the Quidditch pitch. Hufflepuff's celebrating fans began to gradually walk out of the Quidditch stadium. Gryffindor's cheerleaders, group after group came in. John saw a small team: Hermione Granger, Ron Weasley, Colin Creevey with a camera and Ginny Weasley with his head down. He hastily avoided this dangerous team. In the stands, Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall, who were not present in the last game, also came to watch the game. Suddenly, John realized something very important. In the next hour or so, the Salvation Trio, Ginny Weasley and Albus Dumbledore, who are controlled by Voldemort, are not in the castle. In other words, as long as you avoid Filch, can you do whatever you want in the castle? Just do it. John directly refused to take him to the hall to celebrate Zacharias. Sorry, I have to go back to the common room to get something. Quickly returned to Hufflepuff's common room, John took a robe casually, and took a ballpoint pen from the drawer. 3 minutes later, John appeared in the corridor behind the place where Mrs. Loris was killed, in front of the bathroom of the Crying Myrtle. The followers of his study of the Great Flesh sect surrounded his face tightly with long robes so that others could not see his face. Grabbed the brass and pushed open the door. It was wet on the floor, and there was a crucible near the sink, and there was still liquid in it. A few candle heads were burning low on the bracket, emitting dim light, illuminating the floor gloomily, very dark and dull. Under a large, stained, cracked mirror, the surface can be seen a flaked, stone pool. There was a faint cry from the broken toilet in the innermost area. It should be Myrtle. There is a living person. Myrtle seems to have noticed his existence. www.readaloud.com and floated over. It seems to be another boy. Go away, you ugly ghost. John was rude, deliberately pretending to be a hoarse voice, and said harshly, a fat, ugly, weeping, sullen ghost. Woo. Myrtle sobbed sadly and went back to her toilet, causing water splashing all over the bathroom. By the way, I have pimples on my face. Following this heavy sarcasm, Myrtle screamed and got into the toilet with a scream and disappeared. John breathed a sigh of relief, and he started searching under the pool. Soon, he saw it, on the side of a copper dragon head, a small snake was carved. John took out the marker, and then he was taken aback. Not right, if you write here, Voldemort possesses Miss Weasley to open the door, wouldn't you find it all at once? After a little thought and calm analysis, he had an idea. Walked a few steps to the left and came to a pool on the left side of the entrance to the secret room. Bent down, he wrote this line in an inconspicuous position under the pool. I'm Ginny Weasley. I feel like I opened the secret room. And something is controlling my thoughts. The entrance to the secret room seems to be on the side of a copper faucet under the pool on the right. Must have a snake-like voice to open it. Help me. Is written very small and inconspicuous, and the bathroom is extremely gloomy. If you don't bend down and look closely, you won't see anything at all. Clapped his hands and John left the bathroom. He also wiped the doorknob smoothly, wiping off his fingerprints. Chapter 29, Compound Decoction. Do you know Colin Creevey? I have an impression, like a short first-year Gryffindor. He was attacked by a monster in the secret room, at the entrance of the school hospital. He is now lying on the bed like a dead person, turned into stone like Mrs. Loris. God! I remember Creevy seems to be of pure Muggle descent. Is it true that, as in the legend, the heir of Slytherin wants to drive all wizards and dumb guns of Muggle descent from Hogwarts? Too frightening. Since Mrs. Loris was attacked, the discussion about the secret room in the Hufflepuff common room has not stopped. However, with the appearance of the second victim, the panic began to spread. Porter must have done it, Ernie Macmillan said confidently. How can I say that? Hannah Abbott, with her golden ponytail, tried to retort. Potter and Filch had a quarrel, then Filch's cat was killed, and Potter was the first to discover. First-year freshman Creevy harassed and angered Potter every day, and then it turned to stone right in front of Potter's ward. Macmillan deduced like a famous detective. I still can't believe it, but Harry stopped the mysterious man. The kind-hearted Hannah was unwilling to accept this reality. Don't be silly. No one knows how he escaped to death when he was attacked by a mysterious man. I mean, when that happened, he was still a baby. He should have been blown to pieces. Yes, only the truly powerful black wizard can escape the spell of the mysterious man. Ernie said in a mysterious silence, so. John did not try to stop the spread of such rumors or refute such rumors. Almost every one of Hufflepuff's Muggle students is at risk, especially Justin Finley. He has been pale in the past few days and dare not even go to class. It is said that he is after school starts. In an unintentional conversation, he told Harry Potter about his blood. Although John Hart is a freshman, in this matter, he is almost the one with the most stable mentality in the entire college. His daily life is still as usual, except when he enters the common room, he chooses to be with other students. But when Professor Sprout came to collect the list of students who stayed at school for Christmas, he was almost the first to sign in the column of school leavers. Like him, most of the students chose to leave school and fled Hogwarts like a plague, worrying that the monsters in the secret room would run out at any time and give them a fatal blow. But before the Christmas holiday, John received an email from an owl. Contains a lot of shining, delicate but worthless small decorations. He asked Eric to buy it for him and send it over. Brought these small decorations to the kitchen, and he gave them all to the house elves in the kitchen. This is a Christmas gift given to you in advance, although it is not a precious thing. In the kitchen, Chen Ken said, "Thank you for taking care of me over the past half year. Tasty food." The house elves were almost crying, and they quickly took on these small decorations, although they looked a little nondescript after dressing up. Klein held John's calf and cried loudly. John persuaded him 10 times before he let go. This is the first time a wizard has given Klein a Christmas gift. "Thank you, Mr. Hart." In the end, the house elves stuffed John's pockets with all kinds of snacks, and they let him go until they couldn't fit them. Of course, before leaving Hogwarts, there is one last thing. The compound decoction has now been configured. In the past week or so, he has added 2/3 ounces of liquid grass picked at the full moon, 1/2 ounce of powdered ammonium chloride, 2 ounces of grass leaf powder, and 1 teaspoon of dehorn to the medicine in the configuration. Horn powder, an appropriate amount of saltpeter, mercury, iron filings, and dried African tree snake skin. Although the formula of compound decoction is extremely complicated, the configuration process is not too advanced. This is why, as a high-risk potion, it can be successfully configured in the first and second grades. There is black smoke in the cauldron now, and there is a pungent smell in the black smoke. This can prove that there should be no major problems with his configuration. John carefully put these compound decoctions into small crystal bottles. They looked like dark, sticky mud. Then now, it's time to test its effects. He muttered to himself, and took out his yellowish-black hair that he had kept in another crystal bottle. Carefully added the hair to the compound decoction, the crystal bottle sizzled and started to foam. Just a few seconds later, its color changed to a rich khaki. Only has a small mouth, it can maintain the deformation for about 10 minutes. John closed his eyes and poured the potion into his mouth. Although I have a certain degree of psychological preparation, the taste is almost as bad as expected. It is as disgusting as drinking a glass of gasoline. The internal organs quickly began to churn, as if what he had just swallowed was a few live snakes. John bent down and took off his clothes as quickly as possible. Then, a burning sensation quickly spread from his stomach to his whole body, and he felt his body melt again, as if the skin all over his body was bubbling like hot wax. John lay on the ground, watching his hands start to grow bigger, fingers thicker, nails whiter, shoulders start to stretch. 1 minute later, he stood up. His head was taller than before, his arms and legs were thicker, his hair became messy black, and some freckles appeared on his smooth face. He quickly put on the large Hogwarts robe he had prepared before. If someone else is here, you can easily recognize it. He became Hufflepuff's prefect, Gabriel Truman. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. Gabriel's hair was secretly pulled off by John and the others when they celebrated their Quidditch victory, just to test the effect of the compound decoction. He wanted to get a teacher's hair, but the only normal adult male wizards at Hogwarts are Dumbledore and Snape. Both of them are too difficult to deal with. The hair of the senior students is gone. John, who had become Gabriel, raised his wand, and an active dummy appeared in front of him immediately. Reducto. Gabriel's deep and slightly magnetic voice rang. But the wand just flashed a faint blue light. There was no other reaction. Gabriel is a 6th grade student at Hogwarts, and he is also a top student. Smashing Curse, the basic spell of the Owl's defense against the dark arts class, can't be controlled. So as expected, after using the compound decoction, it will not have any effect on your magic. It is not because you have become a powerful wizard that you can use powerful spells. It is normal to think about it. If the compound decoction has the effect of copying the magic power, the Order of the Phoenix fights the Death Eaters, will it become 100 Dumbledore vs. 100 Voldemort? If this is the case, the Order of the Phoenix would have an overwhelming advantage. Waved his hand, the movable dummy disappeared, replaced by a huge stone slab. John put his wand aside, then bent down. The unexpected surprise. This stone slab weighing close to 30 kilograms, before the transformation, it was difficult to move it anyway. He moved it easily. Chapter 30, Christmas. As time arrived in mid-December, snow began to fall in the sky, and Hogwarts was quickly covered by snow. The weather in the Scottish Highlands has always been so unpredictable, rainy and snowy. John, who grew up in the southern port city of Southampton, is obviously not accustomed to the cold weather that requires several thick sweaters every day. Fortunately, the semester is about to end and they will have more than half a month of vacation. The students are almost scrambling to reserve seats on the Hogwarts Express, hoping to go home for Christmas. John is quite curious about this. Isn't Christmas a Christian holiday? The witch hunt of the Christian Church in the Middle Ages, I don't know how many wizards were killed, and the two sides are almost full of blood. Witches actually want to commemorate the birth of the Son of the Christian Church? In the last History of Magic class, he posed this question to Professor Binns. Professor, why do wizards also have Christmas? Hearing this question, Professor Binns blinked and said in his dry, breathless voice. Although Christmas is a day that even Muggles celebrate, we wizards definitely celebrated this holiday earlier than them. As early as the 14th century BC, the Mitanni wizards of Asia Minor lived in 12 celebrate the history of the Mithras on the 25th. In ancient languages such as Sanskrit or Avesta, Mitra means contract or companion. Mitra, the of contract, according to legend, the day of her birth it's December 25th. For us wizards, this is also the meaning of Christmas. For wizards, the existence of the contract is an important reason for the rapid progress of magic. Our ancestors entered into a contract with the elemental elves, which is the beginning of our ability to possess magic. The role of the wand is also to reach a contract with the wizard. This allows wizards to effectively control their own magic, we also enter into contracts with fairies, horsemen, and even muggles to ensure that we do not have to live in danger. While talking, Professor Binns made a violent cough, as if the sound of chalk being broken. Because the contract is so important to magic. So wizards spontaneously celebrate the birth of Mithra on December 25 every year. This is the beginning of Christmas. Muggles celebrate this holiday because our influence is that their saint son was not born on December 25, but in the autumn. Their legends and the history of wizards are confused with each other, which is rumored to be false. However, the gift-giving habit of wizards at Christmas originated from Muggles. The wizards found it very interesting, so they gradually adopted this custom. Is there any problem, Mr. Hart? No more, thank you, Professor. John sat back in his seat, and Professor Binns reopened the lecture. Let's continue to talk about the weird Yurick. He was born in the Middle Ages after 982 and is a famous weird wizard. With the end of the last potion class, the Christmas holiday begins. Hogwarts school year is divided into 3 semesters. From the beginning of school to before the Christmas holiday, it is the first semester. After the Christmas holiday returns to the Easter holiday, it is the second semester, and after the Easter holiday returns to school. To the end of the semester is the third semester. Between each semester, there is a half-month vacation, and before each academic year, there is a summer vacation of more than 2 months. John boarded the Hogwarts Express train to London, and was in a compartment with Zacharias Smith and Heloise Midgen, and then he listened to Zacharias blowing for several hours. Cattle. At dusk, when John got off the train, he saw Eric and Judy waiting at King's Cross Station at first sight. Long time no see, Mom. When Judy suddenly embraced him, he whispered, Merry Christmas. Yes, honey. Merry Christmas. The Christmas I spent at 86 East Lee Road was no different from usual. It seems that there is no wizard in this family, in fact, it is almost the same. After all, John can't use magic here now. Eric bought a pine tree and dressed it beautifully with lights, ornaments, and Christmas stockings. Judy made a wealth of food, including a 10-pound baking buddy, trunk cake. John, just like ordinary children, eat and drink at home, and then fall asleep. Woke up early the next morning. The first thing he saw was a small pile of packages at the foot of his bed. Gifts, UU reading www.uugonshu.com. Many gifts. Eric gave him a precious Cartier watch with the name John Hart written on the right side of the watch. Judy's gift was a black coat, which looked like she had designed it herself and was in perfect harmony with John's figure. It looked good on her body and looked no different from the wizard's robe. As for other gifts, Zacharias gave him a copy of Quidditch, but John just glanced at it and threw it aside. Astoria's gift is a box of chocolate frogs and bibido beans. Professor Sprout actually also sent him a specimen of Sphaeranthus spp. As for the big package left, John bent down, opened it carefully, and found that it was a very delicate chocolate cake. This is a Christmas present from the house elves in the kitchen. John tasted it and it tasted great. Then, he collected these gifts one by one and walked out of the room. Came to the courtyard, he saw Eric was shoveling snow there. John thought about it carefully, but walked over. What's the matter, son? Eric couldn't help asking, looking at John, who was silent for a long time. That. Eric. Dad. John hesitated. Can you give me some money? Money? Eric blinked. Didn't it mean that our currency cannot be used in your world? Yes. John nodded, but I want to buy something else. Okay, how much do you want? John pondered for a moment. 30,000 pounds, it's almost done. Chapter 31, Uninvited Guest. There is a strange hardware store at 21 Winchester Road, Southampton. Mr. Robert Wilson is the owner of this place. He is a Northern Irishman in his 60s. He is tall and burly. He is old but very energetic. In Mr. Wilson's shop, you can easily buy faucets, screws, door locks, and even pistols. The English law on firearms is very strict on the surface, and it seems that ordinary people cannot legally obtain any kind of firearms. But the law is always flawed. For example, modern firearms and weapons are prohibited by law, so for example, old-fashioned fully automatic shotguns, revolvers, and some collectible antiques and commemorative firearms can be purchased without specific documents. Also, Mr. Wilson is a Northern Irishman. Unlike England, Northern Ireland law allows citizens to possess any pistol, and there are no restrictions on the magazine capacity of pistols and shotguns. Therefore, before the Thomas Hamilton shooting, 1996, broke out, Mr. Wilson could legally sell dozens of pistols or shotguns every year to his Northern Irish friends in Southampton without any documentation. This is also the biggest source of income for this hardware store. At dusk on December 30, 1992, Mr. Wilson looked after the shop as usual. Suddenly, he found that his hardware store was welcoming an uninvited guest, a big, sturdy man who walked in here. He is at least 1.9 meters tall, his skin is dark, and his face looks fierce and rough. "Mr. Robert Wilson?" the burly man asked in a low voice. Mr. Wilson raised his head and asked in a low voice. "Yes, sir, what do you call it?" "Varian Rin." "Hello Mr. Rin, do you need my help?" Hearing this strange name, the hardware store owner asked. "That's right." The other party's voice was very calm, and there was almost no wave of sound. "Mr. Wilson, I heard that you can buy pistols." "Pistol?" "Yes." Robert Wilson couldn't help narrowing his eyes. "My guns are only sold to my fellow Northern Ireland." "Of course, I am from Northern Ireland, and I was born in Belfast," the sturdy man said with a smile. That pure South English accent has already betrayed him. Obviously, he cannot be a Northern Irishman. But while speaking, the uninvited guest secretly stuffed a few banknotes into the hands of the hardware store owner. Several £100 banknotes. Obviously, this guest doesn't look as brainless as the muscles on his body, Wilson secretly thought. "I am honored, Mr. Rin, please come with me." It took John a long time to get used to this new body. Is like stretching your body suddenly and making it thick, but it is actually a very uncomfortable process. This sturdy man with a height of 1.9 meters is actually a security guard in Eric's office, a very sturdy character but actually very timid. John secretly cut a few hairs while he was sleeping. As a good young man who has been poisoned by science and culture for decades, he naturally has a blind trust in technological weapons. Especially after being exposed to magic for 4 or 5 months, he still cannot easily cast some harmful spells. In the case of, he desperately needs the ability to protect himself. Rin, a sturdy man, followed Mr. Wilson and came behind the hardware store counter. He keeps his right hand in his pocket, holding something tightly, watching for anything unusual around him very vigilantly. The owner of the hardware store has carried a large box out of the cabinet and bent down. "I don't know what your gun preferences are." He took out the top pistol, and said, "Mr. Rin, this is a Colt M1911 pistol. It has been since 1911. It started production and served extensively in the U.S. Army until 10 years ago. It can fire 0.45-inch Colt pistols and has an effective range of 50 meters. The sturdy man frowned. He seemed to have heard of this classic pistol. "Mr. Wilson," he started, "I think I need some more advanced goods. This kind of weapon, which was produced 80 years ago, is indeed a bit behind." "Well, a picky customer." Mr. Wilson smiled, bent down, and started searching. "I found it, this is a good gun." The pistol he took out this time was much smaller than the previous one, PSM pistol, a 1980 product, only the palm of the hand and no more than 1 weight. Pounds, using 5.45 mm pistol ammunition, effective range of 30 meters, this is a Soviet product, very cheap, and a KGB-specific weapon, very light and very small. Really? The other party took the small pistol and looked at it carefully. So what about recoil? How about recoil? He asked at the same time. I bet this is the pistol with the smallest recoil in the world. www.readaloud.com. Even a 12-year-old can easily shoot. The hardware store owner said without hesitation. Is it okay for a 12-year-old child? The big guy couldn't help but his eyes lit up, and then nodded, I want this gun. Looking at the pistol that didn't match the size of the big man, Mr. Wilson couldn't help but smile secretly. But he will definitely not take the initiative to disrupt a business. I also need a more powerful pistol, the more powerful the better. The other party continued. Is it a powerful pistol? You can take a look at this. Mr. Wilson took out a pistol in the box and took out a pistol. This is a powerful item. The Desert Eagle marked the first pistol that was only released in the United States in 1985. It can fire 0.357 Magnum revolver rounds, weighs nearly 4 pounds, and has an effective range of up to 200 meters. At close range, it can even easily kill brown bears and wild boars. Really? The other party began to look at the pistol seriously. Can you kill a python? I dare to swear that even the largest snake in the world will get a headshot from this gun. I want all of these 2 guns. The big man seemed to have made up his mind. You still need to give me some bullets. Mr. Wilson likes this kind of refreshing customer the most. He didn't hesitate to pack the 2 guns and bullets, and put a tap label on the outside. A total of 3,000 pounds, sir. The other party did not bargain, took out a thick pile of pounds from his pocket, and said, I have another question, Mr. Wilson. The owner of the hardware store took his greedy look away. Excuse me, sir. I need to find someone. Chapter 32, Voodoo Soldier King. London, the most prosperous city in the entire British Isles. But in the Newham area of East London, it presents a completely different scene. This is the area with the most concentrated immigrants in London and one of the poorest areas in the UK, commonly known as the slum area. Under Conan Doyle, the most dangerous place in the fog of London is undoubtedly here. The famous Jack the Ripper was once active here. Dockers, women, black people. Almost all of the lowest level figures in London society live here. Of course, now maybe the refugees from the former Soviet Union should be added. After the huge country in the east disintegrated a year ago, countless free refugees flee to the west. Many strange Eastern European faces can be found in London, in Paris, in Amsterdam, the slums of every big Western European city. When an unfamiliar face appeared in the Newham district, a few malicious blacks quickly gathered around. But the black people took a look at the strong muscles of the target, and felt a little uncomfortable, and then slowly dispersed. This 1.9 meter tall, black-skinned, sturdy man who looked fierce and rough, had a bottle of wine in his hand. He just glanced at the black people and hurried towards his destination. As Conan Doyle said, this land is indeed full of evil, and he doesn't want to fall here. 10 minutes later, he arrived at his destination, a low apartment. The whole apartment has a style of 19th century architecture. The lime on the walls has fallen off, showing an ugly grey. Several pillars seem to be crumbling, and the apartment may collapse at any time. The stranger stopped and knocked gently on the door. Come in. A weak and decadent voice came from the room. Pushing open the greasy wooden door, the space inside is incredibly narrow. An old sofa already occupies a half of the entire apartment, and the rest is piled with all kinds of wine bottles. Although the invaders don't know much about the wine category, it can still be seen that these are cheap and inferior wines. Who are you? Lying on the sofa was a middle-aged man with grey hair and a decadent expression. He was wearing a grey dock worker coat. The invader frowned, and then passed the bottle of wine in his hand. Vodka. The middle-aged man who had just decayed like an old dog suddenly had energy. He quickly took the bottle of vodka, opened the mouth of the bottle with his teeth, and poured it into his throat like mineral water. "Sergei Ivanovich Pavlov?" the tall intruder asked softly. The middle-aged man who drank half a bottle of vodka, raised his head, his eyes sharpened. Born in Ukraine in 1955. Started to play for the Soviet National Security Council in 1976. Participated in the war in Afghanistan in 1979. Awarded the Red Flag Medal in 1985. The sturdy man's voice was very calm, as if he was reciting an ordinary resume. "Who are you, from Scotland Yard, or from MI6? Pavlov, lying on the sofa, roared. He is now like a polar bear ready to attack at any time, full of danger. "Don't get me wrong." The sturdy man smiled, "I just came here admiringly. My name is Varian Rin." This is not like an English name, Pavlov thought to himself. "Your Excellency Rin, what do you do?" His English is not standard, and you can find many grammatical errors by listening carefully. An envelope was pushed in front of Pavlov, and when he opened it suspiciously, the whole person was shocked. The envelope contained 100-pound notes, at least 20. Pavlov's hands trembled a little. He was very short of money, very short of money. "I can't do anything illegal. But he still has a certain sense of reason. Scotland Yard has been eyeing me long ago. They hope to throw me into Edinburgh prison. I don't have the same privileges as those black people. I still have a wife and daughter to take care of. There will be nothing illegal. I am a good law-abiding citizen." Rin said sternly, "I just want to know something. Do you know Mr. Robert Wilson of Southampton? Mr. Wilson helped me and my wife and daughter smuggle to England a year ago, in Southampton Harbour. Mr. Wilson told me that you were a very good KGB agent. When I was training in Kazan, my performance in various subjects was always the first place in the same class. When you participated in the war in Afghanistan, you killed 6 Afghan armed personnel who tried to break into the barracks in a dark night without any lights, and you were awarded the Red Flag Medal for that." "Yes, my hearing is very good, I can locate by ear, and killed 6 terrorists in this way." Pavlov smiled bitterly, "It's a pity that the medal was replaced by me when I was in Moscow. 2 pieces of black bread. Then this gun, you reading www.uuganshu.com, can you use it?" As he said, the intruder threw Pavlov a Desert Eagle Mark I pistol. "The recoil is great, but you'd better try one-handed use." Before Pavlov could reply, the door of the apartment was suddenly pushed open. An Eastern European woman broke in. She wore a chestless top and a short skirt that was almost waist-length. She only wore a cotton jacket. Her lips were covered with bright red lipstick, her face was covered with foundation, and the wrinkles in the corners of her eyes were not covered. It looks like she should have been a very beautiful hairy girl when she was young, but unfortunately she was only in her 30s, and her face had an old attitude that did not belong to her age. "Sergei, sorry. I didn't know you had a guest," she stammered. Then, she lowered her head and got into the back room of the apartment. "Sarah, my wife," Pavlov stammered, lowering his head completely. "Let's take a look at the gun first." The intruder deliberately changed the subject. "No problem," Pavlov replied. "The Desert Eagle Mark I semi-automatic pistol developed by Israel in 1985 has great recoil, but it shouldn't be a problem with one-handed operation with my strength. If you don't believe me, you can find a shooting range and try." "No need, I believe you." The sturdy man nodded. "Then what do you need me to do for you?" The veteran of the former Soviet Union asked softly, "Are you a bodyguard?" "No." The other party shook his head, "I only need a bit of your hair." "Hair?" "That's right." The other party took out an envelope again. "The total is £3,000, I want to buy your hair, just a little bit." Chapter 33, Journal. At the 9 3/4 station of King's Cross Station, the express train to Hogwarts will be driving in a quarter of an hour. John Hart is sitting on this train. After more than half a month of boring Christmas vacation, he can finally return to Hogwarts. That's right, the Christmas holiday in Southampton can be described as boring. You can't use magic, you don't have a few books on your hand, and you can't even see the wizard's activities within 100 miles, every day except for practicing the brain. Closure, and then there is nothing to do. Fortunately, he persuaded Eric and Judy to allow them to go to London alone and take the train back to school, otherwise, nothing will be done during the half-month holiday. Found a separate compartment, put his salute on the pedal, and took out a diary from his cloak. The old black cover and the paper inside are already yellowed. It can be seen that this diary is a bit old. From a distance, this diary even has a somewhat gloomy feeling. John ran several streets in London and searched for it all afternoon, before he finally went to an old bookstore and bought it for 15 pence. I'm bored, John opened it and wrote in a blank space on the page. Compound decoction, recorded in the book Powerful Potion, is a powerful potion. You can add things on the target's body, such as hair or nails, but mainly hair, drink it, and it will become the other person's appearance within a certain time. The ingredients needed to prepare the compound decoction include lacewing insects, crude antimony, leeches with mouth parts removed, liquid grass picked at the full moon, powdered ammonium chloride, 2-ear grass leaf powder, dehorned animal horn powder, saltpeter, mercury, iron filings, and dried African tree snake skin. The configuration process is more complicated, but there are not too many difficulties. Take about 5 ml of compound decoction to maintain the transformation for about 10 minutes. Take about 50 ml of compound decoction to maintain the transformation for about 1 hour. A large dose of compound decoction, above 1 L, can maintain the transformation time to 24 hours. But the longest transformation time is 24 H, no matter how much you take, it can't be improved again. The initial taste of compound decoction is like boiled overcooked cabbage. The specific color and taste will change according to the mood of the user towards the transformation target. If you feel good about the transformation target, the taste will make do with it. If you have a poor relationship with the transformation target, the taste will be quite disgusting. It can only be used to transform humans and not other creatures. Attempting to transform into an animal will cause extremely serious side effects. Trying to become a hybrid between humans and other creatures, such as hybrid giants, werewolves, has an unknown effect, but there is a high probability that it will not succeed. And accompanied by certain side effects. After successfully transforming with the compound decoction, you can replicate all the physiological functions of the target's voice, strength, intuition, etc. But you cannot replicate the magical abilities of any wizard. You cannot expect the compound decoction to make you a powerful wizard. There have been known cases where the compound decoction can be gender switched, but wrote a page full, and John described all his knowledge about the compound decoction. Then he carefully tore off the paper. After was folded, the 2 letters PP, short for polyjuice, were marked on the outside. John put it in a very secret clip in the suitcase, and put it together with a small stack of notes. The door of the compartment was knocked softly. John took the diary back into his cloak, and said, "Please come in." John. The beautiful girl with blonde curly hair and a childish face pushed open the compartment door. In the letter, the two of them have met in this car as soon as possible. Merry Christmas. She blinked. So are you, Astoria. John nodded. She sat opposite John, and the two exchanged a few words. How about the Christmas present? John asked with a smile. It's great. Astoria suddenly smiled. Unbelievable, that 3-sided makeup mirror is really great, I like it so much. My mother praises it as good, and she doesn't usually smile. Really? Great. John bit his lip. What about you, the secret I hid in the chocolate frog, did you find it? Astoria blushed suddenly and asked in a low voice. Hey! John was suddenly taken aback. The box of chocolate frogs given to him by Astoria, he tasted a few and threw it aside. Where do you know the secret hidden in it? Idiot, hey! Astoria snorted and turned away. She decided not to ignore him. Fortunately, their Cold War did not last a few minutes before it ended. The smiling retail clerk on the train appeared in time to resolve their embarrassment. When we ate pot-shaped pies and pumpkin cakes together www.readaloud.com, the previous displeasure seemed to be forgotten by Astoria. After eating a licorice wand, she seemed to remember something. I heard. Only Astoria whispered, there has been another attack at Hogwarts. Hey! John frowned. The ghost of Gryffindor, Sir Nicholas, was killed, and there is another student of your Hufflepuff, Justin Finley. Astoria said with a serious face. They and Laurie before Mrs. Silk and Colin Creevey were all turned into stone. Just a few days after we left school. So? John nodded blankly. As he expected, according to the original plot, Nick and Justin should have been killed at this time. However, he did not receive any news about this at Christmas. It was probably the official Hogwarts who gave the news to him. It was suppressed, but it couldn't hide from a big family like Greengrass. I wanted to write this thing in a letter to tell you. Astoria's words were not exceptional, but my mother stopped me, and she said that this matter cannot be spread out casually. John nodded and said slowly. Professor Sprout's Mandela grass should be able to mature in a few months. By then, all of their students who turned into stone will be able to recover, therefore, everything should return to normal. You have to be careful. Astoria suddenly lowered her head and leaned over. Her voice is low, but full of worries. My mother almost didn't allow Daphne and I to go back to school. Hogwarts is really dangerous. Slytherin monsters really existed. I know, and, thank you. Chapter 34, Back to School. The train stopped on the platform at Hogwarts smoothly. They walked out of the dark platform with the flow of people. This time there is no need to row into the school again. Outside the station, 100 horse-drawn carriages were waiting for them. To be precise, they were drawn by Yeki. John and Astoria climbed into one of them. The carriage passed through the gate and drove through a wide driveway. Soon, they could see the gate of Hogwarts Castle. A few minutes later, the carriage stopped under the stone steps in front of the two oak gates. After getting off the car, he walked up the stone steps and entered the cave-like deep hall. Back to school after the Christmas holiday is not like the beginning of school. There is a splendid school banquet. John and Astoria hurriedly bid farewell, and were about to follow the students of their respective colleges back to their common room when a middle-aged witch wearing an emerald robe stopped them. Professor McGonagall, what's the matter? A Ravenclaw lady asked loudly. I'm sorry. Professor McGonagall's face seemed a little weak, but you need to wait for your college professor to come and pick you up back to the common room. Gryffindor students, come to me. What the is going on? Several senior boys exclaimed. A new attack, just 10 days ago. 2 victims, Hufflepuff's Justin Finley and Gryffindor's ghost Nicholas Poppington. Professor McGonagall felt said heavily. What? The crowd suddenly started talking, and as Astoria just said, most of them didn't know the news. Especially the students of Hufflepuff, most of their faces were extremely shocked. Fortunately, Professor Sprout arrived soon. Classmates of Hufflepuff, come with me. She said sadly. Potter must have done it. Going into the barrel and climbing through the underground tunnel, John heard Ernie Macmillan's loud voice. Ernie did not go home during the Christmas holidays, so he knows the truth of the attack on Justin better. Several Hufflepuff students who had returned home from the holiday hurriedly gathered around. Do you know? Potter appeared at the attack location again by coincidence. When we found out that Justin and Nick were killed, he and Weasley were at the attack location. Ernie Macmillan was eloquent. If one time is a coincidence, then he appeared exactly at the location of the attack 3 times, there must be a ghost. In fact, what Ernie said is quite reasonable, no matter from which point of view Harry Potter is the first suspect in the attack. And every time I heard a strange sound, the sound of the basilisk, I hurried over. I didn't even touch the basilisk or Ginny once. I would die if I encountered it once. Why would he attack Justin? Hannah Abbott asked puzzledly. I remember Harry and Justin had a good relationship in herbal medicine class. In the herbal medicine class, Justin told Potter that he was Muggle-born, and he must have been grudged by Potter. Ernie said categorically, just in an extracurricular activity a few days before Christmas, Potter had once ordered a snake to attack Justin. If it weren't for Professor Snape to stop it, I'm afraid Justin would have been killed at that time. However, this incident made Potter show his feet. Is he a snake-like voice? That's right. You know, Snakeman is the symbol of the most evil wizard, and Salazar Slytherin is a snakeman himself. He hides so deeply. Hannah screamed. Betting on the name of my Macmillan family, the murderer must be Harry Potter. Ernie Macmillan has already made a judgment. But Ernie's wonderful reasoning was interrupted by the appearance of Professor Sprout. Ernie, don't try your classmates with your malice. Professor Sprout said harshly to Ernie, Professor Dumbledore believes that Mr. Potter is not a murderer, that's enough. Okay, Professor. Ernie Macmillan walked away briefly. John was surprised to find that Professor Sprout's eyes turned to him. John, come with me, can you? She said gently. Well, Professor. John hurriedly walked over and followed Professor Sprout out of the barrel. Professor, what's the matter? I want to ask you about those two spiders. Professor Sprout asked solemnly, how are they? They are dead. A sad look appeared on John's face. Professor, after you came to the common room and helped me catch them back, their condition has not been very good. Until one day in November, they suddenly screamed, waiting for me to give them when they were fed, they were already dead. I'm sorry, but can you know the day they died? Professor Sprout continued. Let me think about. John frowned. It seems to be the day after Hufflepuff's Quidditch victory over Ravenclaw. What? Professor Sprout's face changed suddenly. What's the matter, Professor? John asked knowingly. That day was after Colin Creevey was killed. You reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Nothing, kid. I have to find Professor Kate Elbin. Professor Sprout seemed to stammer when he said, sorry, I'm sorry. Took 2 steps back, and she turned around again. Remember, don't leave the Hufflepuff common room alone. Okay, Professor. Leaving the castle, Professor Pomona Sprout, the herbal medicine teacher at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, hurried to the edge of the Forbidden Forest. But when she arrived at the thatched hut, she found herself emptied. Professor Silvanos Kettleborn, the teacher of the Magical Animal Protection class, is not here. Professor Sprout went around the hut for a while, and found the sturdy, Hogwarts keykeeper. Hello, Hagrid. Hello, Professor. Rupert Hagrid held a large cage in his hand, and it made a chirping noise in it. I'm looking for Silvanos, he doesn't seem to be at school. Professor Sprout asked softly. Professor Kettleborn. Hagrid said with a grin, he seems to have gone to London to replace his prostheses, and he won't be back in a month. Professor Grapland is taking his place in class. As he spoke, Hagrid's eyes couldn't help showing envy. Really? Professor Sprout sighed. She suddenly found the chirping cage in Hagrid's hand. She couldn't help but curiously asked, what's inside? A group of young roosters. Hagrid replied casually, I don't know if it was a fox or a vampire who did the roosters in the school. A total of 12 were killed by them. Now the school is looking for even crowing chickens. Not anymore. Chapter 35, New Understanding of Occlumency. Although John has repeatedly hinted, Professor Sprout still didn't seem to guess that the monster that caused the 3 attacks was a basilisk. At least, Hogwarts officials didn't take any obvious measures against the basilisk, for example, distributing snake-repellent lotion to the whole school and asking Hagrid to raise honey badgers in large quantities. Fortunately, as expected, after Christmas, Hogwarts seemed to return to its usual calm. Except for Hermione Granger, who was missing for a few weeks, many students talked about it, and everyone took it for granted that she had been attacked. But Madame Pomfrey clearly explained to everyone that Miss Granger had only suffered a deformation accident, not an attack, and would soon recover. Now, the sun over Hogwarts seems to be rising again. In the castle, everyone's mood became optimistic. Since Justin and Nick, who was almost headless, there has been no attack. Moreover, Professor Sprout also received news that the Mandela grass is growing well, and it will not be long before it will mature to help the victims who turned into stone to restore their original shape. In a herbal medicine class, John heard her say to Filch, "As long as their acne is mature, they can be retransplanted, then, it won't be long before Professor Snape can use them to prepare an antidote. Your Mrs. Loris will be back soon." Everything seems to be moving in a good direction. John knows the reason very well. According to the original plot, Ginny Weasley discards and tries to destroy Tom Riddle's diary. She is no longer controlled by Horcrux, and naturally there will be no attack again. And Tom Riddle's diary is now in Harry Potter's hands, and Harry has not yet controlled its use. In other words, Hogwarts must be safe in the past 2 months. Tom Riddle could no longer use Ginny to open the door of the secret room, and the basilisk would naturally not wander around the school. John tensed his nerves for half a year, and seemed to have time to relax for a while. Gidro Lockhart thought it was his credit. "I don't think there will be any more trouble, Minerva." During a conversation, John heard him say this, "I think the secret room will never be opened again this time. The criminals must have known that I'll catch them sooner or later." I don't know why, John always thinks Professor Lockhart makes him feel a little weird. During this period, John spent most of his spare time in the responsive house, to make up for the loss of more than half a month of Christmas and unable to practice magic. And because he knew the original plot and knew that this period was safe, he no longer deliberately controlled the time to enter and exit the Hufflepuff common room, as long as he did not violate the school rules. At this moment, in the responsive house, an Eastern European man who is not very tall, but is very agile, is avoiding the attack of several mobile dummies in front of him. His power is so great that he can break a dummy made of slate into pieces with one punch. The speed is also very fast, and the 100m speed can easily run within 12 seconds. More important is the keen sense of hearing. Even if you close your eyes, you can know the direction of the enemy. Sergei Pavlov deserves to be the best member of the 1976 Kazan training camp, deserves to be an excellent KGB agent who has won the Red Flag Medal. His body is almost innately suitable for fighting and is a perfect fighter. John has been transformed into him for nearly 4 hours, and he can now fully control this body. 2 pistols, the less powerful one he has practiced many times. With his 12-year-old body, he can now use it to hit close targets more accurately. PSM pistol was originally designed for civilians and prepared by female agents. He hasn't tried the powerful one yet. After all, it is impossible to determine whether the responsive house has good sound insulation, otherwise, it would be bad if a gunshot drew a bunch of people. Following the Eastern European man suddenly lying on the ground, convulsing violently. His body began to shrink a little bit, and finally changed to the appearance of Hufflepuff's first-year student John Hart. The feeling of taking the compound decoction is really uncomfortable. It makes your body suddenly stretched or squashed like a toy. It is very painful. I really don't know how Barty Crouch Jr. insisted on taking it for a year. All become Moody's appearance. After a few minutes, John changed his clothes and picked up the wand on one side, pointed at a movable dummy in front of him and muttered a word, and an orange-yellow light shot towards the movable dummy's eyes. After nearly half a year of hard work, the eye disease curse, a spell that does not depend on emotions, seems to be controlled by him. Even if there is a fire dragon in front of him, he is now sure to cast an eye curse to make his opponent extremely painful. Of course, if he is trampled by the crazy fire dragon into meatloaf, it is out of his consideration. But compared with the eye disease mantra, on the other hand, the main learning content, the progress is not so smooth. The book Enclose Your Brain that records the use of occlumency, UU reading www.uugonshu.com. John has also gone to the library long ago. He has also kept the content in his heart. In the recent half a year, he got up and went to bed every day, as well as some other leisure time, and tried his best to train his brain according to the content recorded in that book. I can clearly feel that I have made a little progress in this area, but not much. And there are the old problems before. No matter how hard you work, you can't know exactly where the training has become. After all, it is impossible to ask a powerful wizard to use the mind of the gods to verify this. John sat on the sofa in the responsive room with a serious face. Occlumency is the most urgent thing he needs to control. Suddenly, John stood up. He thought of something. Occlumency is not a normal magic, no wand or spell is needed. It is just a pure intuition, conditioned reflex. Intuition, compound decoctions can be replicated. For example, Sergei's fighting instincts. After taking the compound decoction and becoming him, he can unconsciously control those fighting instincts. So if you transform into a powerful occlumency wizard, will it help your understanding of occlumency? John suddenly became excited. Coincidentally, Hogwarts happens to have a very accomplished occlumency. Severus Snape. The compound decoction requires the use of a hair of the transformed object. There is no doubt that pulling a hair of Snape is no different from pulling a tooth out of the mouth. The risk is high, and the chance of failure is not small. But the returns are so objective that it seems worth a try. Sorry, one day off. Tomorrow morning, year-end report, do PPT tonight and do it now. The missing chapters will be added in the next few days. Chapter 36, One Part of Snape's Body. Over the next few days, John Hart has been thinking about this plan. How to take a piece of Snape's hair, or a piece of tissue from him. But all the plans were rejected by him one by one, because the risks were too great. Snape is an extremely good potion master. His understanding of compound decoction may be deeper than he thought. Want to steal part of his body? Strictly speaking, it is not impossible. But as long as he shows his feet, he may discover and guess the existence of the compound decoction, and the relationship between Snape and Dumbledore may have it in an hour. Go to Dumbledore's office to talk. That was simply stealing the chicken and losing the rice, and the blood collapsed. All the plans that came to mind were quickly rejected by John. But it's not impossible. After thinking about it, there is one more feasible way, just a little troublesome. But that is already the safest way. If you dare to do it, he took out a pen and paper and wrote a letter. The letter was sent to Mr. Robert Wilson, the owner of the hardware store at 21 Winchester Road, Southampton. John, in the name of Varian Wren, asked Mr. Wilson to help him buy something. And send it to Mr. Hart, Hufflepuff College, Hogwarts Middle School. Almost a week later, Owl appeared in the restaurant carrying large boxes every other time, and then threw those boxes to John. Who on earth sent you so many things? Zacharias asked curiously. It's just some gadgets for people who don't know how to magic. John said vaguely, sent to me by one of my relatives. But every time he received the email, John would find the opportunity to rush to the responsive house on the 8th floor of the castle and install those things. While waiting for the opportunity to approach Snape. In a potions class at the end of January 1993. Snape spent an afternoon teaching them how to configure a potion called Sleeping Potion. John and Astoria were the first to complete the configuration, and Snape was also the last to evaluate them as usual. In order to prevent the potion from volatilizing, he deliberately closed the lid of the crucible. As usual, Snape criticized almost every student in the class. When get out of class was about to end, he turned his eyes to John and Astoria in the first row. Strode over, he stretched out his hand and opened the cauldron. Looking at the orange liquid in the cauldron, he just nodded slightly. In the potions class of more than half a semester, John and Astoria have hardly missed their hands, and he has become used to it. Without saying anything, Snape was about to put the lid on the crucible again. "Professor, let me come," John said quickly, and reached out his hand. At this moment, the scraper in his hand scratched the back of Snape's hand inadvertently. "I'm sorry, Professor." John stood up in a panic. Snape withdrew his hand coldly. The touch he had just touched was very light, there was no bleeding, only a pale white mark was left. "Sit down." Snape gave him a cold look and ordered, "Mr. Hart, didn't I tell you that after all the potions are placed, the knives have to be retracted?" "I'm very sorry, I just forgot." John sat down quickly and explained. "Hufflepuff deducts 5 points. Now, get out of class is over." "What the did you think?" "Unbelievable, Professor Snape actually only deducted 5 points. I thought you were going to be locked up." As soon as Snape left the classroom, Astoria hurriedly gathered "Come over," said with a closed face. "Sorry, I was a little distracted just now." John smiled bitterly, and carefully put the scraper just now into a crystal bottle containing a red liquid. "Would you like to go to the restaurant together?" Astoria asked in a low voice, glanced around. "No, I have something else." John hurriedly packed his things, and then hurried to the 8th floor of the castle. The giant stick on the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle hit the opposite side of Barnabas's tapestry. "I need an ice storehouse, I need an ice storehouse." John, who had reached the position of the responsive house, said silently in his heart. Walked through that section of the wall 3 times. When the brass-colored handle appeared on the wall, he quickly pushed the door and entered. The current responsive house is full of ice cubes. Several boxes of rum are placed in a pile of ice cubes. Obviously, this is not the only one who has arrived here. John couldn't help but shiver, then ran to the left, removed a large chunk of ice, and took out the bottles and cans hidden in it. DMEM cell culture medium. Fetal bovine serum. PBS buffer. Kanamycin. Ampicillin. These are the reagents that John got rid of Mr. Wilson's order for him. www.readaloud.com. Bottles of biological reagents were taken out by John, and he also took a box of ice cubes. Since it is too risky and difficult to blatantly take away part of Snape's body, then he can only sacrifice his own way, through laboratory methods to cultivate Snape's cells into tissue. As these reagents were taken out one by one, the whole responsive house began to undergo earth-shaking changes. The ice cubes disappeared little by little, and then the responsive house became a greenhouse maintained at about 37 degrees, this is the most suitable temperature for cell growth. Some instruments also appeared in the hut, which John ordered and secretly brought them a few days ago. Including microscopes, centrifuges, incubators. After a few days of John's efforts, this place has become a rudimentary microbiology laboratory. John carefully took out Snape's epithelial cells that he had collected earlier, which he had previously secretly scraped on Snape's hand with a spatula. He placed it in the culture medium, the liquid in the crystal bottle before, as soon as it was collected. Carefully centrifuge the culture medium at a speed of 800 grams to remove the supernatant, then re-add the culture medium and serum to the cells. Because there is no way to guarantee sterility, John had to add 1/1000 of antibiotics to the culture medium. After a period of simple processing. Finally, John carefully placed the cell bottle in the incubator. Left the house of requirement, he only hopes everything goes well. Chapter 37, Closed Brain. The experiment of culturing Snape cells is progressing quite smoothly. The vitality of wizard cells seems to be much stronger than that of ordinary mammalian cells. Before that, John was still worried that he only sampled a little bit, it might not grow in the cell flask,
or it would take more time. It turns out that he was worrying about it. Only a dozen hours later, Snape's cell, the cell flask, is completely overgrown. Next, John carefully digested and passaged the cells. In the next week, John will come to look after the cells once a day. Limited by conditions, he couldn't clone a small piece of Snape's epithelial tissue under such a crude environment. He had to let these epithelial cells multiply in large numbers and continue to culture after passage. Of course, he still tries to go back to Hufflepuff's common room before dark every day. Although it is known that the basilisk will not reappear during this time, it is necessary just in case. The very small amount of cells in the past has grown into more than 10 cell flasks after a week of cultivation. On the second Friday afternoon of February, John felt that the number of cells was almost the same. He carefully collected more than 10 bottles of cells, digested them, centrifuged them, and collected them together. Of course, he also left 2 bottles of cells to continue culturing in case of emergency. Looking at the white meat foam the size of pinky thumbs stacked on top of each other. Although it is a bit ugly, it was indeed part of Snape's body. I hope it works. After everything was ready, John took out a part of the meat foam and added it to a cup of compound decoction that had already been prepared. The cup hissed quickly, bubbling. In just a minute, its color changed to deep red. Looking at the crimson cup of compound decoction, John was still a little anxious and couldn't help but rest a little. Pinched his nose, he drank the whole cup of potion. The taste was not bad, slightly bitter, but not as disgusting as he thought. The same feeling as when I took it before. The internal organs quickly began to churn, as if they were just a few live snakes. John bent down and quickly and skillfully put on a large robe. Then, a burning sensation quickly spread from his stomach to his whole body, and he felt his body melt again, as if the skin of his whole body was bubbling like hot wax. He lay on the ground and looked at his hand. It began to grow bigger, fingers thicker, nails widened, and shoulders began to stretch. A minute later, he stood up. Thin body, greasy and straight hair, waxy skin, big hooked nose, and the extremely cold eyes. Severus Snape appeared in the responsive room. He succeeded. John suppressed his inner excitement as much as possible. There were not many cells cultivated before, and he couldn't maintain the deformation for too long, so he must hurry up. Snape's body was much weaker than that old Mizzy special soldier. It could be said to be a little sick. But for a wizard of his level, it was not important at all. John sat down quickly and closed his eyes. At the same time he began to feel the intuition that Snape had when he closed his brain. Concentration makes the brain block. Constrain one's thoughts. Don't think, remember, feel. 10 minutes later, John opened his eyes again. As he expected, this method is very effective, to feel Snape's intuition, to understand the way Snape closed his brain. It only took 10 minutes, almost more efficient than the previous 3 months of hard work. John hurriedly closed his eyes again and continued to comprehend. The human mind is not a book, and you cannot read it at will. Thoughts are not engraved in the brain, and you cannot let people go in and read it. The mindfulness is not a simple reading memory, but through the contradictions and feelings in the memory of the other party. And give a correct explanation. Brain closure must be the opposite, sealing off the feelings and memories that contradict the lie, so that the other party cannot make correct judgments about your thoughts. At the same time, the real memory is hidden in the deepest place, and with false protection, even the most powerful wizard cannot discover your truth. An hour later, John Hart's slightly thin body reappeared in the responsive room. Panting heavily to relieve the pain caused by the deformation of the compound decoction, but he can feel that his brain has never been stronger than it is now. Almost completely control the occlumency cerebral surgery, close at hand. First, I have to take a break. Fortunately, I went to the kitchen to get a lot of chocolate the other day. John first ate a large piece of chocolate and regained his strength. Then, he quickly took out the compound decoction that had been prepared and was hidden in the responsive house, and added Snape's cells again.
This time, he took twice the amount. Transformed into Snape again, and John continued his practice. After a few more hours, John's face turned pale. But I have to say that the effect is very obvious. He once asked the responsive house to make countless noises in the hut. But in it, he could not be affected by these noises at all, and would not feel uneasy. Although he still can't completely block his brain, it is impossible to invade. He can actively store his unseen memories in the deepest part of the brain with falsehood, making it impossible for people to discover. John finally ate a few more chocolates and regained his strength, then stood up and prepared to return to the Hufflepuff lounge. But at this time, he found a little trouble. Unknowingly, he spent more than 6 hours in the responsive room. It is already more than 9 o'clock in the afternoon GMT, and it is completely dark. Hogwarts Castle has long curfew. John pursed his lips, seeming to be in trouble. Although there is a high probability that the basilisk will not appear in the school during this time period, it can be prevented, and apart from anything else, even if it is caught by Filch, the impact will not be good. After all, strolling around the school at night would violate school rules. John thought about it for a moment, and took out a small bottle of earthy yellow compound decoction. Soon, Soviet agent Sergei Pavlov appeared before the House of Requirement. With Pavlov's skill, even if he meets Filch, he should be able to get rid of him easily. After all, Mr. Filch is just a dumb gun. After taking the amount that can transform into 10 minutes, it is enough to walk from the 8th floor to the common room in Hufflepuff. Pavlov put on a large black wizard robe, and covered his face with a cloak, walked out of the responsive house, and disappeared into the dark night lights. Chapter 38, Night Fight, Part 1. Hogwarts Castle in the dark night looks a little gloomy. The dark light shone on the wall, and the sound of creaking footsteps corresponded to it. A strange Eastern European face appeared in the corridor on the 8th floor of the castle, and the black cloak covered most of his face. John Hart put his pace as fast as possible. After all, there is a possibility that teachers or administrators will patrol the school late at night. You must hurry and be careful not to be caught by them. Turned a corner, and at the end of the hallway on the 8th floor, he saw a portrait hanging somewhere. On the portrait was a very wealthy woman wearing a pink dress. The rich woman has closed her eyes and fell asleep. Seems to be a portrait of a fat lady, so there should be Gryffindor's common room. While John was thinking about it, suddenly, there was a loud noise from the portrait. John's face changed, and he quickly dodged behind a piece of armor. The portrait of the fat lady was pushed away, then, he saw a tall boy with red hair crawling out from behind the portrait. His face John is a bit familiar, it seems to be the prefect of Gryffindor, Percy Weasley. I saw the 6th grader of Gryffindor, humming a little song the most, walking past the armor without noticing the person hidden behind the armor. After the opponent completely walked out of his sight, John tiptoed up to him. Unfortunately, he seems to be passing Percy Weasley. I saw Percy Weasley walk through the Muggle Studies classroom without hesitation, and then down the stairs. John had to slow down and follow behind him. Down a few stairs together, through a long corridor, Percy Weasley chose to turn right. Looking at the direction he was heading, it seemed that he was going to the Tower of Ravenclaw. John suppressed his gossip heart and stopped. At the corner of the corridor, he was going to wait for Percy Weasley to completely leave the line of sight, then go downstairs to the basement and return to Hufflepuff's public rest room. Unexpectedly, Percy Weasley stopped after only a few steps, took the mirror out of his pocket, and slowly began to comb his hair. John was a little speechless and choked. "Don't you trademark come out for a date, don't you dress up in advance, instead you want to embarrass yourself? I only took that little compound decoction before, and the deformation time was only 10 minutes. Now it has been delayed by the Gryffindor prefect for almost 3 or 4 minutes. Be patient." John also sat in the corner of the corridor. Suddenly, in the dark, John heard a strange sound. From the side of Sita, the sound was very small at first, but it got closer. It sounded like old leather rubbing on the floor. This voice? John's face suddenly changed. How could this be possible? Is it a basilisk? But why did the basilisk appear in Hogwarts during this time period? According to the original plot, at this time, shouldn't Tom Riddle's diary be in Harry Potter's hands, and Potter has not yet discovered a way to talk to the diary? The plot is so coincidental that it has changed during this time period. Without any hesitation, John quickly took the alarm clock from his pocket, and then turned the clockwork. Who is it? Percy Weasley also seemed to be aware of the abnormality, but before he pulled out his wand, everything was over. In the mirror in his hand, he saw a bright yellow-green light, and then his body solidified there and turned into stone. Moreover, the old leather rubbing sounded on the floor again, getting closer. The basilisk is crawling towards itself. It has already found itself. Oh, oh, oh. The sound of the rooster alarm clock also sounded at this time. With this sharp cry, John noticed that the behemoth in the dark seemed to stop. The basilisk hissing can be heard in the air, and it seems to feel fear at the sound of the rooster alarm clock. However, it did not turn around and leave, but continued to circle the other side of the corridor. The cock's crow is deadly to the basilisk. But the cock simulated by the alarm clock is only a simulated crow after all. It does not have the same effect. At most it can make the basilisk habitually fear it. The two sides seemed to confront each other like this. John decisively put the alarm clock that was screaming on the ground. The duration of the alarm clock is only 20 seconds. If it stops, it will take at least 5 seconds to readjust it before it can make the rooster cry again. But the basilisk was very close to him, and John couldn't guarantee whether it could climb in front of him in 5 seconds and kill himself. So he started to back up and left the rooster alarm clock. But he didn't leave too far, or just ran away. During this half-semester, he spent a lot of time studying the nature of the basilisk. According to his research on the basilisk, he is very clear that although the basilisk is huge, it is very light. When it attacks its prey, ukansha.com can reach the fastest speed of 15 meters per second. Even though Sergei's body is quite vigorous, it is still impossible to run faster than the basilisk. So escape is the most stupid choice. Once you leave your back for the basilisk to chase, even if you run a distance of more than 100 meters, the end will be 10 seconds later. The back is pierced by the basilisk's fangs. Either they become food for the basilisk, or they die because of the venom of the basilisk. After all, he couldn't guarantee that there would be a phoenix running out to save people. The only thing you can rely on is yourself. John only chose to step back almost 10 meters away. According to records, the basilisk of the ancient Greek wizard Despicable Helbo lived almost 900 years old, and its length when it died was 9 meters. But the basilisk of Slytherin lived more than 1,000 years old, so the length should be about 10 meters. The 10-meter-long behemoth has turned a turn at the junction of the corridor. I am afraid it will take a while. Although the farther you are, the more you can guarantee your own safety, but the long distance will greatly reduce the power and accuracy of the pistol. That's why this position can not only guarantee your own safety for a short time, but also allow the Desert Eagle Marquis pistol to exert the greatest power. Life and death must take risks. Took the bamboo wand in his left hand, and held the pistol in his right. John Hart, or more precisely Sergei Pavlov, lay on the ground, glanced at the corner of the corridor ahead, and then closed his eyes. Quietly waiting for the arrival of hunters or prey. The sound of the alarm clock finally stopped. The sound of old leather rubbing on the floor once again sounded in the corridor. Chapter 39, Night Fight, Part 2. Because of the deadly eyes of the basilisk, John cannot open his eyes. All he can rely on is his own ears and feelings. As the sound of the rooster alarm clock stopped abruptly, the behemoth on the other side of the corridor suddenly moved. It crawled toward itself quickly. The sound of the basilisk's rough skin rubbing against the floor is particularly harsh. Facts have proved that with the speed shown by the basilisk, if John had just pressed all his chips on the alarm clock, he must be dead now. As soon as he heard the basilisk crawling into the corridor, the tip of John's left wand emitted an orange light, an eye disease curse that John had practiced countless times. Its goal was exactly where the rooster alarm clock was. Location: the wand was pointed at that location a few seconds ago. Basilisk has high intelligence. In its eyes, the rooster alarm clock threatens it more than John himself. So when the sound of the alarm clock stops, the first target of the basilisk must be the alarm clock, not himself. It is indeed a bit risky to do this, but it is almost impossible to accurately hit the eyes of a basilisk with the eye curse using only ears. So there is no choice. As John expected, the basilisk turned around the corridor, and immediately opened its blood basin and bit the alarm clock. The moment it chewed the alarm clock into its mouth, the orange-yellow light hit its head, and then hit one of its eyes. Eye disease spell will automatically track the target's eyes, provided that you need to hit a position not far from the eye. Hi, hiss. The basilisk couldn't help making a painful hiss. If it is a snake-like voice here, I'm afraid it can hear its swearing. But John didn't understand and didn't want to understand. The effect of eye disease curse will make the basilisk extremely painful. This is a good opportunity. The Desert Eagle marked the first semi-automatic pistol in his right hand opened fire. Bang! A loud noise may have spread throughout the castle. The magazine in the pistol in John's right hand has 8 rounds of ammunition. In the face of such a terrifying magical animal, it is impossible to change the magazine, so he only has 8 chances to shoot, but John has nothing. The plan to save bullets. Boom, bang, bang. Shot after shot, with keen hearing and excellent night combat experience, almost every bullet accurately hit the target. The 0.375 Magnum bullet is very powerful. As a hunting bullet, it can penetrate the skull of a brown bear within a distance of 20 meters. The thick skin of the basilisk can resist most of the harmful magic, but cannot resist such powerful bullets. With a few dull voices, a faint smell of blood was instantly permeated in the air. Within a few seconds, John fired 7 consecutive shots, terrifying recoil. Even if it was Sergei Pavlov's battle-hardened right arm, it was almost broken at this time. John left a bullet in the magazine. This was prepared to shoot into the head of the basilisk through his mouth when the basilisk opened his mouth wide at the last moment. If the plan is really successful, this shot will definitely kill the basilisk. Of course, in contrast, the basilisk's venom will also be injected into his body, and he will probably not survive. It is very likely that both ends will die. But the basilisk did not attack. Basilisk is a magical creature with high intelligence. The bleeding bullet holes on its body make it clear that the tall Eastern European man in front of him is not as weak as the prey he encountered before, and he did not fight back. Force. It has suffered a lot of injuries, and it also feels danger, and the command given to it by the master does not include killing the man in front of him. Its goal has long been accomplished, and even overfulfilled. More importantly, it didn't know that the man in front of him couldn't continue the attack just now. Basilisk began to back away a little bit. Exited the corridor, even exited the entire floor. Hearing the sound of the old leather rubbing on the floor, he went away a little bit. John Hart got up, then heaved a sigh of relief. After a hard fight, he finally saved his life. But it is not over yet. He can clearly hear the countless footsteps downstairs now. The fierce battle just now almost awakened the entire castle. Countless teachers and senior students are rushing here. The duration of the compound decoction is about 2 or 3 minutes left. At this point, it is not enough time to run to the Hufflepuff common room in the basement. More importantly, in front of those powerful teachers, www.readaloud.com, an excellent KGB agent obviously cannot get rid of their attention. John used his left hand to take off the pistol he was holding in his right hand, and retracted it into his pocket together with the wand. Then, he held the almost broken right hand with his left hand and quickly fled to the 8th floor. Along the way, he swiftly avoided a few senior Gryffindor students who came to see what happened. John finally rushed to the House of Requirement before the transformation was over. Just stepping into this safe room, John knelt on the ground. Violent convulsions began to appear all over the body, and it was time to transform. "Harry, wait for me." Just before John left the attack site, 2 Gryffindor sophomores arrived here. "That voice is right here." Harry Potter gasped, and said, "Slytherin monster, it killed people, and it seems to be injured, this time I must catch it." "But with that voice just now, there seems to be a battle," Ron Weasley distinguished. "I hope someone stopped that monster," Harry Potter said to himself. "Wait a minute." Ron Weasley pulled his sleeve from behind. A tall boy with flaming red hair lay on the floor, his whole body was cold and stiff, a frightened expression seemed to freeze on his face, making his glasses stare at the ceiling dully. "God!" Ron knelt on the ground, crying bitterly, "It's my brother, it's Percy." "No." Almost at the same time, Professor Flitwick's screams came from the Ravenclaw Tower on the west side of the castle, not far from them. The cry was in shock, with a bit of sadness. Chapter 40, The Story That Changes Quietly. Knelt down on the ground, breathing heavily, feeling the whole body trembling hysterically. In the room where requests are responsive, John Hart couldn't help but painfully covered the tiger's mouth in his right hand to relieve the sharp pain in his palm. Although it is painful, it is safe for the time being. But John knows very well that everything is far from over. The basilisk was repelled, but problems followed one after another. First of all, the plot has already fluctuated greatly. According to the original work, after Ginny Weasley discarded Tom Riddle's diary, Hogwarts would usher in a few months of peace, until Gryffindor and Hufflepuff's Quidditch on the day of the game. Hermione Granger and Penelope Clivat were attacked. But now, the 4th attack has started early, and the victim is actually Percy Weasley. This is very different from the original. This time, who has opened the secret room again, or Ginny Weasley? Or is it the new Harry Potter diary? Or someone else? John felt that the mentality that he had been fulfilled before was completely gone. He couldn't help but sigh, but he was careless after all. He thought he could do whatever he wanted by knowing a little of the original plot. And by such a coincidence, I only made a mistake in one semester and came back to the dormitory late. It happened that I encountered the basilisk in the attack. If it hadn't been for a series of preparations, I would be one of the attacked member. This coincidence gave John a dumb feeling of eating Coptus. And more importantly, but I don't want to do anything, I am in trouble now. The most important thing now is to rush back to the Hufflepuff common room as soon as possible anyway, otherwise, when late at night, a classmate finds out that he is not in the dormitory, wouldn't he become the #1 suspect in the attack? Going back to the common room is also quite difficult, because I don't know that there are too many secret roads at Hogwarts, and the only way I know will inevitably pass through the scene of the crime. A freshman in the first year, there is no reason to be there. It is also unreliable to become Sergei Pavlov. Although he is agile, it may not be able to avoid the discovery of powerful wizards such as Dumbledore, Snape, and McGonagall. A strange face from Eastern Europe appears in the castle, even more raise suspicion. Quite troublesome thing. The only way is to become a person who can move around the castle flexibly. Professor Severus Snape also appeared in the corridor between Hogwarts Castle and Ravenclaw Spire. His eyes are still cold and unfathomable, but at this time they are a little more solemn. He seemed to be attracted by the noise here. "What's the matter?" he asked loudly. Between the corridors, he saw a stone statue on the ground and 2 Gryffindor boys. One boy was kneeling on the ground and crying while the other was standing beside him. "Potter? Weasley." Harry Potter saw Snape appear, his face could not help showing disgust, and said, "Another attack happened." "I can see it, I don't need you to guide me." Snape said coldly, "So now, why are you here? Why are you the first to discover the attack?" "I Harry Potter was speechless. Fortunately, there were noisy footsteps behind him, and a large group of teachers and students watched. Albus Dumbledore walked in the forefront. "What's the matter, Severus? Another victim has appeared." Snape's voice lowered subconsciously, "It's Gryffindor. Weasley." Professor McGonagall staggered over, and said with a shocked look, "This is impossible. Everyone understands what she means. According to rumors, Slytherin monsters will only attack Muggle-born students or dumb guns, but Percy Weasley was also born as a pure-blood wizard, and his grades have always been a 6th grade student. The best in it. Not just an attack, Albus, Minerva." Professor Felius Flivy's voice came from the Ravenclaw spire. "He and Madame Pomfrey are carrying a tall girl with long hair, which looks funny. Miss Crivat was also attacked, at the eagle-shaped bronze knocker on the top of the tower. She also seemed to be turned into stone." Professor Flitwick said sadly and angry. Behind him were a few senior Ravenclaw students, carrying a wooden gate, on which you could see the stiff eagle beak. Also, the door knocker left by Ms. Ravenclaw, which has lasted for thousands of years and symbolizes Ravenclaw's wisdom, has also become a stone. Everyone immediately understood the reason for the anger of Professor Flitwick, who has always been easygoing. "Is this?" Professor Dumbledore frowned, and took a closer look at the stiff bodies of Percy Weasley and Penelope Crivart. "Can you understand it like this?" Professor Snape said slowly. www.readaloud.com. The expression on his face was extremely solemn. "The initial target of the attacker should be Miss Crivat. She was killed together with the eagle beak knocker. But it did not expect that Mr. Weasley would appear here. It fought a fierce battle with Mr. Weasley. In the end, Mr. Weasley agreed to be killed, but the attacker was also injured." Everyone looked at the blood on the ground and the wand in Percy Weasley's hand, and many people nodded. The expression on Dumbledore's face was still solemn. He sniffed the air vigorously, as if he could smell something strange. At the same time, he checked the blood on the ground. "Severus, can you help me call Sivanose and Hagrid?" he said solemnly. "Okay, Principal." Snape took the order, but as soon as he walked out of the corridor, he met a student. "Stop!" Following Snape's orders, the senior Hufflepuff student stopped. "What's the matter, Professor Snape? What was the sound just now?" he said, panting heavily. Snape recognized him as Gabriel Truman, the prefect of Hufflepuff. "Another attack, Mr. Truman," he said coldly. "You should go back to the Hufflepuff common room and warn the students there not to run out." "Understood, Professor." Truman nodded, then turned and left. Snape rushed towards the Forbidden Forest, but halfway through, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Gabrielle Truman used to call him Sir, not Professor, in potions class. Chapter 41, Resigned Principal. All students must return to the common room of their college before 6 o'clock in the evening. No student is allowed to leave the dormitory building after this time. Every class is escorted by at least one teacher. No student is allowed to leave common rooms, classrooms, restaurants, and other places without being accompanied by a teacher. All Quidditch training and competitions have been postponed. No more activities at night or participation in any activities. With the appearance of the fourth attack, a series of announcements were also posted on the wall. Professor Sprout, who has always been gentle, ordered them very seriously this time and must abide by these rules. But it still couldn't be stopped. Countless letters of opposition and even shouting letters were sent to the school. This attack is completely different from the past. In the previous 3 attacks, the victims were Muggle-born students or other creatures. Although the impact was bad, it did not cause much panic to the wizard parents. After all, the legend of Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets is there. His monsters will not harm young wizards of pure or mixed blood. But this time is different. The victim of this attack, Penelope Crivat, was born as a Muggle. Percy Weasley was born in the Weasley family, and the previous generations were pure blood. Kind of. Although the Weasley family is called the shame of pure blood, they are a veritable family of ancient wizards. This heavy news has undoubtedly exploded in many wizard families. Even though Dumbledore has a high prestige in the wizarding world, he still cannot stop the parents from protesting against him. More and more students are picked up by their parents. They think Hogwarts is no longer the safest place in Britain. Susan Bones was taken away by her aunt, and Blaise Zabinai followed his graceful mother back home. The Weasleys seemed to be preparing to take all their children who were still studying at Hogwarts. Take it home. Hogwarts seems to be on the verge of falling apart. And during this period, the entire Hogwarts castle was filled with a depressive atmosphere. Fear spread rapidly in an unprecedented form. The warm sun outside the castle seemed unable to shine into the corridors inside the castle. Most of the faces in the school looked panic, and every laugh in the corridor seemed harsh and weird. Students only stay in classrooms, restaurants, and common rooms. After class or dinner, they leave in a hurry. Even in the common room, they no longer have the same laughter. On the second day after Percy and Penelope were attacked, John went to the school hospital under Professor Sprout's escort. He lied that his right hand was dropped and seemed to be injured. Ms. Pomfrey took a closer look and thought that John's right hand was fractured. To be conservative, she suggested that John stay in the school hospital overnight. After the night, many students talked about his missing, thinking that he was also attacked by a Slytherin monster. Astoria Greengrass was so scared that he sneaked out of the Slytherin common room that night and ran to the school hospital. After arriving at the school hospital, she was driven out by Madame Pomfrey after only one glance at him. Astoria told John before leaving that her mother was going to come to school in the 2 days to pick her up with her sister. After Madame Pomfrey asked Hagrid to her back to the Slytherin common room, John remembered that today is February 14th. So last night, it was possible that Percy and Penelope met on the roof of the Ravenclaw Tower on the eve of Valentine's Day, not wanting Penelope to be targeted by the basilisk and attacked first. Then it happened in the corridor. That scene. Fortunately, both of them have only been turned into stones, otherwise, if they die, there will be more problems in the subsequent plot. Hagrid left school within a few hours after escorting Astoria back to the Slytherin common room. It is said that officials from the Ministry of Magic found him, took him away, and took him to Azkaban. Professor Guydrol Lockhart told the public in the Defense Against the Dark Arts class that Rubeus Hagrid was the real culprit in the Chamber of Secrets incident. Remember my words. He talked freely. According to what I know, the murderer was Hagrid when the secret room was opened last time. I think it should be the same this time. The murderer has been taken away. So there is no need to take so many safety measures. It is a pity that it is not the beginning of school, and few people want to believe Lockhart's words. The panic still spreads in the school. In this situation, the principal of Hogwarts is undoubtedly the first to bear the brunt. In the early morning 2 days after Percy and Penelope were attacked, 2 uninvited guests appeared on the top floor of Hogwarts Castle and in the principal's office. Professor Albus Dumbledore. He is wearing a formal dress today, a luxurious dark green robe with many stars and moon embroidered on it. His face is full of seriousness. In front of him, is a long black travel cloak. Reading www.yuyuganshu.com is a middle-aged man with an elegant manner and a cold, contented smile on his face. There is also a very weird man in a messy pinstripe suit. Why are you looking for me, Connolly, and Lucius? Dumbledore said, I heard that you took away my hunting ground guard last night. The tone of his speech is quite polite, but it implies a slight anger. I'm sorry, Dumbledore. But Hagrid's criminal record is not good for him. The Ministry of Magic has to take some measures. Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge said, somewhat bewildered. There is something worse. Mr. Malfoy said lazily, while taking out a long roll of parchment. The board thinks you should be let go, Albus. He paused and continued, this is a removal order. You will see all 12 directors have signed on it. So far, how many attacks have occurred? There were 2 incidents the night before, right? At this rate, there will be no more students at Hogwarts. We all know that it will be a terrible thing for the school. Loss. Ah, what are you talking about, Lucius? Fudge yelled out in a panic. Dumbledore was removed. No. We absolutely don't want to. Lucius Malfoy ignored the minister, but stared straight into Dumbledore's eyes. If the board wants me to go, Lucius, of course I will give up my seat. Professor Dumbledore said calmly. His blue eyes seemed to be lost in thought. Very well, Albus, I only hope that your successor can completely prevent these attacks. Mr. Malfoy replied with a cheerful expression. Chapter 42, Tom Riddle's Diary. Principal Albus Dumbledore resigned? There is no doubt that this is not exciting news. They are crazy. Zacharias Smith commented, Professor Dumbledore may be the only target that can make Slytherin heirs jealous. Could it be that the monsters in the secret room were sent by the Ministry of Magic? From. In the Hufflepuff common room, many familiar faces have already left. Hannah Abbott, Susan Bones, Stephen Lucas and many other junior students, all of them advanced for various reasons. Left school. There is no longer the laughter of the past in the common room, and it looks a bit deserted. John sits quietly by the fireplace, thinking quietly. There is no doubt that the situation is very unfavorable. You should know that it is only February 15th, and Professor Dumbledore has left the school. It's hard to imagine what terrible things will happen in the future. Whether the basilisk ravages the castle or the complete closure of Hogwarts, it is a pretty bad thing. So he must do something to change this situation. John turned his eyes to the humble portrait of a witch on the fireplace. Professor, what should I do? He whispered to Helga Hufflepuff on the portrait. The kind witch looked at John tenderly, with a smile on her mouth. She didn't say anything, just nodded slightly. At this moment, John seemed to feel a strong momentum appearing all over her body. Thank you, Professor. Zacharias. What's the matter, John? When Zacharias Smith was about to go to bed, he was stopped by John Hart. I have to ask you for help with something. John said with a serious face, come with me. Okay, okay. Zacharias followed John lazily and walked into his dormitory. Looking at the piles of books on the bedside and desk, Zacharias couldn't help but curl his lips. You are so hard, John. Diligence is Hufflepuff's traditional virtue. John said casually, and also took out a black diary from the pile of books, and then asked, do you know this? What? Zacharias glanced at this diary casually. The small, thin, tattered black cover seemed to have been soaked in water, obviously some years old. Where did you get it from? This old antique. I picked it up. John said calmly, I picked it up in a bathroom the other day. I don't know who it was. The terrible attack the day before yesterday, plus I was injured a little bit, so I almost got it. I forgot this. Have you asked Ernie and Wayne about them? I've asked, none of them dropped it. I suspect it was dropped by students from other colleges. John said, but you know that Slytherin monsters are rampant in the school recently, and I was born as a muggle. So I don't dare to show up too much. Understood, understood. Zacharias said carelessly, leave it to me, I will ask the students in Gryffindor and Slytherin at the restaurant tomorrow if they lost it. Okay, thank you very much. It's okay, no problem. Early the next morning, John and a group of Hufflepuff students were escorted by Filch and just arrived at the restaurant when they heard Zacharias's loud voice. Have you ever lost a black diary? Zachary Smith shouted at the long table in Gryffindor. Joan, no, I picked it up in the bathroom a few days ago. There is one, shabby, old, like goods from decades ago, with the name of a Muggle bookstore printed on it. No, okay, then I'll go to Ravenclaw and ask. While Zacharias was yelling there, John gnawed on a bun while secretly watching the other tables. It's a pity that the restaurant is a little messy and there are more people. He didn't observe any effective information. After eating breakfast, they did not have class in the morning, and returned to the Hufflepuff common room under Filch's escort. Watching one classmate after another got into the barrel, John stayed at the end intentionally or unintentionally. The last one got into the tunnel. He didn't climb over, but stayed, for a few seconds. After feeling Filch had left, he climbed out of the barrel again. But John didn't leave the surroundings. He ran directly to a portrait of a silver bowl full of fruits. He sneaked into the kitchen. Next to the Forbidden Forest, inside the cabin of Professor Silvanus Catterborn, the teacher of the protection of magical animals. At this moment, several adult wizards were squeezed into the narrow hut. Minerva McGonagall, Felius Flivy, Pomona Sprout and Severus Snape, the deans of the 4 colleges escorted their students and quickly gathered here. There is also Guydrol Lockhart, a professor of defense against the dark arts. Professor Kettleborn squatted in the middle of the crowd, carefully observing a piece of blood-stained white paper in his hand. This is the blood stain collected on the spot when Mr. Weasley was killed. Principal Dumbledore asked me to analyze it. I can be sure that it is a kind of snake blood. His old voice became a little more haggard. So, Silvanus, I should have mentioned to you. Professor Sprout's voice trembled. Yes, it should be correct. Professor Kate Elbin said, shuddering, a terrifying creature. There are many terrifying beasts and monsters roaming all over Europe, among which the most bizarre and lethal there is nothing more like the basilisk, also known as the Snake King. The size of this snake is huge, and the way it kills is amazing. In addition to its deadly fangs, the stare of the basilisk can also cause death. Anyone who is caught by its gaze will immediately die. Spiders. You will run away when you see the basilisk, because the basilisk is the deadly enemy of spiders, and the basilisk will only run away if he hears the rooster's cry, because the rooster's cry is also fatal to it. Every time there is an attack, the spider will feel fear, and even be scared to death. Hagrid's roosters are all killed because the rooster's cry is fatal to it. Professor Sprout asked bitterly. Potter and his friends always show up at the scene of the crime the first time. Snape said in amazement, because he is a snacky boy. Can he hear the sound of a basilisk and be attracted to him? Professor Kettleborn nodded gently. No one has died. Professor Flitwick lowered his head and analyzed, because none of them looked at it directly. Mr. Creevey saw it through the camera, Mr. Finlay should it was seen through Sir Nicholas, and Mr. Weasley was through the mirror in his hand. As for Miss Cravat, knocker. Professor McGonagall said, the reflection through the bronze door knocker. www.readroom.com. She was attacked, the door knocker was damaged. Unbelievable. Professor Sprout roared angrily, such a dirty monster has been rampant on our campus for so long. We have to find a way to kill it. Professor Flitwick pulled out his wand from his waist. Is that? No, you are right. Professor Lockhart stretched lazily, but he noticed the unkind eyes of several colleagues and quickly changed his words. Suddenly, a clear explosion made several teachers look at him. What's the matter? Snape had already raised his wand. Wait. Severus. Sprout stopped him. It's a house elf. She turned her gaze to the ugly little monster that the phantom had transformed, and asked gently, what's the matter, Logno? The house elf named Logno respectfully bowed to Professor Sprout, and then saluted several other teachers in turn. An intruder, she tried to break into Hufflepuff's common room, and we caught her. The house elf said with a sharp voice, according to the usual practice, we will pour her vinegar, and then let go, but Klein told me that something terrible has happened at Hogwarts recently, and we should also pay attention. So, dear Professor Sprout, I brought the intruder here. While talking, Logno snapped his fingers. 6 house elves apparat and appeared beside Professor Kettleburn's cabin. They carried a thin girl. Chapter 43, Ginny Weasley. Miss Weasley. Professor McGonagall couldn't help exclaiming. Ginny Weasley stood there a little at a loss, her wand in the hands of a house elf next to her. What's the matter? Professor Sprout frowned and asked, why would a first-year Gryffindor student try to break into the Hufflepuff common room? I think you should give an explanation, Miss Weasley. Professor McGonagall said harshly. Ginny Weasley stammered, Professor McGonagall, I think, the secret room, maybe I opened it. What? This time, the eyes of the 6 teachers focused on her. Professor McGonagall. Ginny burst into tears, I feel as if I have lost some memories. Many times there are chicken feathers on my robe. I don't know how they got it up. I don't remember what I did on Halloween, but a cat was killed and my chest was covered with paint. On the Quidditch game, Colin told me that he was going to the hospital to see Harry at night, and then I was attacked, and I don't remember what I did. The day before yesterday Percy told me that I had a bad face and looked a little abnormal. I think he might suspect me. Then he was also attacked that night. I can't remember where I was then. I think I am the murderer who attacked all these people, Professor McGonagall. The expressions on all the teachers' faces became extremely serious, even Guydro Lockhart. Tell us slowly, Ginny, I believe you. Professor Lockhart came over. His voice was not loud, but it was very reassuring. The diary. I found it in a book my mother gave me. I thought someone put it there and forgot. I wrote on it, it can communicate with me, he said his name is Tom Riddle. Ginny cried and said. Professor McGonagall's body trembled slightly when he heard the name Tom Riddle. I originally threw it away and put it in the toilet. Zacharias said he picked it up. I was afraid that my secret would be discovered, so I wanted to sneak into the Hufflepuff common room to steal it. I heard Fred and George talk about how to enter the Hufflepuff common room, so I... What's the matter, Minerva? 10 minutes later, Professor Albus Dumbledore, the former principal of Hogwarts, returned to his office at Hogwarts. He holds a letter in his hand. A crimson bird the size of a crane, standing on Dumbledore's shoulder, made him look funny. Albus, Miss Weasley told us some useful information about the secret room. After discussing it, we think we should invite you back to deal with this matter. Professor McGonagall said with a serious face. So it is. Professor Dumbledore smiled and nodded, and then greeted Ginny Weasley, who was standing behind Professor McGonagall with a panicked face. Good afternoon, Miss Weasley. Dumbledore looked straight into her eyes. His light blue, soft eyes seemed to be relaxed. This pair of stares lasted for several minutes. Finally, Professor Dumbledore turned around. Miss Weasley should go to the school hospital immediately. He said involuntarily, presumably the past experience was a painful torture for her. The school will not punish her, many are older than her. Wizards who are more resourceful than her are blinded by Voldemort. Professor McGonagall nodded and waved his hand outside. Madame Pomfrey had already been waiting outside the principal's office. Now, she rushed in. Come with me to the school hospital, girl. I'll be fine soon, she said gently. As for us, it's time to find the secret room now. Dumbledore said with a smile, took his strange elder wand from his arms, and carefully began to wipe it with a handkerchief. Miss Weasley's memory has been modified. Professor McGonagall said quickly, she hardly remembers everything she did. Tom's little trick. Dumbledore said unhurriedly, it is indeed troublesome to find the deleted memory without completely destroying Miss Weasley's brain. But he must have left behind a little clue. What is? But Dumbledore changed the subject. What about the diary that Miss Weasley said? She said it was in the Hufflepuff common room. No. Professor McGonagall shook her head. Pomona found Mr. Smith and got the diary. Professor Snape checked it carefully, and he insisted that the diary is an ordinary Muggle product. Any black magic was cast. It's over there. While speaking, Professor McGonagall pointed to a diary carefully converged by glass on the principal's desk. Do you want to check it again? No, I believe Severus. Professor Dumbledore blinked and said with a smile, moreover, it looks like the one in Miss Weasley's memory, not the same. Maybe, it's just a what about an interesting coincidence. Professor McGonagall nodded. Let's go, call Severus, Pomona, and Furious. Let's take a look at the abandoned bathroom between the first floor and the basement of the castle. Dumbledore suggested. Is there any problem over there? Miss Weasley's memories have passed over there many times. This is something that shouldn't have happened to a first-year student in Gryffindor, except for the potions class. She should have difficulty appearing there. Professor Dumbledore, look over here. As soon as I walked into the bathroom, I heard Professor Flitwick's sharp voice. Is there anything to find, Phileas? Following the direction Flitwick pointed out www.readaloud.com, Dumbledore bent down, and under a pool, he saw a line of text. I'm Ginny Weasley. I feel like I opened the secret room. And something is controlling my thoughts. The entrance to the secret room seems to be on the side of a copper faucet under the pool on the right. Must have a snake-like voice to open it. Help me. Sure enough. Professor McGonagall's eyes widened suddenly. Dumbledore was taken aback, and suddenly smiled. What's wrong? Professor Sprout asked puzzledly. Interesting, very interesting. Dumbledore stood up, smiled and shook his head. From Pomona and Silvano's discovery of the spider's abnormality, to Miss Weasley's accidental capture, and here again. This line of text, as if someone is instructing us what to do. Albus, you mean this is a trap? Professor Snape's cold voice sounded from one side. It's impossible. Tom wouldn't think of such a stupid trap, he didn't even have the guts to take the initiative to fill it up for me. Professor Dumbledore said confidently, now, in order to open the secret room, we may need a snake-like voice. Potter. Snape murmured. Yes. Dumbledore ordered, Minerva, maybe you should bring Mr. Potter here. Okay, Principal. Professor McGonagall turned and left. Professor Flitwick and Professor Sprout continued to check the line of text on the pool. Albus, don't you think this is a coincidence? Snape asked in a low voice. Really? Dumbledore nodded, perhaps it's all such a coincidence, maybe. Chapter 44, Basilisk. Basilisk is its name. This is almost 1,000 years ago, the owner who created it, Salazar Slytherin, named it. Basilisk, Snake King or Angel, wizards call it such titles. Basilisk knows that wizards are afraid of it and fear him, but it doesn't care about these, because it has its mission. Salazar Slytherin left a secret room before leaving Hogwarts Castle. One of its duties is to guard the secrets in it until the return of the Slytherin heir. For 1,000 years, Basilisk wandered under the castle, relying on hunting mice, bats, and a small number of birds for a living. There is little food, and it often goes hungry. Sometimes when it is too hungry, it will hibernate by itself. It never planned to appear in the castle, because it knew that the castle would not welcome itself, it would only panic because of its presence. Also, Salazar Slytherin once instilled mission in it. Someone said that Salazar Slytherin hopes to expel all young wizards born from muggles or without sufficient magic power from this school. Basilisk understands that this is not the case. No one loves this castle or school more than Salazar, not even his 3 former best friends. Even if he died on the other side of the ocean, Basilisk could still feel that the master treated Hogwarts as unquenchable thoughts. Salazar Slytherin objected to Hogwarts accepting Muggle-born wizards for the simple reason that he thought they were unreliable. In the era when witch hunts were raging, in the era when Muggles and wizards were completely hostile, in the era when any wizard could be reported at any time and then sent to fire, even Godric Gryffindor, such excellent duelists, have been seriously injured in battles with Muggles. So, Slytherin felt that taking a Muggle-born young wizard was a big risk. Because you can't be sure whether they will leak the existence of Hogwarts to the Muggles, once the privacy of Hogwarts is broken, a new war between wizards and Muggles is coming. There is no doubt that Slytherin's views have not been agreed. In the eyes of his 3 friends, Muggle-born wizards are a symbol of outstanding talent, and if they cannot absorb more fresh blood, the wizards will only stand still and perish themselves. They had a fierce quarrel. In the end, Slytherin failed. He finally left the Hogwarts castle and the school. But even after leaving school, Salazar Slytherin never thought of hurting the young wizards who were born in Muggles, because he always believed that he was still the principal of Hogwarts, even if he was a young wizard born in Muggles. The wizards are still his students. A principal will never hurt his students, even those he hates. This is also the mission that Basrix was instilled in. It has been hidden under Hogwarts for thousands of years. In addition to protecting the Slytherin's secret room, there are also people who guard this castle and guard the castle. But 50 years ago, the secret room was opened. Basrix was very pleased, because it felt that its mission was about to be completed soon. But to its surprise, the new owner is completely different from the former Slytherin. The Slytherin heir named Tom Riddle has a more radical concept than Salazar Slytherin. More cruel. He believes that Hogwarts mudbloods and dumb cannons should be killed. Basrix tried to communicate with the new owner, hoping to convince him, but it failed. Tom Riddle ignored its opinions. In his opinion, Basrix was just a rude beast. What's more terrible is that Tom Riddle is a snake Lao Qiang. For a giant snake, Snake Lao Qiang is its nemesis. No snake can refuse the order of Snake Lao Qiang, even among the snakes. Wong is no exception. Basrix was forced to accept the orders of the new owner, left the secret room, wandered in the castle, and attacked the lonely Muggle-born wizards. But Basrix has been working hard. It knows that the direct contact of its eyes and the venom in its fangs are deadly enough for wizards, so it has been doing some small things under the orders of the new owner. Change. During the attack, it avoids its eyes from hitting the poor students. It always tries its best to reappear in front of the students when it is unable to look directly at the students, indirectly, although it will still they cause a lot of damage, but at least they can save their lives. A total of nearly 10 students were attacked, and Basrix tried his best to keep them alive, until there was an accident. The new target that Tom Riddle made it attack was a girl with highly myopic glasses. Basrix knew very well that his eyes were not fatal if he had glasses to block it. But at the time of the attack, the girl took off her glasses while crying. She died. Basrix fell into deep self-blame, and he began to resist the orders of the new master. But Snake Lao Tong is too deadly for snakes, and its resistance is almost futile. Fortunately, since the girl died, Tom Riddle has never opened the secret room again. Basrix thought he was free. Until half a year ago, the secret room was opened again, opened by the same person. Basrix curled up in a small lair in the secret room, licking his wounds. For half a year, as it was 50 years ago, it was forced to attack Hogwarts students under the orders of Snakeman. But in an attack 3 days ago, it was injured. A big wizard wounded it with a strange magic wand. There seemed to be something remaining in the wound, and even with the powerful recovery power of the basilisk, it had been difficult to heal. Basrix felt his body weakened a lot. Above the secret room, there were several noises. Could it be that Tom Riddle is here again? While he is injured, he has to make another attack at Hogwarts? Basrix slowly crawled out of the lair. But it was not Tom Riddle's extremely cold voice. This time the sound of opening the secret room was that of a young boy, and it was much gentler. In addition to the boy's voice, there are many footsteps. The footsteps of several adult wizards. Chapter 45, Slytherin's Secret Chamber, Part 1. Harry Potter followed Professor McGonagall to between the first floor and the basement. When he saw that the destination was actually the bathroom where the three of them secretly prepared the compound decoction, Harry's face turned pale. At this moment, he thought they had stolen Snape's medicinal materials and arranged forbidden drugs. The Dongchuang incident happened. Meg, Professor. He stammered. What are you stopping for? Professor McGonagall said anxiously, Principal Dumbledore is still waiting for you. Professor McGonagall's impatient tone was understood by Harry as harsh. After hearing Dumbledore's name, he even became staggered. Could it be that Professor Dumbledore is going to get angry about this and want to fire himself? It's over. It's estimated that in 10 minutes, he will pack his things and get out. What would the Dursleys say when they saw him at the gate? Went into the bathroom. He was surprised to find that besides Professor Dumbledore, Professor Flitwick, Professor Sprout and even Professor Snape were all here. The door of the compartment where the crucible and the residual materials were placed was still closed, showing no sign of opening. "Good afternoon, Harry," Professor Dumbledore said gently. "There is one thing, maybe I have to ask you for a favor." "Help?" Harry couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Seeing Professor Dumbledore like this, it seemed that it wasn't because of the compound decoction and he wouldn't be fired. "Come here." Professor Dumbledore patted Harry on the shoulder, motioning him not to be nervous. Harry nodded, and bent over as Dumbledore ordered. Bang! The bathroom door was pushed open. 2 second-year students broke in. "Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley." Professor McGonagall frowned. Harry's face changed suddenly, and he winked at Hermione desperately. It's a pity that Hermione's attention has been on Professor McGonagall and Professor Dumbledore since entering the bathroom. "Professor McGonagall, it was not Harry who did it, I did it." Hermione's tone was like a gunfire. "I came up with the idea of borrowing books in the restricted area for compound decoction. I lost the dung eggs in the medicine class, and I stole the powder of the two-horned beast and the skin of the African tree snake from Professor Snape. If you want to punish, just punish me, and Harry and Lo, it doesn't matter." Hermione's idea is very simple. Harry and Ron have already been credited for having a big pass after school starts, and if anything goes wrong they may be expelled. She must memorize all the pots. At least Professor McGonagall still likes her very much. At least she will not be expelled for a big mistake. Ron was breathing heavily beside her, but there was no time to stop her. In the bathroom, the scene became a bit awkward. Professor McGonagall's angry face was green. Professor Flitwick and Professor Sprout looked at each other and looked at each other. Professor Snape was stunned, and it took several seconds to react. "Very good, Granger." Snape sneered, "Now I know." Looking at Harry's unlovable expression, and then at the reactions of several professors, Hermione suddenly realized that she was in trouble. "What's wrong?" A defense against the dark arts teacher who didn't know the truth walked in, breaking the awkward atmosphere inside. He glanced at the crowded bathroom. "I remember this is an abandoned girls' bathroom." "Oh, Principal Dumbledore. Merlin is here, you are actually back." Guydro Lockhart shouted excitedly. "Good afternoon, Guydro." Dumbledore smiled and said hello to Professor Lockhart. "We just discovered the Slytherin's secret room, are you going to come and break it together?" Slytherin's secret room. Professor Lockhart's face changed suddenly, but he immediately changed his expression. "I'm honored. No, I mean, I knew this bathroom was Slater a long time ago. Lynn's secret room, I have always planned to get rid of it, but there is not much time recently." Dumbledore ignored him, but turned his gaze to Professor Snape. "Severus, at this time, maybe we shouldn't pay attention to the minutiae." "The minutiae?" Professor Snape sneered. "Well, if you insist, Dumbledore. Of course, it's just relative." The expression on Dumbledore's face regained seriousness. "Miss Granger, I hope you can visit my office tonight, and we can drink a good Prince of Wales tea together, near the spiral staircase on the top floor, before a stone monster." The password was lemon ice cream. "Okay, Professor." Hermione nodded anxiously. "Let's get down to business, then." Snape snorted coldly. "Potter, come here. See the side of this bronze dragon head, is there a small snake engraved? Say a few words to it." Snake mouthed, "Say a few words." There is a dazzling white light from the water faucet. Reading www.uuganshu.com then began to spin quickly. Then, the pool moved. They watched the pool slowly disappear from sight. revealing a very thick water pipe that can accommodate a person in it. It's amazing! Guidrol Lockhart couldn't help exclaiming, but he glanced at the unkind eyes of several colleagues and quickly put on a deep expression. It seems that only one person can be accommodated at a time. Dumbledore smiled and said, Gidlow, or please ask first, as our defense against the dark arts class teacher, have you been looking forward to destroying the Slytherin monster? It's time for you to perform your duties. Professor Lockhart's mouth grew wide and he didn't know what to say. Snape gave a light kick behind him, only to hear a scream. Lockhart fell. The other teachers looked away and pretended not to notice anything. Harry was about to follow Lockhart and got into the pipe, but was caught by Snape. Snape only gave him a cold look, then jumped into the pipe a second time. One teacher after another with students got into the pipe. Professor McGonagall was going to let Ron and Hermione go back to the Gryffindor common room, but Professor Dumbledore stopped her and he agreed to let 2 sophomores also join this hunting. It feels like rushing down a dark, slimy, endless slide. Their pipe twists and turns, and the is steep all the way down. After a few minutes, they came out of the nozzle one by one and fell to the damp ground with a puff. This is a dark stone tunnel, big enough to hold several people standing in it. They may have reached miles below the castle. Chapter 46, Slytherin's Secret Chamber, Part 2. Fluorescence flickers. Taking a glance, Professor McGonagall shook her wand gently, while whispering. A faint light gleamed from the top of her wand, illuminating the road ahead of them. Ah! Taking a look at the miserable sight before her, Hermione took a breath of fright. There are broken bones of small animals everywhere. It is obvious that they have been eaten by something, which is a bit creepy. If you hear any strange noise, you immediately turn your heads and close your eyes. Professor McGonagall turned around and told the trio with a serious face. The trio nodded seriously. The tunnel was as quiet as a cemetery, and a group of teachers and students carefully moved deeper. Among them, Professor McGonagall walked in the front of the team, and Professor Snape was the last. Crack! With a soft sound, Ron lowered his head and found that he had stepped on the skull of a bat. Just about to mutter a few words, Professor Dumbledore suddenly shook his head at him and motioned him not to make a sound. Fawkes told me, a giant snake is not far in front of us, approaching us. Professor Dumbledore said calmly. At the same time, the music floated from somewhere, resounding through the empty tunnel. The sound became louder and illusory, and it was a little exciting to hear. A big red bird, singing, appeared from behind them, and flew into the tunnel ahead. Then, only heard fierce fighting and hissing in the darkness ahead. Fawkes is a phoenix. Dumbledore lowered his head, as if to explain to Harry, as an extremely powerful magical creature, she is immune to many terrifying black magic, and the tears of the phoenix also have very strong healing effect. Harry nodded seemingly. Let's keep up. Dumbledore suggested, it seems to want to escape. Harry and his party quickly followed Professor Dumbledore's pace, went through the tunnel, and took another turn. Harry finally saw the Phoenix Fox, her body exuding a strong flame and already dangerous atmosphere. Condescending and confronting her goal. And below the Phoenix, Harry saw a terrifying giant snake. It was a weird green all over, with the radiant light characteristic of a poisonous snake. It was almost 2 feet thick, and it was even 40 feet long. However, its 2 huge light bulb-like yellow eyes looked extremely dim, and black blood kept pouring out. Its eyes are already blind. Good job, Fawkes, you have disarmed the most powerful weapon of the basilisk. Professor Dumbledore praised. This Slytherin, the monster in the secret room. Harry stammered. Yes, Harry. Dumbledore patted him on the shoulder. A snake, so you can hear strange noises when it attacks, more precisely, it's a basilisk. A terrifying magical creature created by a dark wizard, its fangs are extremely toxic, and its big yellow eyes are deadly enough to stare, so we have to be careful. Hallam nodded, not quite sure why Professor Dumbledore had to explain so much to him. "Leave the rest to me, Albus!" Professor Flitwick screamed, pulling out his wand and rushing over. His thin body, compared with the huge basilisk, seems a bit funny. Only a few seconds later, Harry suddenly understood why Flitwick was rumoured to be a duel champion when he was young. "I saw Flitwick's elegant Huidong's wand, surrounded by countless huge rocks, floating around him, as if completely controlled by him. Then, one after another, these huge rocks hit the giant snake. The giant snake was smashed against the wall, making a terrible hiss. You never want to hurt my student anymore, monster!" Professor Flitwick roared. The basilisk struggled desperately, but it seemed to be unable to move anymore. One vine after another grew from the wall, firmly binding the giant snake to the wall. Many vines also grew spikes, piercing the thick skin of the giant snake. Devil net and ghost vine. Professor Sprout said to himself, powerful restraint effect and paralysis effect. Even if you are a giant dragon, you have to stay here. Well, don't want to escape. The bones of the little animals on the ground also suddenly floated into the air one by one, and Ron was startled. Is Professor McGonagall? She is turning the remains of these small animals into small birds with sharp peck. Countless birds began to fly and circle around them. 10,000 bullets. Professor McGonagall called out her spell. All the birds, like heavy golden bullets, shot at the giant snake as fast as possible. The sharp peck of each bird pierced into the body of the basilisk, and then exploded quickly on it. www.readaloud.com. The scream of the giant snake has not ceased. Throughout the whole process, there was almost no room for it to fight back. Snape couldn't stand it. He took a few steps forward and raised his wand. A terrible spell hit the basilisk. Then, the skin of the basilisk was as if it had been split by an invisible sword, with black blood splattered, piece after piece of dark green snake skin, cut off by Snape's spell, revealed black and white flesh. The scene was a bit horrible. At the same time, the devil's net that originally bound the basilisk was also cut off by Snape's spell. Basilisk was free again. Although it seemed extremely painful, it still struggled and crawled towards the bottom of the secret room. It left deep blood stains along the way. Professor Flitwick still wanted to catch up, but was held back by Dumbledore. "Let me go, Phileas," Professor Dumbledore said calmly. "Maybe you can look around here and see if you can find the diary that Miss Weasley said." "Okay, Principal Dumbledore." Flitwick nodded, "Leave it to us." Then, Dumbledore waved to Harry. "Harry, come with me." Harry was taken aback for a moment, but Hermione pushed him behind him before he followed. "Professor, why do you want to bring me with you?" Harry asked quietly, a little puzzled. "Perhaps you have experienced enough danger, but it doesn't hurt to accumulate more combat experience," Dumbledore explained with a smile. At the same time, Phoenix Fox also threw a tattered thing into Harry's hand. Dirty and crumpled, with patches on it, it's the school's broken sorting hat. Chapter 47, Hogwarts back on track. At breakfast the next morning, John was spreading thick jam on his sausage. On the rostrum, the current acting principal, Professor Minerva McGonagall, suddenly stood up. "I have some news to announce," she shouted, and then added, "Of course, it's good news." The students who were eating breakfast looked at each other. Under the panic caused by the monster in the secret room, no one could think of any good news. "Our principal, Professor Albus Dumbledore, is back," Professor McGonagall said with a smile. "He has eliminated the Slytherin monster." After a brief reaction, the crowd quickly erupted into eager cheers. "Long live Professor Dumbledore!" the Weasley brothers sang joyously. "I knew that the Slytherin monster is definitely not Professor Dumbledore's opponent." Ernie Macmillan had a confident expression on his face. "Hannah and Susan, they should be back soon," Alois Imogen whispered. "What about Quidditch?" Oliver Wood shouted excitedly. "Is the Quidditch game about to resume?" Yes, would. Professor McGonagall nodded. So I think the Quidditch teams in each college need to hurry up to train. A week later, it will be Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and Lavine. Crow and Slytherin's Quidditch match. By the way, where's Harry, where did he go? Gryffindor second-year student Dean Thomas asked. I haven't seen him go back to the dormitory since last night. Mr. Potter played a vital role in destroying the Slytherin monster. Professor McGonagall said with some pride, he is full of courage to show Gryffindor, but he suffered a little in the battle. Minor injuries, now being treated by Madame Pomfrey. All the Gryffindor students began to cheer again. Except for Wood, he frowned and had a frowning look, probably wondering if Harry could recover in time to catch up with Hufflepuff and Gryffindor's Quidditch game. John Hart is listening to Professor McGonagall. The destruction of the basilisk and Dumbledore's return did not surprise him. After Ginny Weasley was fished by him, she would have mistakenly thought that the notebook was in the Hufflepuff common room, and then sneaked in to try to steal it and prevent her secrets from revealing. While the Hufflepuff common room looks unprepared on the surface, in fact, house elves have been guarding them all the time. The house elves' magic is quite powerful, and certainly not a first-year girl can deal with it. John is also visiting when the kitchen got snacks. He unintentionally told Klein that the school was in trouble, and raised him to be careful of strange people in the castle. After Ginny Weasley was captured alive, based on the clues she left behind, the teachers could easily follow this line to find the truth about the secret room. Moreover, the basilisk is quite terrifying for the students, but for the adult wizards who are well prepared, they are not too difficult opponents, not to mention the teachers at Hogwarts. Most of them are not ordinary adults. Wizard. But through Professor McGonagall's words, he got an important message. Professor McGonagall mentioned that the Slytherin monster has been eliminated, but the Slytherin heir was not mentioned. In other words, Tom Riddle's diary should not have been destroyed yet. So the question is, who should hold the diary? First, eliminate a wrong option, which is definitely not in Ginny Weasley's hands. Is it the same as the original plot, in the hands of Harry Potter? Then who did the attack on Percy and Penelope? Seems unlikely to be in Harry Potter's hands. He didn't think that Voldemort could control the Savior to open the secret room and launch an attack in broad daylight. But now that the basilisk has been wiped out and Dumbledore has returned, no matter who holds the diary, Tom Riddle will probably not be able to run rampant easily, and Dumbledore, who is proficient in the idea of plutocratic, must have known it. The existence of the diary should only be a matter of time before finding it. Professor McGonagall is still talking about the changes in school regulations. For example, abolish the curfew law and the ban on associations. Also, please write to the students who have left school as soon as possible, so that they can return to school and continue their studies. The rule that students need to be accompanied by teachers during class and meals has also been deleted. Before the Hogwarts gate, a thin figure followed by a tall figure. Dumbledore, Professor. Hagrid wiped his tears, crying like an 800 gin child. So, the Slytherin monster is. It's a basilisk, and its gaze is enough to cause fatal damage. Dumbledore smiled faintly and explained, it is a natural enemy of spiders. You must know that spiders are full of eyes in all directions, and they can't close his eyes, so your friend www.readaloud.com didn't even dare to say its name. It turns out, the heir, is actually Tom. I always thought he was my best friend in school. Hagrid continued to cry, Harry, how is Harry? It's just a small injury. Dumbledore continued to laugh, you know, my old bone is getting more and more useless, and I can't even hold my wand in a fight. Fortunately, Harry was there. At the most dangerous time, he drew a sword from the sorting hat and gave the monster a fatal blow. The principal's words stopped, a blue light flashed quickly on his half-moon-shaped glasses, and he glanced at the uninvited guest in front of him. Good morning, Lucius. Okay, said Lucius Malfoy, staring at Dumbledore with cold eyes. You actually came back, Dumbledore, the board suspended your position, but you still returned to Hog on your own terms. What's? Oh, that's it, Lucius, Dumbledore said with a calm smile. Yesterday afternoon, the other 11 directors all got in touch with me. Owls flew over one after another. It was really troublesome. They told me a strange thing. Some of them seemed to think that you had threatened that if they did not agree to suspend my position, they would be a complete enemy of the Malfoy family. What about the attack? Lucius Malfoy said viciously. Did you solve it? Of course. Dumbledore waved his hand. It's the same person who was last time, Lucius. With his diary, Voldemort summoned a basilisk, and we have eliminated it. Humph. Lucius Malfoy let out a cold snort, and walked away. Chapter 48, Invite. Professor McGonagall's words made the whole school permeated with a beaming atmosphere after breakfast. So that in the morning's defense against the dark arts class, most of the students of Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw were whispering to each other. No one paid attention to how Professor Lockhart was performing with Miss Melinda Bob in Subdue a Werewolf with Bare Hands. Like this, grab the werewolf's right paw, the action is beautiful, Miss Pobin. Professor Lockhart explained loudly on the stage. I didn't expect the Slytherin monster to be a giant snake. It's terrible. Behind John, Eloise Midgen was communicating with Zachary Smith in a low voice. Hogwarts will have such a terrible thing in the future. To be sure. Zacharias said with a face, I can't imagine that there will be creatures more terrifying than giant snakes in the school. John secretly stuck his tongue out in front, and refocused his gaze on the textbook Wandering with the Werewolves. After 10 minutes, the boring defense against the dark arts class is finally over. When Professor Lockhart announced the end of Get Out of Class and the students filed out, John Hart deliberately slowed down, stayed alone, and then walked towards the podium. What's the matter, John? Guidrol Lockhart's voice was light, and it sounded like he was in a good mood. Yes, Professor Lockhart. John said in a very calm tone, I just went to class to watch Wandering with Werewolves over there, and I ran into a little trouble. I didn't understand silverware too much. The magic principle of restraining werewolves. Oh, isn't it? Professor Lockhart blinked. So. I hope to go to the library to borrow 2 related books, unfortunately, they are all in the forbidden book area. As he said, John handed over the note in his hand. The old trick was repeated, but Lockhart was not as careless this time as last time, he actually looked down at the note. Under the shadow of the moon, the author is Mocha Trefford. My God, how does the author's name sound familiar? Professor Lockhart said to himself, there is also a book called Summon Your Heart Happiness. Oh my God, it's actually a book for Dementors, no wonder it's in the restricted book zone. John was prepared for a long time and said calmly, yes, Mr. Newt Scamander mentioned in Monsters and Their Origin that the werewolves and the Dementors may have a certain relationship, so I want to learn a little bit by understanding the characteristics of Dementors. Really, no, I mean I knew this a long time ago. Professor Lockhart was stunned, and then quickly said, John, don't just tell others that you are learning about Dementors. Spell, this will make some people in the Ministry of Magic think you have a bad heart. John was taken aback, then nodded. Of course, as a teacher, I will definitely not stop my best student, the thirst for knowledge and exploration. Professor Lockhart took out a large peacock quill pen and wrote a lot on the note this book. Thank you, Professor. Leaving the defense against the dark arts classroom, John immediately went to the library. But this time, Mrs. Pants is far less talkative than before. She took the note and read it over and over many times. She leaned the note close to the lamp and tried to find the traces of the forgery. There was no doubt that she failed. 10 minutes later, Mrs. Pins returned with 2 very old books. These are these 2. She said coldly. Thank you, madam. John carefully put the 2 books back into his bag, and left without incident. Now that the basilisk is dead, even though there are more than 4 months left in the first grade semester, he should prepare for the accident that occurred at Hogwarts in the second grade. The patron saint curse was as expected by the Ministry of Magic as a forbidden curse. After all, the Dementors are still the clerks of the ministry. They can't let lawbreakers control and fight against these civil servants casually. Spell. Books about werewolves are easy to find, but most of them are about how to deal with and eliminate werewolves. In the face of a moderate werewolf like Lupin, John felt that there was no need to go to great lengths in this regard. After all, under normal circumstances, you will not bite casually, just remember not to go out on the night of the full moon. Because of his occupational habits, he is more concerned about the difference in the physiological structure of werewolves and ordinary people, which has made the pathogenic mechanism of the wolfworm pathogen. Books in this area are not easy to find, and he has spent a lot of effort to find it in the restricted book area 1. The second grade, the third grade of the Salvation Trio, can be said to be the most stable year for Hogwarts in the next few years. Even though Blake is notorious now, in fact he is not a villain at all and poses no threat, he does not have the same tragic past as Harry Potter, and will not arouse much interest from the Dementors. Peter will not be interested unless he urgently. Reading www.uyugonshu.com is just a harmless little mouse. And it is very simple to want to break the game this year. Find an opportunity to turn the compound decoction into Neville Longbottom, go to the door of the Gryffindor common room and tell others that you have forgotten your password. After getting in, he shot Peter to death with a single shot. It's over. There is no need to play the subsequent plots. Without Peter and Voldemort, there is no need to be exhausted and resurrected through the Goblet of Fire. But this method still has certain risks. After all, Peter is an adult wizard who has received a little truth from Voldemort, and his combat power is definitely not comparable to that of a second-year student, and he is so desperate that rabbits can bite people, let alone mice. More importantly, how should the follow-up plot progress? Even if Peter never expected that Neville Longbottom, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, would change his style of painting, he took a gun and shot him headshot. Then Peter died. Wouldn't Voldemort be resurrected? Impossible. Furgiza has 6 half-Horcruxes. Resurrection is an inevitable event. After repeated thinking, John felt that instead of waiting for Voldemort to resurrect through unknown means, with unknown consequences, it is better to continue to watch the original plot development, and wait for the savior to kill him. Just like this, ran to the Hufflepuff common room. As he walked down the stairs on the first floor of the castle, he met a young girl with blonde curly hair. "Mr. Hart." The girl stopped and said softly. "What's the matter?" John asked in a cold voice. "Miss Greengrass." "That. Professor Snape said he was waiting for you in the office at 3:15 in the afternoon. He invited you to have an afternoon tea." Chapter 49, Old Bat's Afternoon Tea. The smile on John Hart's face almost solidified in an instant. The brain started to think quickly. What the hell? Snape invited him to an afternoon tea? Why doesn't he remember Snape's habit of drinking afternoon tea? However, Daphne didn't give him a chance to learn more, and almost turned around and fled. John glanced at his watch. It was already 12:45, less than half an hour before Snape's appointment. There is no time to waste, he knows the consequences of being late when facing Snape. John hurried to the restaurant, ate something indiscriminately, and hurried to the basement. At about 1:10 in the afternoon, he had arrived in Snape's office, paused for a moment, and took a deep breath before John pushed in. This is a very dimly lit room. The bookshelves on both sides are filled with hundreds of various pieces of glass. Slimy specimens of animals and plants are floating in colorful potions. These seemingly crippled specimens did not make John Hart feel any discomfort at all. On the contrary, they were kind. What kind of human specimens, diseased tissue specimens, parasite specimens, etc., he had come into contact with in the previous life. These are much more disgusting. It's just that the familiar smell of formalin is no longer in the air, which makes him feel a little nostalgic. Before stopping at a specimen of a female pig's uterus, the door of the office was pushed open when he looked closely. "You are early, Mr. Hart." Severus Snape's cold voice came from the shadow of the door. "I'm sorry, Professor." John quickly retracted his gaze. "Sit down." Following Snape's order, John sat down peacefully. Snape also walked to the light and sat opposite John. "Aren't you afraid of them?" Snape asked casually, taking a look at the specimen racks. "Of course." John nodded and answered honestly, "I just think they are very kind, so I look at them more." "Wonderfulness." Snape's pale lips pursed slightly, and then said coldly, "That's good. Hart, you go and cut out a part of the five-legged beast's heart for me now, and the specimen holder. The 6th row and 4th column on the top." "Okay, Professor." John quickly stood up and put on a pair of dragon leather gloves by the shelf. Climbing on the stool next to him, John's thin body was a little struggling to remove the glass bottles filled with dark red liquid. "What is the liquid in this?" John asked curiously. "Human blood." Snape said with a sullen face, "Five-legged beasts are evil and magical creatures that can a lot of human blood. The blood they is stored in the heart. Even if the heart is taken out, it can be sprayed from time to time. Spit out a lot of human blood. Is that right?" John's face didn't have any fear or disgust, but was full of curiosity. He had already opened the glass bottle. "No wonder I can smell the strong smell." Snape frowned, staring at the short first-year student in front of him, holding a short knife of 20 centimeters in length, reaching into the bottle, grabbing the heart without rush, and starting to cut it. "About how much do you need, Professor Snape?" John asked while operating without changing his face. 10 ounces. 5 minutes later, a piece of the five-legged beast's heart muscle the size of a wine glass had been cut off by John, put it on the iron plate, and handed it to Snape. Even though it was only a part of it, the heart muscle still kept squirming, spraying blood out. The entire potions teacher's office became blood-stained, and John and Snape were also stained a lot. "Is this all right, Professor?" John asked softly. "Humph." The old bat snorted coldly, then took out his wand and waved it lightly. The blood on his clothes and on the table was swept away, and the cut of myocardium also flew into another glass bottle. "Sit down," Snape ordered again. John curled his lips and sat down obediently. "What do I need to drink?" the old bat said coldly. "No, Professor," John stammered. "Not to mention that I just went through such a scene. Drinking afternoon tea now makes people feel a little tired, let alone anyone who dares to taste the drink provided by a potion master at will. If something strange is added to it, wouldn't it be finished?" Fortunately, Snape didn't insist on it anymore. "I wrote a letter to the Zig Potion Material Shop in Diagon Alley. They told me that you bought some double-horned horn powder and African tree snakeskin from them more than 3 months ago." Snape asked again. "Yes, Professor," John replied without surprise. "Then I can know, do you buy these materials to prepare what kind of potion?" I only heard Snape's scornful smile. www.readaloud.com. The double-horned beast horn powder is used to prepare slow-speed potion, and the African tree snakeskin is an important material for preparing nightmare decoction. John replied calmly again, "I didn't find these 2 medicinal materials in the medicine cabinet of the potions class, so I had to turn to Diagon Alley for help. Those are all potions that can only be accessed by 3rd and 4th graders." Snape grumbled sternly, "So, your configuration did not succeed. Right, Hart?" "Of course not." A look of fear appeared on John's face, and then he shook his head. "If my judgment is correct, I should have succeeded. I put the finished products of both potions in the potions class. In the cabinet with my name on it." Snape was stunned. He paused for a moment before he said, "I will verify this." "Okay, Professor." Looking at Snape's black, hollow eyes, John stared at him without fear. "Are you sure you didn't lie?" "I'm sure, sir." About several minutes later, Severus Snape looked away. "I don't think you lied," he said calmly. John couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in his heart, doing so many cover-ups, and acting so secretly. It really wasn't a waste of effort. "Severus! Severus!" A familiar voice came from outside the door, interrupting the conversation between John and Snape. "I heard that you actually invited a student to have afternoon tea. It's rare, Severus. I didn't expect you to have such a hobby." That cheerful voice is very distinguishable. Is Guidro Lockhart. Chapter 50, Lockhart's Secret, Part 1. "Professor Lockhart, what's the point?" Severus Snape pushed open the door of the office and greeted the uninvited guests outside. "Nothing, nothing, Severus." Guidro Lockhart shook his head repeatedly. "It's just that a lovely lady told me that you seem to be punishing a student I like very much in the office, so I came here to check it out." "What's the situation?" "Lovely lady?" Snape repeated mockingly, while staring coldly at the girl standing behind Lockhart. Astoria Greengrass stood there a little bewildered, not daring to look directly at the dean's eyes. "You did a good job, very good, Miss Greengrass," Professor Snape said without any emotion. "Disciplinary? No, I just invited an ordinary student in my potions class to help me a small favor and a cup of afternoon tea by the way. Now it's over. You can go, Hart." After that, Severus Snape roughly pulled John up and pushed it out the door. "Then don't bother, Severus." Lockhart was still in that cheerful voice. The moment Professor Snape closed the office door, Astoria trot over in a panic. "I only heard her stuttering, John. I heard Daphne say that you were invited to the office by Professor Snape to be punished. I don't know what to do. I want to go to Sprout Professor, but I don't know where her office is. Professor Lockhart met me and said he could help me." "Of course." Lockhart on the side said triumphantly, "I met Miss Greengrass who was frowning, and then she told me what happened. I would be happy to help a lovely lady with a little trouble." "Astoria, thank you." John gently stroked the girl's golden hair, gratefully said. "I." The girl's face flushed instantly. "It's so presumptuous to bother." Professor Lockhart's voice resounded untimely from the side, "But Mr. Hart, are you interested in having another afternoon tea with me now? I'm running out of time." Lockhart's last sentence was very low, not at all the frivolous tone he usually speaks, but extremely calm. "Is afternoon tea again?" John frowned, glanced at Astoria and then at the serious defense against the dark arts teacher. He patted the blonde the shoulder, then turned his head and said, "I think I have time, Professor Lockhart." This is not the first time John has been to Guidro Lockhart's defense against the dark arts classroom office on the 4th floor. But this time, the Lockhart photos on the walls and on the desktop no longer showed the frivolous smiles they used to show. Instead, they were all thinking with a rather serious expression. "Thank you for your help, Professor." John walked into his office behind Lockhart, and said calmly, "It's nothing." Lockhart shrugged. "Just this morning, Professor Snape asked me about one thing. He asked me if I picked it up in the library restricted area on September 5 last year. 3 books, namely, Close Your Brain, Vicious Disfigurement Spell and Powerful Potion." John frowned slightly and couldn't help but back up a few steps. "Then I told Severus that I had indeed borrowed it, and eagerly discussed with him the contents of the 3 books, I'm sure he thought I was nonsense," Lockhart said to Joan. "And blinked gently, moreover, he will never doubt you. Why do you help me, Professor Lockhart?" John stretched his left hand into his pocket, and already firmly grasped the PSM pistol inside. Lockhart lazily threw his wand on one side of the bed, and then nodded to John. "John, I said long ago that you are my best student. No teacher would mind helping him." "The best student?" John pursed his lips and did not answer. In the entire Hogwarts castle, there are so many students, only one student has listened carefully to every class of mine, and that is you. I am not a fool, John. Although I behaved very similarly. Professor Hart laughed loudly, as if he had heard a funny joke. I don't understand, Professor. John pressed his curiosity and put on a confused expression. There are more surprises to you. Professor Lockhart continued. Actually, I am a liar. My deeds in my book are all false. It seems that you did not show the surprise I imagined, John. I think you must have guessed it, at least guessed it. That's true, Professor. John hesitated. Your performance www.readaloud.com is indeed very different from the description in your book. It's really easy to guess. I think almost all students have discovered this, but you still listen to my every class carefully. This is what I admire most about you, John. Professor Lockhart picked up the suitcase on the side, began to stuff photos, clothes, and the like in a little bit. The hero who freed the people in a village from the scourge of the werewolves was not me, but an ugly old American wizard, and the one who expelled the female ghost of Wanlun, was a Scottish witch with a mouth, and the corpse those who travel with ghosts, those who are on vacation with the dominatrix, and those who live with the Tibetan snowmen, none of them are me. Guidril Lockhart spoke freely. My task is to track and find these outstanding wizards, gain their trust, and ask them how they can do those things. Then I will cast a clever forgetting spell on them so that they will forget about it completely. Why are you telling me this, Professor Lockhart? John has quietly opened the insurance of the PSM pistol. Lockhart put the lid on the suitcase and locked it. Then, he sat down on the sofa. There is no difference, child. His expression was a bit decadent. In a few hours, the Daily Prophet will publish the truth about my glorious deeds. The whole world will know that I am just an abuse of the spell of oblivion. It's just a liar. The Ministry of Magic would even think I was a criminal and send me to Azkaban. So John, even if I don't tell you now, you will know soon. Guidril Lockhart said quietly, do you think, why would I accept this job? Chapter 51, Lockhart's Secret, Part 2. Hogwarts's defense against the dark arts professor. Guidril Lockhart sarcastically, this is a cursed job. Since decades ago, every teacher who accepted this job, it's impossible to work for more than a year. 3 serious injuries can only be spent in St. Mungo for the rest of their lives, 6 became disabled, 11 have been unable to find a job all their lives after leaving this post, and 1 died. Quirinus Quirrell, my prefect when I was studying in Ravenclaw, died unclearly. Dumbledore did not give any explanation. Even if you give me 10,000 gallons, I will not apply for this position. Then why are you still our defense against the dark arts teacher? John had guessed something in his heart, but still had a confused expression on his face. A terrible accident, almost a year ago. Lockhart curled his lips and said. I was probably crazy at the time. I actually wanted to write a book about the history of magic, and then I looked at a witch who lived in Godric Valley, Bathilda Bashett. You can never dream. I thought that the ugly witch, who was sloppy and wore a patched robe, would actually be Albus Dumbledore's friend, and, even more unfortunately, when I was about to use the forgotten curse on Bagshot, Dumbledore just come to visit her. John already felt silent for Lockhart in his heart. His experience was basically the same as he had guessed. I was caught by Dumbledore and got all the stolen goods. Lockhart threw his suitcase aside, then collapsed on the sofa. I thought Dumbledore would turn his head and send me to Aziz Caban, but he made a suggestion to me. Let you be a defense against the dark arts teacher at Hogwarts. John suppressed his smile. Yes. Lockhart shook his head feebly. If it weren't for this, the ghost would accept this position. I once thought about running away, but Dumbledore's magic was beyond my imagination, his informant all over Europe. I have nowhere to run. I also told Dumbledore that, except for the forgotten curse, my understanding of other spells is not good, and I can't teach his students too much. But Dumbledore told me that it's not important. He told me that I don't need to teach students anything at all, I only need to play the role of a harlequin, in simple terms, let myself look like a person who knows nothing except being famous. The dumb gun, at least it needs to behave like this in front of Harry Potter and successfully arouse his disgust. While talking, Lockhart waved his magic wand. The pictures on the wall were taken off one by one, and then flew into his suitcase. I got 7/0 in the Owls exam that year. How could it be impossible for even a group of Cornish elves to deal with it? How could it not even use a disarming spell? He seemed to be talking to himself. John understands everything now. No wonder Dumbledore chose Lockhart as a quack as the teacher of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. It turned out to be part of his Potter development plan. Through a negative case and a personal statement, the young Harry became disgusted with him, and then became not addicted to his existing fame, and grew up quickly. The truth is still quite reasonable. This is a student who wants to learn Defense Against the Dark Arts course after suffering this year. However, John suddenly realized another thing. Professor Lockhart, Professor Dumbledore said that he would not send you to Azkaban. Why? I performed too much. Guidroll Lockhart sighed. Many students and parents have expressed opinions on my teaching. Because of the secret room attack, no one noticed me, but with letterings monsters were wiped out, and more opposition letters and even shouting letters about me were sent to school. The parents of students at Hogwarts, there are some wizards with extraordinary status. They have their special channels and connections. There is no doubt that when I was exposed to the roaring letter, my secret was quickly excavated. Dumbledore told me that many parents of students have already signed a letter to the Daily Prophet. The letter describes in detail the truth of my glorious deeds. In a few hours, the Prophet of tomorrow after the daily newspaper is published, reading www.uugonshu.com. All the wizards in Britain will know that I am just a liar who abuses the forgotten curse. The Dementor sent by the Ministry of Magic to arrest me will also be on the way to Hogwarts. So, Professor Lockhart, you. Looking at the former Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher who was quickly packing up, John seemed to understand something. Yes, I have to go. Loha nodded characteristically, before the Ministry of Magic can react. Where are you going? John asked curiously. Temporarily go to France, romantic Paris, the beaches of the Seine River full of bikini beauties, it is quite suitable for me. Lockhart said casually, but if the Dementors continue to hunt, they have to continue to struggle. Flee, Spain, Gibraltar, and even Algeria, Dementors don't like hot weather. He has packed up and saluted. Then say goodbye, John, my student. Guidroll Lockhart walked to the door when he said the salute. Then, he stopped again. As a teacher, apart from signing a few names for the student and not teaching him anything useful, I am still quite ashamed. Lockhart fumbled his pocket carefully, and finally found a white-skinned man. Booklet. After hesitating for a few seconds, Lockhart threw the thin pamphlet over. This may be the only magic I am good at, although I don't know if it's useful for you. Lockhart, who walked out of the office, showed his frivolous smile again, but to me, it's no longer useful as not it. After that, he disappeared into the darkness without looking back. Chapter 52, Patron Saint. Early the next morning, John saw a pile of news about Guidroll Lockhart in the Daily Prophet. The well-known wizard Guidroll Lockhart is a fraudster who abuses forgetting spells. On the front page of the headline, the Daily Prophet wrote, "The International Anti-Dark Magic League announced the cancellation of Lockhart's honorary membership, and the Merlin Jazz Council announced the withdrawal of the 3-level medal awarded to Lockhart." This is the second edition of the news. The Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge said that law enforcement officers have been dispatched and will arrest Lockhart as soon as possible. On a small crutches in the third edition, John saw the portrait of the Minister of Magic. As Lockhart had expected before, his story spread throughout the campus. When passing by Gryffindor's long table, John heard Ron Weasley's loud voice. "I knew that Gilderoy Lockhart was a liar. Sure enough, none of what he said is true." Harry Potter nodded with deep approval. "But he ran away!" Hermione Granger screamed. Her voice sounded surprised and angry, as if she had been deceived. "The Ministry didn't catch him." "Humph, he can't escape far." Ron snorted coldly. "My father told me that the law enforcement officers of the Ministry of Magic are very powerful. Not only the students of Gryffindor, but the students of Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and even Slytherin are celebrating the departure of Gilderoy Lockhart. The 4 colleges have ranked first in the past century." Showed strange agreement on one thing at a time. Lien Professor Snape, who has always been wearing a black robe and unsmiling, put on a festive red jacket today. He looks like a red bat. John did not participate in their celebration or criticism. After reading the newspaper and eating a few pieces of bread for breakfast, he left the restaurant. There is no class on Thursday morning. Now that the basilisk is dead, John doesn't need to act cautiously as before. Came to the room on the 8th floor, and John found out some books that he got here yesterday. Under the Moon Shadow, which describes the habits of werewolves, and Summon Joy in Your Heart, which describes the Dementors and the Curse of the Patron Saint, are both borrowed from the restricted book zone, and Professor Lockhart left him the white booklet. John glanced through the white pamphlet first. The forgetting spell was far more profound and complicated than he thought. It is especially difficult to release it without leaving too many traces. Will bring extremely serious consequences, in fact, because this spell is too dangerous. Even in the restricted area of Hogwarts, it is difficult to find a book describing it. John just watched for 10 minutes, but his head was a little big, and he had to close it again. Then, he flipped through another book roughly. He had already learned a lot about the habits of werewolves, and it was not difficult for him to read the book Under the Moon Shadow. About an hour later, John picked up the last book, Summon Your Heart. Happy. The content described in this book will also be a very difficult challenge for him. Guardian spell is a very deep defensive magic. When this spell is cast, the magician needs to concentrate and think about the happiest thing in his heart. The mantra of his Expecto Patronum. When fully activated, you can summon your own patron saint, and let the patron saint take the attack and counterattack instead of yourself. The patron saint can expel or even destroy Dementors and Voldemorts, or corpse cloth, and these evils the only natural enemy of creatures. The release of many spells depends on emotions. There is no doubt that the patron saint mantra is the most dependent on emotions. It requires truly happy memories. Searching for happy memories in my mind, I really can't find a lot, but it's not easy for me to really feel happy memories from the bottom of my heart. After all, since I came to this world, I am an adult mentally. It is impossible to have the same strong joy, anger, sorrow, and joy like a child, and the happy memories of previous lives, many of them have been blurred over time. Unclear. John took a deep breath. He decided to try first. Pulled out his wand, squinted his eyes slightly, and began to recall the memory of Happy in his mind, and at the same time he whispered in his mouth, Expecto Patronum. At this moment, the memory he recalled in his mind was his feelings when he received the acceptance letter from Eton College. It is a pity that there is almost no change at the tip of the wand, he failed. Think about it carefully. When I received the admission letter from Eton College, I felt more relieved than simply happy. Expecto Patronum is another release, and there is no change at the tip of the wand. The memory of his choice is that he successfully released the petrification curse on mice last summer vacation. That was the first curse he successfully released. Recall. Magic did not feel too mysterious for him at the time. The petrification curse was not a high-level curse. The feeling at that time was not so happy as expected. Expecto Patronum. The third release. The memory of choice is in Ollivander's shop, and he has been approved by the bamboo wand. Still failed. Recall. My emotions were not really happiness at the beginning, but seemed to be a kind of rejoicing. After practicing for almost half of the morning, there was still no strand of silver wire at the top of John's wand. The release of the guardian god spell, he didn't even control a bit of fur, it was more difficult than he thought. John sat on the floor of the responsive room, tightening his lips, trying hard to search for memories that can be touched with happiness. He tried almost all such memories, but he still didn't get approval from the patron saint. When the time on the watch indicated 12 noon, John was a little unwilling to walk out of the responsive house. I have to say that this morning is another memory of failure. Came to the restaurant, John heard Hannah Abbott talking to Wayne Hopkins. It's awesome, this is the coolest defense against the dark arts class I have ever taken. Hannah shouted, I didn't expect. But halfway through her words, she was interrupted by Zacharias Smith. Yes, Lockhart ran away, we don't have a teacher in the defense against the dark arts class. Hannah, who is it? He leaned in front of Hannah, and the monkey shouted anxiously. Hannah giggled, I won't tell you, you'll know then, it's really great. Chapter 53, Bogut in the Closet, Part 1. Hannah's words aroused John's interest. After Lockhart is gone, who will be the temporary defense against the dark arts teacher who will succeed him? After all, this semester still has close to 4 months to end, so you can't miss one class. You know, Hogwarts does not have assistant teachers in the defense against the dark arts course. After all, it is not easy to find a formal teacher, let alone an assistant teacher. Could it be that Dumbledore wanted to find Lupin in advance? There is a possibility, but according to Voldemort's curse on this post, something will happen at this time next year. This brought John's attention away from the frustration of practicing the patron saint spell before. He deliberately asked a few Hufflepuff sophomores. They had a lesson on defense against the dark arts in the morning. I'm sorry, but I can't tell you, John. Ernie Macmillan said, our temporary defense against the dark arts professor didn't let us publicize his name everywhere. I can only tell you, it's great. John curled his lips and had to give up. At lunch, he heard that most of the students in the school were discussing who this temporary defense against the dark arts class professor was. I think it might be Alastor Moody. Passing by Gryffindor's long table again, John heard Ron Weasley shouting. That Auror, Mad-Eye, my father once told me that Moody and Dumbledore are very close friends, and, by coincidence, he retired from the Auror office at the Ministry of Magic 2 months ago. Anyone who is a defense against the dark arts teacher, as long as it's not Snape. Harry Potter whispered over there, you know. Snape has been prying this place for a long time. I think the Ministry of Magic might send someone. Hermione Granger said with an unhappy expression, after all, they only designated our defense against the dark arts teacher as a wanted person a few days ago. Maybe they will send one. A vice minister here. Silently walked past where they were, but John didn't guess much. After all, he would know who it was when he had a defense against the dark arts class in the afternoon. During the lunch break, John didn't go back to Hufflepuff's common room, but went to the responsive room again. It took more than an hour to practice the Patronus mantra several times in vain. I have to say, he still hasn't found the memory of real happiness. When it was almost 2 o'clock, he hurriedly left the 8th floor and headed to the defense against the dark arts classroom on the 4th floor. Fortunately, he walked fast enough, and the stairs did not cause any trouble. He rushed to the classroom in time before the formal class. Just walked to the door of the classroom, John suddenly heard cheers coming from inside. What's the situation? He got into the classroom with a dazed expression. Zachary Smith stood on the stool, whistling. In fact, there were almost no students in Hufflepuff and Slytherin colleges sitting steadily, they all stood up and cheered. On the podium, the gray-haired old man smiled and waved to the students and motioned them to sit down. John was taken aback. The teacher of the temporary Dark Demons defense class is actually Albus Dumbledore. It took a few minutes for Dumbledore to silence the class again. I think I don't need to introduce myself, right? He blinked. There was a burst of laughter under the stage. Professor Lockhart left us for some special reasons. It is not easy to find a temporary teacher in the middle of the semester. Dumbledore explained calmly, so I think I might be able to afford this temporarily. Responsibility. To be honest, the last time I taught was 50 years ago. The last time I taught the students the course Defense Against the Dark Arts was in 1927. Dumbledore showed his face. A faint smile. At that time, I had some small conflicts with people from the Ministry of Magic. They forbid me to be a teacher of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. I had to be forced to teach polymorphism. Looking at the whole class, almost all the students pricked their ears to listen to his voice. Dumbledore waved his hand. It's all adult old things. Let alone. But I still remember the last Defense Against the Dark Arts class I took 66 years ago, and today's content is the same as that class. Then let's get started. Please put all the books back in your school bag. In the course of Defense Against the Dark Arts, we should do more practice, so you only need a magic wand. The whole class put the books back into their school bags, and many of them exchanged surprised glances. They had never taken a practical course on Defense Against the Dark Arts for more than half a year when they came to Hogwarts. Then, come with me. The students all stood up and followed Professor Dumbledore out of the classroom. He led them through the empty corridor, turned a corner, and finally came to a strange classroom. The classroom was empty except for one side, full of old benches. At Dumbledore's signal www.readaloud.com, Hufflepuff and Slytherin students sat there in turn. John subconsciously sits in the back position. This is easy, after all, everyone is vying to squeeze forward. Professor Dumbledore has taken out his very special elder wooden wand. With a light wave, a closet almost 2 people tall appeared in front of a wall in the classroom. Professor Dumbledore walked to the closet and stood still, and the closet suddenly shook and banged against the wall. Don't worry. Dumbledore said quietly, seeing several students shrinking from fear, there is only a boggart inside. Boggart likes dark, enclosed spaces. Under the bed, in the closet and even in the cupboard, they are often their hiding places. So, the first question I want to ask you is, what is boggart? A girl sitting in the front row raised her hand high. Very well, Miss Selwyn. No one knows what boggart really looks like. It will transform. The Slytherin girl with the surname Selwyn, who looked a little arrogant, stood up, become any target of our fear. I think even I can't explain it better. Professor Dumbledore nodded. Slytherin adds 5 points. Selwyn sat down with a smile on her face, and the students around her looked enviously at her. No one knows what boggart looks like when alone, but when I release it, it will immediately become the thing that we all fear most. Dumbledore continued, so now, everyone take out your wands. Let's try a spell. Ridiculous. Chapter 54, Boggart in the Closet, Part 2. Ridiculous. The whole class said in unison. Very good. Dumbledore smiled and nodded, but this alone is not enough. The spell to repel boggart is very simple, but it also requires the willpower of the wizard. What really scares boggart back is laugh. What you have to do is force it to become what you think is ridiculous. Laughable image. According to Dumbledore's orders, the whole class bowed their heads and began to think. John also pressed his lips lightly. Boggart will become the image he fears in his heart. What will it be? Become a basilisk? That's impossible. The only time I faced the basilisk, I closed my eyes tightly the whole time, and I didn't even see what the basilisk looked like. If I really wanted to change, it would only become a black and strange thing. Or will it become a 0-point college entrance examination report card? So many years have passed since the college entrance examination. Even if boggart turned into a flower, he wouldn't be scared. Or is it turned into an N602 Tsar bomb that has already activated the explosive procedure? This is so big, can it fit in the classroom? And if such a hydrogen bomb has openly appeared in front of so many students, will it affect it? John was there thinking wildly, and Albus Dumbledore took 2 steps forward and said, "Very good, everyone can try it. Miss Selwyn, would you like to be the first one?" Slytherin's first-year girl, Selwyn, took 2 steps forward bravely, trembling a little, pulling out his wand and pointing to the wardrobe. "Don't be nervous," Dumbledore comforted, "imagine what you find ridiculous." Other students, everyone takes a few steps back and gives Miss Selwyn a bit of space. "I will call the next student forward." Everyone backed away to the wall, leaving Selwyn to stand alone by the closet. Her face was pale and she looked scared. "I count to 3, Miss Selwyn," Dumbledore said gently, and he pointed his wand at the closet. 1, 2, 3, start. A spark shot from the top of the elder wand. The spark hit the handle of the closet door, and the closet door was opened. A large golden lion with a smooth body and no mane crawled out of the closet, staring straight at Selwyn, and roaring in anger. Dumbledore frowned slightly, and then said, "8th Savo man-eating lion from Tanzania, Miss Selwyn, hurry up and imagine what you find funny." Selwyn took a few steps back in fright, her wand was raised, but her mouth was speechless and speechless. The lion crawled towards her step by step, getting closer and closer. "Slip, slip, ridiculous!" Selwyn screamed. The whole body of the lion was quickly surrounded by flames, it had little hair, and the flames burned out in a few seconds, turning into a cloud of black coal. "Ha ha ha!" The students laughed cheerfully. "Good job, Miss Selwyn. Next one, Mr. Smith." Zachary Smith walked forward. The black charcoal that never slipped away from the autumn walked around him twice, and then began to turn into a human form a little bit. It became a middle-aged woman in her 40s, with sternness and anger on her face. The middle-aged woman forced her toward Zacharias aggressively and put her hand in her robe. "Mom, Mom!" Zacharias said tremblingly, lowering his head. A few Hufflepuff students let out a low laugh. Smith, who looked carefree and fearless, actually feared his mother so much. "Don't be nervous, Mr. Smith, remember this is just a boggart," Dumbledore said lazily. Zacharias woke up like a dream, raising his magic wand. "Ridiculous." Mrs. Smith was repelled by the spell a few steps, and then she was covered with butter cake all over her body, and she was wiping around in a daze. Zacharias couldn't help laughing. All the students laughed out loud, even John was no exception. Dumbledore looked down at the roster. "Miss Midgen." Boggart turned into a blood-stained mummy in front of her. But soon, the bandages on the mummy fell away, and it bumped and fell down. "Next, Mr. Avery." The fallen mummy turned into a huge Welsh green dragon, its body almost filled the entire classroom. Only a few seconds later, the Welsh green dragon turned into a rat with an upside-down tail. Boggart has become weak. Next one, Miss Greengrass. Astoria was still with Selwyn just now, laughing at the rat that was hanging upside down. She soon walked out of the crowd. The little mouse hanging in the air still made squeak and squeak sounds, but its eyes turned to Astoria. It began to deform a little bit again, slowly. This time, it became a mirror. John frowned, and the students next to him started to whisper. "This is a very beautiful bronze mirror with elegant patterns carved on both sides of the top and many inscriptions. Other than that, nothing unusual is visible. The mirror floats in the air." A little bit towards Astoria floated. But the imaginary phrase ridiculous never came. www.readaloud.com. When John turned his gaze to Astoria, his face changed. "Wait a minute," he shouted loudly. Astoria Greengrass's face has never been so pale. She stood there shuddering, sweat lingering from her forehead, trembling all over her body, as if she could not stand at any time. "Stable. Puff. With a crisp soft sound, her willow wand fell to the ground. John couldn't care too much, he rushed out of the crowd and supported Astoria. The blonde girl fell into his arms, and John quickly hugged it. The girl collapsed weakly in his arms, shaking and crying uncontrollably, her voice full of fear and helplessness. She can't even make a sound. Dumbledore also came, in fact he was stopped between Boggart and Astoria a few seconds ago. The mirror began to deform again, turning into a black misty strange creature exuding a cold air. Ridiculous! John felt a ray of anger in Dumbledore's chanting voice. Became a silent Boggart, almost crushed by him. Professor Dumbledore, she needs to go to the hospital. John said anxiously. I think you are right, Mr. Hart. Dumbledore nodded solemnly. With Dumbledore's permission, John hurriedly picked up the weakened Astoria and walked out of the classroom step by step. At the same time, I heard Dumbledore say behind him, Miss Selwyn, please go to the curse classroom and tell Miss Daphne Greengrass to go to the school hospital quickly. Her sister's physical condition has a little problem. Chapter 55, Salvation 3. Madame Pomfrey came over briskly from the inside of the ward, and asked with concern, what's the matter? While talking, she helped John move Astoria Greengrass to the hospital bed. Even after putting on the quilt, Astoria still curled up there, trembling helplessly, her little hand grabbed John's hand and refused to let it go. It was done by a Boggart, Poppy. The sound of heavy footsteps came from behind, it was Albus Dumbledore. Dumbledore's voice was somewhat guilty, my negligence. Boggart. Madame Pomfrey frowned, it looks like this girl is just a little frightened, but her reaction seems to be exceptional. Can you heal her, Madame Pomfrey? John asked anxiously. Of course. The female school doctor at Hogwarts nodded, it's easy, but she might have to stay here for one night. While talking, she threw a hot towel to John, help me wipe this girl's forehead. John nodded, took the towel with his other hand, and carefully began to wipe Astoria's forehead. The girl's fierce reaction began to disappear little by little, and she began to gradually return to calm. Madame Pomfrey walked around the curtain, holding a large bottle in her hand, which was filled with light cyan liquid. With the assistance of John, they reluctantly helped Astoria up from the hospital bed. Drink, child, we'll get better soon. Madame Pomfrey said softly. After drinking the potion, the blonde girl's eyes seemed to be rejuvenated. She raised her head, first glanced at John apologetically, then turned to the principal, and said weakly. I'm sorry, Professor Dumbledore. It's my fault, Miss Greengrass. Dumbledore shook his head, I forgot your special situation. The door slammed open and Daphne Greengrass broke in. Astoria, she screamed. No loud noises. Madame Pomfrey warned severely with a straight face. I'm sorry, madam, it's my sister, and it's my sister who is lying on the hospital bed. Madame Pomfrey did not stop her further. Daphne came to the bedside as quickly as she could, and took the blonde girl into her arms. Sister! Astoria whispered. Daphne opened her mouth, trying to say something, but then looked at John vigilantly. Mr. Hart, thank you for sending my sister to the hospital. She said dryly, but now, can you leave? John frowned, but still nodded. Touched the back of Astoria's hand and motioned for her to let go. John stood up and left the ward. Not long after walking out of the ward, John saw a middle-aged woman wearing a black coat, short blonde hair, and a pair of monocles, passing him, and then hurriedly walked into the Astoria ward. Is she probably the mother of Daphne and Astoria, Mrs. Greengrass? What secrets should be hidden in Astoria Greengrass? I am not stupid. He had guessed some as early as on the train to Hogwarts. But since she didn't tell herself, she naturally had her difficulties, and John wouldn't ask for anything. And I am a little wizard in the first grade, even if I know it, it doesn't matter. Just as he was about to leave the school hospital, he suddenly heard someone calling his name. John. A girl with thick brown hair, a pair of piercing brown eyes looked at him in surprise. Why are you here? Good afternoon. Hermione. John was also a little surprised, and quickly explained, one of my classmates had a physical problem during the defense against the dark arts class, so I sent her to the school hospital. It was Miss Hermione Granger who happened to meet him in the school hospital. After half a year, they met again. So? Hermione nodded. It's okay. I also sent a friend of mine to the school hospital. He was injured a few days ago. Although he has been discharged from the hospital, Mrs. Pomfrey asked him. Check again today. Almost verifying what Hermione said, the two boys also walked into the school hospital. A boy with fiery red hair, and a thin boy with black-rimmed glasses. Is this going to meet the Salvation Trio? John thought to himself, and a smile appeared on his mouth. It is always necessary to know each other. Harry, Ron. Hermione waved at the two boys, and the two boys came over. Introduce you, he is John Hart, the son of a friend of my father, a Hufflepuff first-year student. John, they are Ron Weasley, and Harry Potter. Wait, this name. I seem to have heard Ginny say. Ron murmured, John Hart, she said you worked hard, and your grades, you read www.uugonshu.com seems to be number one among Hufflepuff first-year students. Compared to Miss Weasley, my grades are still slightly worse. John said modestly. It looks like another Percy. Pretending not to hear Ron's grumble, John turned his eyes to Harry Potter on the other side. Are you Harry Potter? John asked with a shocked face. Some time ago, the hero who helped Professor Dumbledore kill the monster in Slytherin, the undead boy. Yes. Harry smiled reluctantly. Nice to meet you, Harry. The two shook hands. Me too, John. Chatted a few more casually. A minute later, at the gate of the school hospital, John and the three of them parted ways. Walking out of the school hospital, John couldn't help but smile. Is this the achievement of meeting the Salvation Trio? It's a rare thing to complete this achievement more than 6 months after the first semester started. But before taking a few steps, I heard the three people behind seem to be arguing. Harry, later you must tell Madame Pomfrey that you are in good health and ask her to allow you to participate in the Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff tomorrow. I only heard Ron there. Exhorted. Don't be silly, Ron. Hermione retorted. Mrs. Pomfrey said 3 days ago that the basilisk venom in Harry's body has not been completely removed. Although he can be discharged from the hospital, he can't be at least for a week. Do vigorous exercise. You don't understand. Hermione. That's Quidditch. It's about the Academy Cup. Ron retorted angrily, you don't understand the importance of things at all. Chapter 56, Gryffindor vs Hufflepuff. Back to Hufflepuff's common room, which is rarely crowded with students. Zachary Smith and Ernie Macmillan are hurrying to make the Hufflepuff flag. Hannah Abbott and Susan Burns are using magic wands to dye their black robes yellow. John, come and help. When Zacharias saw that he was back, he quickly shouted, tomorrow is the Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, life and death. Battle of life and death. John walked over and blinked. This afternoon's game. Slytherin was overturned by Ravenclaw with a 140-point lead. Zacharias shouted loudly, they lost 2 games in a row, they are destined to lose the rankings. There will be an absolute advantage in the final round against them. So we will play against Gryffindor tomorrow, and we will almost directly determine the ownership of the champion. As long as we win, the Quidditch champion and the Quidditch Cup are almost at hand. Just as Zacharias was talking endlessly, a group of Quidditch players in Hufflepuff shirts returned to the common room. Jimmick, after the game starts, you must pay attention to Potter, and try to use the roaming ball to cause the greatest interference to him. Cedric Diggory walked in front of the players. Bob will deal with it. He did not forget to arrange the tactics one last time. "Cedric, come on." Seeing their return, the students of Hufflepuff cheered, "Long live Hufflepuff." John also stood up. He walked in front of Cedric Diggory. "Cedric, I believe you, you will definitely win." "Thank you, John." Cedric smiled and nodded. "The result is not guaranteed, but we will do our best." "I didn't mean that." John shook his head. "I mean, you will have an absolute advantage in tomorrow's game. Because of the Gryffindor Seeker, Harry Potter should not be able to come on." "What?" Cedric was taken aback. "Is the source reliable, John?" "Of course." John nodded without thinking. "When I was in the school hospital, I overheard a conversation between Potter and his friend. Based on his understanding of the character's personality, John can be sure that Mrs. Pomfrey will never allow Harry Potter to participate in Quidditch competitions before he is fully recovered. And no matter how hard Harry Potter and Ron Weasley insist, Hermione will definitely stop them. She might even go and tell Professor McGonagall. So he was sure that Harry would never play." "Awesome!" Cedric clenched his fists excitedly. "Potter is Gryffindor's trump card. He is not here, and Wood can't find any decent substitute seekers." He waved his hand and called the Hufflepuff players together again. "We have to change our tactics. Jimmy, you don't have to stare at Gryffindor's seekers anymore. For their chaser Angelina Johnson, she is the core of Gryffindor's offense." Early the next morning, Joan got up very early and left at a little over 6 in the morning. He didn't want to be the same as last time, and he was forcibly pulled to Quidditch Stadium by Zacharias. And Cedric led the team against Gryffindor, who doesn't have Harry Potter. "You can write a face as a snitch. Tell me how to lose?" "It's steady, it's easy to eat Gryffindor. So there is no need to watch it." A few hours later, it is definitely another big win. Leaving the dormitory, John went to the kitchen first, and the restaurant had not yet opened at this time. Opened the door of the kitchen. When the house elves in the kitchen saw his arrival, they shouted excitedly, "Mr. John Hart! Mr. John Hart is here!" The house elves quickly surrounded John with excitement and cheered eagerly. "Don't do that! I mean, you don't need to be like this." John smiled bitterly. Since sending some gifts to the house elves before Christmas, they treat themselves with such passion every time. After finally persuading them to disperse, John saw the face of a house elf who could call his name. "Good morning, Klein." John waved his hand and said hello. "Mr. John Hart." The house elf Klein burst into tears with excitement, and rushed over to hug John's trousers. John noticed that it was wearing a strange bronze headband on its head. "This is Professor Dumbledore rewarded us. Every house elf who participated in catching the Gryffindor thief girl has a reward. I chose this." Klein took off the headband, stroking cherishedly. At the same time the hoarse voice lowered and said, "Mr. John Hart, Klein didn't tell anyone that you asked me to suggest that Logno take the thief who tried to break into the Hufflepuff common room to see the teacher. Thank you www.readaloud.com Klein." John bent down and said gratefully, "You actually said thank you." A wizard said thank you to Klein. The house elf cried excitedly. Once again, his pockets were filled with all kinds of snacks, and John came to the 8th floor again. This journey, he is already familiar with the road, but it is indeed a little tired to climb from the basement to the 8th floor in one go. Once again took out the "Summon the joy in your heart." John raised his wand, futilely continuing to contact the patron saint. "Expecto Patronum! Expecto Patronum! Expecto Patronum!" John even used some vaguely happy memories in his previous life. It's a pity that the memory is too long. The mood of happy is not accurate and obvious. The patron saint curse still hasn't achieved much effect. More accurately, it hasn't achieved any effect. It's a real dog. At about 12 noon, when he left the room of responsiveness, John was unable to complain. Returned to the restaurant, he found that it had become a yellow-black ocean. Cedric Diggory was surrounded by the center of the crowd. "We won!" Hannah Abbott and Ernie Macmillan saw John's arrival and pulled him into the celebration team. Hannah shouted, "Where have you been? I haven't found you for a long time." "John, we won, a big victory. At 5:10:40, Gryffindor was beaten by us to the pointless body. We won." Chapter 57, Easter Vacation. Defeated Gryffindor, and the celebrations in the Hufflepuff common room continued for a long time. In the words of Zacharias, "We almost touched the base of the Quidditch Cup with one hand. Now we can say that it is the boss of Hogwarts." After all, Hufflepuff leads the second-placed Ravenclaw by one game and has a margin of close to 500 points. Even if Ravenclaw defeated Gryffindor by a huge margin in the final round, Hufflepuff can win the championship with a draw or even a small loss to Slytherin. John sternly stopped Zacharias's eat inside and out remarks. "Draw and qualify, winning, this familiar plot, has been verified countless times in the previous life. It is the most vicious curse. Yes, we can't take it lightly." Cedric Diggory was on John's side. "We still need to play the last game." Like Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, Slytherin is also a strong opponent. They have 7 smooth 2001 broomsticks, which are amazing. But even so, Hufflepuff's common room in the next few weeks is still beaming, just like the new year. After all, they have not been involved in the Quidditch Cup for more than 10 years. The last few days of February passed quickly, and the time of March also passed quickly. Since the Slytherin monster was wiped out, the Hogwarts campus has been in a calm and peaceful period for the past month. Astoria only lay in the school hospital for a few days before returning. After came back, her face looked a little weak, but her mood seemed to stabilize. She didn't explain to John what happened in Defense Against the Dark Arts class that day, and John didn't lead the topic in any direction. Ginny Weasley also returned to school. Professor McGonagall didn't tell the truth of the matter. She just told everyone that Miss Weasley had been out of school for a few weeks because of illness some time ago. But compared to before, he seemed more taciturn, and his grades plummeted. The only troublesome thing. That is Tom Riddle's diary, which seems to have not been found yet. Professor Sprout has searched the Hufflepuff common room twice, and even the student dormitory. It's not just Hufflepuff. The teachers and Filch searched almost the entire campus, except for some contraband found in the dorms of Gryffindor and Slytherin, nothing else. Such a big diary seems to disappear completely on campus. If there is really any change in the school, it is the Defense Against the Dark Arts class taught temporarily by Professor Dumbledore. It is really too popular. In fact, it is extremely rare to be able to accept the personal teaching of a powerful wizard of his level. And Dumbledore is almost quite accomplished in Defense Against the Dark Arts. In more than a dozen dark arts defense classes, he led the first-year students to learn about several dangerous magical creatures and their countermeasures. At the same time, he also taught them simple protective spells such as disarming spells and petrifying spells. Even a student like Zacharias, who doesn't usually attend class very much, has performed extremely hard in the Dark Demon Defense class. John was rather indifferent to this. Although Albus Dumbledore is arguably one of the greatest and best wizards in the world, he may not be able to teach himself too much. It's simple, his level is too low at this stage. What can an undergraduate student learn by staying with an academician for a few months? The answer is definitely difficult, because the undergraduate level is not enough. They are not at the same level as academicians, so for undergraduates, they should first study basic professional courses rather than more profound things. These first-year students have the same relationship with Professor Dumbledore. Dumbledore's truly powerful magic, even if he wanted to hand in, it was almost impossible for the first-year students to learn. So in the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, John Hart can be said to be mediocre. Especially when the whole class is very hard-working, it seems mediocre. Also hardly attracted the attention of Professor Dumbledore. In a herbal medicine class in mid-March, Professor Sprout informed them that the Easter holiday would start tomorrow. The Easter holiday is their last long holiday this school year. It lasts from late March to early April, a total of almost half a month. www.readaloud.com. John does not plan to return this Easter holiday Southampton. Once the Easter holiday is over, it will not be 2 months before the summer vacation is coming, so this is not necessary. In addition, he cannot use magic after returning home, which is quite troublesome for him. Also, since the final exam is about to take place in 10 weeks, the teachers in almost every class have assigned a lot of homework. Most students have the same idea as John. The number of students who fill out the school leaving form during the Easter holiday is much less than that during the Christmas holiday. One more thing. Professor Sprout said with a smile, there are a few Mandela grasses having a lively and noisy dance party in the third greenhouse. This means that they will wait until the holiday is over. Will fully mature. Will Justin be back soon? A student told and asked. Yes. Mr. Creevy, Mr. Weasley, Miss Cravat, and Justin, they will all come back to us after the Easter break. Can the Eagle-beak door knocker be restored? A Ravenclaw first-year girl with waist-length, light blonde hair asked with concern. Of course, Miss Lovegood. Professor Sprout nodded. With the root juice of Mandela grass, Professor Flitwick will surely restore it. That's great. Miss Luna Lovegood patted her chest with joy. I can't answer its questions in more than a month. I think I'm going crazy. There was a burst of laughter from the surrounding students. Leaving the greenhouse, watching students of all grades everywhere, busy reviewing, or preparing for the final exam. John thought for a while, felt that he should try to find Tom Riddle's diary. Chapter 58, Horcrux. Where is Tom Riddle's diary? This is a question that John has been thinking carefully all this time. Especially after the teachers and Filch almost turned over the entire Hogwarts, and found nothing. Could it be that someone was taken out of the campus? It is unlikely. After learning about the existence of the diary from Ginny Weasley, Dumbledore and other professors will definitely increase their vigilance and inspection. Let such a dark magic item leave the campus openly, almost it is impossible. Is still hidden in the hands of a new host? The possibility is still not great. According to the intensity of the search during this period, it is impossible to find it. You must know that even the Horcrux cannot be detected by the black magic detector, otherwise Lucius Malfoy would not have to give the diary to Ginny. Then come and think about it. For example, from the perspective of Voldemort, how about thinking about it? The basilisk has been killed. Voldemort must have felt as the snake-like voice that controls it. Ginny Weasley was also captured alive, and Voldemort must be aware of the interconnected souls. As a residual soul fragment in a Horcrux, it will certainly not be Dumbledore's one-to-one enemy. When the secrets of the chamber and its own existence are exposed, if you continue to control the host and make small actions, you will be. It is almost only a matter of time before it is discovered and then destroyed. It has only two suitable options. The first is to try to leave school with the help of a new host, but this has a very low success rate. The second one is to let the new host hide it in an unknown place in the castle, then cleanse the memory of the new host, and wait for the opportunity to make a comeback. If John himself stood from the perspective of a diary, he would be rational and would definitely choose the second approach. The soul in the diary is the memory of Voldemort when he was 17 years old. It shouldn't be in a schizophrenic state like afterwards, and there should still be sanity. Then the answer is ready. In Hogwarts, a hidden, safe place that Voldemort thought only he knew? That's right, it is the room where Ravenclaw's golden crown is located. The probability is probably above 70%, right? That is to say, I am in the responsive house every day, and I have a high probability of getting along day and night with Voldemort's two Horcruxes as companions. Although they are not in the same plane, it is quite interesting to think about it. As early as more than a week ago, John had such a guess. It's just that it hasn't been put into practice. In fact, I have used the House of Request for more than half a year, and John has never been to the plane where things are hidden, where Ravenclaw's golden crown is. Horcrux is a Horcrux after all, with extremely powerful black magic displayed on it. The diary has a certain sense of consciousness and has absorbed part of Ginny's soul. He is an unarmed, naive, and romantic first-grade little wizard, still a little bee in his heart counted. Although I have thought of several ways to deal with Horcruxes, I'm always afraid of accidents. So it is definitely necessary to avoid direct contact with Horcruxes. Doesn't the gentleman stand under the dangerous wall? Continue to take the old method and leave it to the teacher to handle these two Horcruxes. But that means that the hidden stronghold of House of Request has been exposed, which is not worth the gain. After all, I will stay at Hogwarts for several years. And there is no need to worry about handling Horcruxes. At this time, Voldemort will have to gnaw rats in Albania for more than a year. After more than a year of gnawing rats, he has to go back to Little Hangleton to absorb Nagini's venom for a year. Although I can't help but sigh that the second-generation McGuire Lord's life is so bleak in his old age, it also means that I still have at least 2 years to go. But there is one thing to do first, and that is to confirm that my guess is correct. On the first day of the Easter holiday, the warm sun illuminated the entire Hogwarts castle. For the first time in the past few months, the Scottish Highlands have encountered such good weather. The sky is clear and clear, blue as the color of forget-me-not, and there is a breath of summer coming in the air. The students who stayed at the school walked out of the castle, reading and chatting under the sun. John came to the opposite side of the tapestry of Barnabas on the 8th floor by the giant stick, looked at no one around, and whispered, "Klein." With a clear explosion in the air, several house elves appeared in front of John. The house elf Klein he is more familiar with is at the forefront. Klein received Mr. John Hart's request yesterday. Klein took his friends here to wait for him very early. The house elf said with a humble expression. "Thank you, Klein. Did you go into the responsive house?" John bent down and asked with concern. "Yes, Mr. John Hart." The house elf Klein leaned into John's ear and lowered his voice. "According to your instructions, Klein entered the room where the things were hidden and found you. Those two things mentioned, a black, very old diary, UU reading www.uuganshu.com, and a gold crown with an eagle engraved on it. They are all hidden inside, together." Mr. John Hart told Klein not to touch them. Klein pretended to be looking for other things, but just passed by those two things. Klein didn't even tell his friends about it. The elf continued. "Thank you very much, Klein," John said with a smile while holding his little hand. "It is Klein's honor to be able to help Mr. John Hart. Every house elf in the kitchen hopes to do this." With the help of several house elves, John can almost confirm the existence of Horcruxes. And even Voldemort's soul in the diary is almost impossible to detect. After all, Voldemort looked down on creatures like house elves. Then the content of the follow-up is very simple. An Angzan let these two Horcruxes be kept in the responsive house for a few years. After all, even if you destroy them now, it doesn't make any sense. How about waiting for the right time? John has already laid out a plan to destroy the Horcrux. Although he can't enter the secret room or take the basilisk's fangs, he will probably not be able to pull out the Gryffindor sword. But this does not prevent him from using other tools. After the 3rd grade Goblet of Fire finals, or 4th grade Dumbledore and Voldemort at the Ministry of Magic. Calculate the time by myself, order a bucket of nitrohydrochloric acid, commonly known as aqua regia, and a liquid nitrogen tank filled with liquid nitrogen in advance. Then when Voldemort began to fight, he came to the House of Request, took out his two Horcruxes, and let him enjoy the special service of ice and fire. That's right, that's it for the specific plan. Chapter 59, Final Exam. After knowing the location of the Horcrux, the last dangling thread in John's heart was also released. After the Easter holiday, the Mandela grass has fully matured. With the joint efforts of Professor Sprout and Professor Snape, the depetrification potion was deployed and given to the students who were attacked by the basilisk used. They all returned to normal. After Justin Finley woke up, he knew the truth. He went to find Harry Potter in Gryffindor for the first time and apologized to him endlessly, saying that he was wronged before. Colin Creevey has completely become Harry Potter's little follower, looking at him with admiration at all times. Percy Weasley admitted that he had fought a desperate fight with the Slytherin monster before the petrification. "I think I tried my best, Professor McGonagall, but that monster is too powerful." But after celebrating their awakening, they soon learned an unfortunate news. The final exam will be held on June 1st. Only about 7 weeks ago. In the last 2 months of the first school year, the professors of all courses no longer taught them new knowledge. Instead, they gave them plenty of time to review what they had learned in the past nearly 1 year. For most of these 2 months, John was with Astoria, beside a willow tree near the greenhouse behind the castle. While basking in the sun, they recite the 12 uses of dragon blood, or practice the wand movements required for several spells. Sometimes tired, John simply closed his eyes under the willow tree and refreshed his mind. While reviewing occlumency several times, he is now more proficient in the use of occlumency. The weather gradually became sultry, and with the arrival of June 1st, the final exam officially began. The first thing they conducted was a written test. They used the latest version of the anti-cheat quill. This kind of quill pen is more difficult to write than a fountain pen or a ballpoint pen, and the handwriting is much uglier. This made John couldn't help but criticize the backwardness and complacency of the wizarding world. The written test went quite smoothly. With my excellent attention and sufficient review, there would be no major problems. But Astoria was a little worried after the potions class exam. "I don't remember the difference between aconitum and aconitum. I left it blank for that big question. They are actually a kind of plant, collectively called aconitum." John comforted her, "Actually, don't worry, you did very well in the potions class. Professor Snape will definitely not give you a low score." Of course, in addition to the written test, there is a practical test. During the spell test, Professor Flitwick asked them to enter the classroom one by one and asked them to try to tap a pineapple across a desk. John did a pretty good job, except that when he reached the last step, he accidentally caused the pineapple to fall. Professor Flitwick showed a look of regret, and after writing a line of numbers on the transcript, he let him leave. Transfiguration class exam, Professor McGonagall asked them to turn a mouse into a snuff box. John became a snuff box, although not as exquisite as Ginny Weasley, but at least no rat's beard remained on it. During the potions exam, Professor Snape asked them to make a pot of forgetting potion. John completed all the steps in only 15 minutes. When he finally added the licorice solution, Snape came to observe carefully for several minutes, but still couldn't pick out any problems. In the herbal medicine class, John also took about 15 minutes to write the names of the 30 herbs that Sprout showed. Full score. When he left the greenhouse, Professor Sprout smiled and sent him away, while secretly spoiling him. And the afternoon of the Quidditch exam was probably the worst afternoon of the whole year. John rode the flying broomstick for only 10 seconds before he fell from the sky. Fortunately, he responded promptly and used a levitating charm on himself, and it didn't cause a tragedy. In Madame Hooch's angry gaze, John scornfully left. There is no doubt that the test results are destined to fail. There are no practical courses for the astronomy class and the history of magic, so there is only the last one of the 7 subject exams studied by the first-year students, that is the practical exam for the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. The practical exam for the Defense Against the Dark Arts class was conducted in the previous classroom. As Dumbledore shouted the name of a student, that student would follow Professor Dumbledore into the classroom, and then come out in a few minutes. Sean Avery. The order of is the same as that of the Sorting Hat. Teresa Baker. Colin Creevey. The expressions on each student's face are different when they come out. For example, the Ravenclaw girl named Teresa Baker walked out of the classroom with joy and smiles, while Gryffindor's Colin K. when Levi came out, his head was bowed and his face was ashamed. Student after student, soon, it's here. Astoria Greengrass. Astoria came out soon, her face also smiling. When passing by John www.readaloud.com she whispered, "Come on." "Thank you." John replied in a low voice, and then Professor Dumbledore had already called out his name. "John Hart." "Good morning, John." Professor Dumbledore was not as serious as the other teachers when invigilating the exam. After several months of teaching, he had remembered the name of every first-year student. "Good morning, Professor." John also greeted honestly. "Then let's start the exam." Dumbledore smiled and waved his wand. An active dummy with constantly changing expressions appeared in front of John. "Try the petrification spell," Dumbledore prompted. "Petrificus totalis." John raised his green bamboo wand and chanted the spell calmly. With a faint red light, the expression of the movable dummy freezes, and it can no longer swing back and forth. "It's beautiful." Dumbledore waved his magic wand again, and the former mobile dummy disappeared, replaced by a mobile dummy holding a wooden stick. "Try the disarm charm again," Dumbledore reminded again. In a defense against the dark arts class in early April, Professor Dumbledore once taught this spell to first-year students. "Accept your weapon, Expelliarmus." There was another red light, and the wooden stick in the dummy's hand was knocked out several yards away. "Good job, John." Dumbledore nodded. "Now you only need to complete the last exam, and you can enjoy the summer vacation." While talking, the second dummy also disappeared. Then 3 wooden boxes appeared in front of John. Chapter 60, Totally Unexpected. "Choose one, John." Professor Dumbledore gestured with a smile, pointing to the 3 boxes in front of him. John was stunned, then turned around in confusion and asked, "I don't quite understand, Professor." "It's like this. In the 3 boxes, there are 3 magical animals that we learned how to deal with last semester. Professor Dumbledore, you need to choose one of them as your test object." John nodded, and stretched out his index finger. "I will choose this box." "Okay." Dumbledore waved his hand, and the left and right boxes disappeared out of thin air. "Then I will tell you now, there is a bogut in the middle box," he explained. "Recall the methods you learned in class to deal with bogut, and tell me when you are ready." "Bogut?" John frowned. Professor Dumbledore's first defense against the dark arts class, it was bogut who taught them. At that time, he deliberately pulled behind the crowd, so as to avoid dealing with bogut. After all, a bogut could not withstand the whole class every turn. Didn't expect to meet again during the exam? Bogut can reveal a person's inner fear and what it will become. This is an unknown goal for John himself. What if something unsuitable turns out to be suspicious in front of Dumbledore? Do you want to use a clemency to give bogut the wrong hint? Quickly rejected this idea. Because John suddenly realized a little bit, this is different from when he was in class. Now there is only one person in front of the box, which means that bogut in the box has already become the target of his fear. Even if the brain is closed now, it won't make any sense anymore. After all, bogut will not change its deformed object without changing the target. "Are you ready, John?" Professor Dumbledore asked lazily. "Okay, Professor." John had to take a breath and replied. "Be careful." Dumbledore snapped his fingers, and the lock on the box was slowly opened. At the same time, he gently reminded. "There is no need to be too nervous, bogut is something that is easy to deal with. Recall what you learned in class." Dumbledore's words stopped abruptly, his eyes widened and he looked straight at the things crawling out of the box. John's mouth grew even more, and the wand in his hand was almost unsteady. "Why, this, never expected." Even bogut, who crawled out of the box, looked around with a dazed expression. not understanding what was going on. Because it has become a person, a tall and thin old man with blue eyes, he wears a pair of half-moon glasses, has a long silver-white beard, and his hooked nose seems to have been interrupted. Once, I was wearing a dark green robe and a purple cloak mopping the floor. Yes, it is exactly the same as Professor Dumbledore's dress today. So, two identical Albus Dumbledore appeared in the classroom. I think I am the real one, John. Professor Dumbledore was the first to react from the shock, and his face reappeared with a smile. Although I am sorry, I am so scary. I'm sorry, Professor. You don't have to apologize, you know you are still in the exam. Dumbledore reminded him playfully. John had to bite the bullet and raised his wand and pointed it at another Dumbledore. Ridiculous. He said the spell softly. A white light accurately hit the Dumbledore who was still in a daze. I saw the elderberry wand in Dumbledore's hand flew into the air, then it grew a little bit bigger, and finally turned into a half-person high cane. At the same time, his left hand was also inexplicable, and a silver long sword with a beautiful scabbard and hilt inlaid with precious stones appeared. A set of mithril breastplate was also forcibly draped on his chest, and his dark green robe and purple cloak were dyed pure white. The silver scarf was wrapped around his neck, matched with the pointed cap. There is no sense of contradiction. Bogut, who became Dumbledore, looked at the new equipment on his body at a loss, completely forgot to continue to terrorize John. Ha ha ha. The real Dumbledore covered his mouth and laughed disgracefully. Very nice look, John. It's really interesting, I think I will consider dressing up like this. Full score. I can tell you in advance www.readaloud.com Defense Against the Dark Arts class, I will give you full score. The second course to get full marks, but John was not happy at all. He didn't think that turning Bogut into a principal would have no consequences. Professor Dumbledore, may I go? He turned his head and asked weakly. Of course. Dumbledore still couldn't stop the smile on his lips. Your exam is over, John, enjoy your summer vacation. But when John turned around, he added, it's just that I'm sorry, I actually made you feel so scared. So can I spare a day during summer vacation and let me visit you at home? John knew that Dumbledore would not let him go easily. But, does he dare to say no? Weeping and nodded, thank you, Professor. Okay, next one. Dumbledore had waved him away and read the next name. Luna Lovegood. Passing by the Ravenclaw girl with pale blonde waist-length hair, John returned to the door of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Astoria is here waiting for him. Seeing his crying face, Astoria asked with concern, what's the matter, John, did you fail the exam? No. Professor Dumbledore told me, he would give me full marks. John said quietly. Then why on earth? Hey! John Hart sighed for a long time, with an unlovable expression, I never expected it.